Yo, dog. Yo, she'd be like, oh, my name is Oliver. My name is this thing. And you're like, this. And you're like, this. This. Hmm? Look at this one. You got 3 little fucking people. Dude, you are so sick. I know. Motherfucker can't say it. So. Are you done saying that? Are you done saying that? Remember when it was like go live? No. Did you check your Gmail? Did you check your email? Oh, there it goes. Over tomorrow? Go. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, dark one has something to do. Yeah, let's do it. Remember when this was a thing? Yo, tell me about your story. Oh, no way. Oh, Just one of them. They say hello. Validate. Let me be back. Hey, dog, how about you let me in on this? Yo, dog. I look like I'm in a trash can. Look like asshole couch. You ever seen what's on asshole couch? Bitch, I'm looking at trash can. Nobody's helping me. I don't know what to talk about it, honestly. I'm so tired. Yeah, you must be wrong. Yeah, that'd be wrong. Bitch, I live in a trash can. I'm gonna stop my life and talk to you. Listen, before you fine, awesome. Nothing. Awesome. Captain, please, no, please, come along. Is that scene of like a racist point in there? I don't, no, it was. No, please, come along. Yo, dog. You don't you dog. You dog. You dog. I'm still trying, you know. Well, doubt. That one was special factor. Oh, oh, yeah. Jordan. Jordan. Oh my God. Let's go. No, no. Gosh. Well, Josh, are you done? I'm gonna see you in the fire. Never be the fire. You make your wisdom true. I'm a turn for the free, baby. Coming out in the right time. I'm a king and a god, baby. Coming on. No, fuck. No, no. No, dog. Yo, dog, remember when it was like MCU? The music was like, I bet to change to look at the black man. It's a more selfish kind of love. Since long whenever you lie, you're so why you guys have YouTube? Yo, dog, I want to know your fucking. I thought that was good, dog. Why the fuck am I? Yo, dog. Yo. Fuck you. Can't stand you. Yeah. Why'd you keep snapping and messing back there? Oh. I bet that people. Oh, and everybody likes me. No, dog. That's cool if you want to do that. It's not serious at all. Just douches itself or something. Oh my god, yeah. I remember when it would be like, hey everybody, I'm gonna be in my underwear in your disco. Yo, dog. Yo, dog. You on Facebook? Yoshi. Yoshi. Where was that one guy? He was so nice. Who's Matt knows him. This dude. This dude is so nice. Yoshi. What's that dog? Dude, way to stare on your feet. Remember when you say not anything, you're no. Go, dog. Coach. Dude, George, like, you got like 50 people today. No. It's, what's his name? What's his name? Oh, something. Tom Dan, I think. Is it? It's, it's spoken. Really? Yeah, one time I love one. Really? Why? Yeah. That's good. Why? Not saying it before. I could try it. I'll try it. See too. Even remove the space. Just why is it that I've joined two spaces like that and just been blocked? What do you mean like that? I mean, where I'm the only white guy in the fucking room, they just throw me out. Oh, because you're a privileged fucking white straight man. Alright, dog. I tried. Hey, I think like 24 hours. 7 days a week. 365 days a year. For 666 straight days. I not one, not two, not three, not four, not five, but at least 6 inches in wide. Hey, boys, Pakistan. Good morning, Nigeria. I don't know Nigerian politics is weird. Like, hey, let's chop it up. You know, black girl ideology. Girl hair ideology. I love that. Fucking really good hair. Really? Yeah, watch that. Teeth on my in a movie, and I where those come from, no those come be, where there's a party can be, where trees and flowers, there, we are there, and everybody says, something from the we are gonna be perfect. Never be more. Jesus, you're talking. Hey, at the same time. So feel around with like armpit there. Am I missing something? Women used to fucking have hair on them. That's got Irish hair. This guy needs a fucking honorary degree from the university. He reps it hard. Yo, fuck. That's a baller. Yo, oh my god, fireworks. Oh my god, that was funny. Oh my god. Heart's not bleeding. Can you have an Olympics in Africa? Where? I don't know. Nairobi or some shit. What about Lagos or Cairo? Maybe in South Africa, I'm sure there was this shit there. Bullshit. Fucking British cunt. God, are you done? Good morning, Nigeria. Grandpa. What's a Pakistan? AJ space. Post launch space. Good morning, morning. The hot dog. Yo, dog. Can I get in on this? Oh, now we drink champagne while we thirsty. Yeah, bitch. How you living, baby? Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast from where I am. What's new? To the moon, baby. If you weren't aware, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, like the Truman Show. I've been doing this for about 2 years now, and I do it for world peace. I don't think that people talk about world peace enough. I don't think that we should have war anymore. And I'm just all about good vibes and good people. And you all seem to be a good bunch of people. So I'm just chilling out with y'all here. Absolutely. I record myself when I sleep, when I go to the bathroom, when I'm in the shower, or when I bathe. Absolutely everything. Absolutely. Yeah, just look at my Twitter. You can see me in the shower. Absolutely. I'm just singing in the shower, singing oldies. But yeah, I do it for world peace. I think that we shouldn't have war anymore. But I also think that, data is the number one resource on Earth, more than air, more than water, more than gold, silver, more than petroleum. And eventually, I think it's going to perhaps make me a very rich person. Well, data is the number one resource on Earth, and essentially AI needs a foundational model of a human being with raw, uncut footage. And I have more than 2 years of my life on YouTube. I have more content on YouTube than any individual in global history. I'm live not on one stream, not on two, not on three, not on four, not on five, but 6 different YouTube streams at once. I have more than 10 times more content than Mr. Beast and PewDiePie combined. Absolutely. That's a really great question, Glitchy. You should understand that on a daily basis, I go to people's Twitter spaces to discuss ways in which we can accomplish world peace. And the first step is the discussion of it and really setting up essentially goals in our plan towards world peace. So that would be ending world hunger. How do we plan on doing that? Through hydroponics, through vertical farming, through cloud seeding in areas where perhaps rain is lackluster or insufficient in order to avoid drought. We talk about ways that we could power the earth and that aren't normally discussed, like geothermal power, which is essentially sticking a pipe into the ground and using Earth's heat to turn a turbine. Other ways that we discuss and try to, you know, create new ideas for people are putting turbines in the ocean. So in the same way that you have wind turbines, where essentially a wind turbine uh, rotates and creates electricity, it creates some amount of electricity, but not a sufficient amount in comparison to the Earth's tides. So essentially, up and down every coast, I think that we could install tidal power and essentially be able to improve people's electric outputs, especially for different countries, especially in the third world or developing world. Additionally, I really want to help to solve global thirst, essentially, and there are things called smart straws, or life straws, I should say, where you can take a life straw and stick it in water, perhaps polluted water, and it runs it through a filter and it's drinkable immediately. But really, I think the way that we should be able to bridge the gap to end the water issue is through desalinization plants. Essentially, we take water from the ocean, run it through a desalinization plant, and come out with drinking water. These are just some ideas that we have, and really, we plant the seed in people's minds that there are people out there, as I am, as many people out there are. It sounds like many people in this room who are very pro world peace, and just put some different perspectives in people's minds, and hopefully get the ball rolling one step at a time. Well, I certainly am someone who does my best to stay as um, apprised to developments in science, I would say. And on that topic, I perhaps would need to do some further research. I think there are some options out there, really long term. If you wanted to know where I think we could make some developments in society, it would be in nuclear power. There's also cold fusion, there's fission as well. We don't really discuss these on a daily basis. These are types of science that have been around for years, if not decades, that we're not utilizing. Really, I think that perhaps as a society, we're too focused on some of the things that divide us as opposed to the things that unite us. Personally, I think that there are some like really groundbreaking ideas, perhaps that we could use for perhaps different types of power. There's a periodic table, and many of um, the elements towards the end, like I'm saying, like over number 100, are not really utilized. So there's americium batteries. I don't know if anyone's familiar with americium, but it's an element, one of the higher numbered elements, and essentially it is a type of battery that you can put in a device that doesn't last for years. It doesn't last for decades, but it can last for centuries. Essentially, if you were to start up an americium battery now, the first ones would start running out of energy in about 300 years. So I think there are a lot of ways that perhaps we can improve our dependence, or move away from our dependence on fossil fuels, and trying different types of energy. Additionally, I think as well, when it comes to cars, I think a lot of people are very motivated for the electric car, and I think that that's a fine option. But we're running into an issue where you need lithium for these batteries, and it's very expensive. You also need cobalt, where you basically we ask people in Africa, or essentially people are forced into essentially slavery, very low wages in order to dig out cobalt by hand. I think these are really unfortunate um, aspects of society. So, in my opinion, I think if we were going to solve some of the energy issues, at least when it comes to cars, it would be with hydrogen, essentially getting water from the air and running it through a car and powering cars that way. In my opinion, there are many ways, perhaps, that we can bridge the gap when it comes to energy, but we just don't discuss them enough. No, you're absolutely okay. I hope that you feel better. It sounds like you've been under a lot of stress, so please get your rest. Boy, if I could afford one, I would buy one. As of right now, I'm a very poor person, so I can't afford really any NFTs. But what I do is feature them. Just perhaps in the future, when my stream gets really big, I want to make sure anyone who's helped me along the way is helped definitely. So the first opportunity, once I have a little bit of money, I'm going to be on an NFT buying spree, and that will definitely be one of them. I love it. I love secondhand positive vibes, secondhand cannabis, anything I can get from someone else, if it's positive, I'm down for it. And shout out to you, Dollars. I love being extremely, extremely high. I would tell you that I am a pro 420 rabbi. You don't find that very often, but it's a gift from God. I don't think that we should make a plant illegal. In fact, when my stream gets big, God willing, we're going to be, I'm already a big advocate for cannabis, not just decriminalization, but full out legalization, also hemp legalization. I think the plant hemp has a lot of amazing opportunities, everything from paper to fuel, and we don't utilize it. It's really unfortunate. Absolutely. I think there are all types of different opportunities that we have with when it comes to hemp, and really for its cost to benefit ratio, it's incredible. There have been a handful of families that have essentially had a monopoly on the industry, particularly with cannabis in the first family. It goes back to essentially the ability to print on hemp paper. But many people don't realize that the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, this was written on hemp. It is something that has been utilized in this country, or at least in the United States. I don't know exactly where everybody is, but I'm in California, so in the United States. And it's something that I look forward to being utilized in the future. Additionally, when it comes to hemp, or I'm sorry, concrete, but hempcrete, there's a type of concrete where you put small amounts of rebar in it. So I'm not talking long rebar poles, but it's almost microscopic rebar that makes it 10 times stronger than normal concrete. And I really think that concrete and hempcrete have some major opportunities in the future. And we aren't currently utilizing them as best as possible, but I really look forward to it. Perhaps using them on the roads to avoid potholes, using them in buildings to avoid seismic issues. Just really, there's a world of opportunity out there with some of the inventions that we already have. And I look forward to a day where you can peel off the cover on some of this technology and allow the world to use it in mass. That's an excellent question, DJ. Depending on how esoteric you want to get, anti-gravity. So if you're familiar with Bob Lazar, who is essentially one of the whistleblowers of, um, of from Area 51S4, there's been, if you've heard him, he's been on Joe Rogan's podcast, and there are documentaries based around him. Essentially, there are opportunities for anti-gravity that we aren't currently utilizing, and that would change the world. Essentially, if you can control gravity, you can create force fields, you can create maglev trains. Essentially, you can put a lot of different um, you can put a lot of different industries out of business, and so that's why it's not publicly discussed. But essentially, gravity is something that affects each one of us on a daily basis. It affects absolutely everything around us, but we don't know much about it scientifically. We're not taught a lot about it, and it's really not discussed very often. But I really feel like if we were to study it more and look at some of the potential opportunities, if you really could, it's hard to wrap your mind around it, but essentially, if you're able to control gravity, you can warp time. You can essentially create wormholes. You can create force fields and perhaps even more. The opportunities are almost endless when it comes to that, because when you're able to warp time, you're able to perhaps create some type of time machine. And without going too much into science fiction, I think anti-gravity is definitely one of them. Another one I think is the pneumatic tube. So when I say pneumatic tube, this is the kind of tube that you like basically that is at your bank when you're in the drive-through. It's that little suction tube. Essentially, I think that we should put pneumatic tubes from coast to coast. I don't think that it should take days to perhaps send something from, let's say, New York to Los Angeles or from the West Coast to East Coast. It should take perhaps minutes or hours using pneumatic tubes. So the way that you do this is you essentially have a vacuum tube underground, and you remove all of the air in it, so it's essentially a frictionless tube, and you shoot that at a very high speed from one area to another, just like you have at the bank. I don't think that that is being utilized as best as it could be, because really there's a lot of money in transportation, and the amount of fossil fuels that are burned within the transportation industry. I think some other things that we don't perhaps utilize when it comes to uh, what society has, and really with many of the advances that we've had in the 20th and 21st century, we don't discuss linking Asia to the Americas. Basically, I think that we should at least explore some mega projects. One which would be a Bering Strait tunnel, essentially with freight, with commuter traffic, perhaps underground, underneath the ocean, but it's not underneath the Bering Strait, and it is not that far. It's only 26 miles, and essentially the ability to link Asia and the Americas would create an amazing opportunity for people to travel. Essentially, you wouldn't need to take a plane anymore. You could drive your car. Essentially, you could drive your car from New York to London. It would take some time, but you could do so through the Bering Strait Tunnel, across Asia, through the Channel. It's definitely an opportunity. I think that there's something called the Pan American Highway System that isn't yet completed. There's one area called the Darien Gap, basically in Panama, that doesn't have any roads that go through it, but it's only about 56 miles of that. And essentially, if I had my way, we would build a road system along the Pacific coast. We already have that in the United States and up through Canada, but essentially this road breaks down once you get into Central America. But I think that it would be very helpful to the world to have better roads, and one way to do this is to finish some of the proposals that we've had and create a trans America highway. These are just some ideas. I think perhaps uh, we won't necessarily be seeing flying cars. Sorry, I was muted. I know what's going on at late. Apologies there. I don't want to take up any more of your all time, and certainly I appreciate the opportunity to meet you all. Okay, absolutely. I'm, I'm ready for the jam. Let's hear it. Word, what do you play at an Indonesian graduation party? Coconut. That Indonesian coconut comes with a nice one. Wow. Fucking All of the above, my man. You don't know what I mean? Look at that guy's motherfucker. Fuck that. Wrestler? Fuck. Russia? Wrestler? Hey, what's the other dude's name? Actually, what's his name? This motherfucker is a wrestler. Make it wrestler. Yeah, this one. Rush. Oh, fuck. That's it. Jesus Christ. And who's this guy? Yeah. Oh, he's good. Oh, Stop. What the fuck? He's still in the phone. Some motherfucker like Fresh. Alright, what's that motherfucker's name? Yeah, wait, what's his name? A, B, C, like Jock or something. Fuck. Dude. Patrick Stewart. Yeah. Like Fresh love. Where? Yep. Yeah, I got Patrick Stewart right now. That's how you do it. Just go through every letter. Huh? Another person. Oh man. Yeah, show me stuff. Oh, yeah, that'd be plates, they're disgusting. Why? Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Messiah, boy. Look at this. Everybody was saying, come on, you guys. Fuck, man. And he went like, Oh my god. That's fucking way too much chicken stuff. You gotta choose one. You ever queef and it's hot in your nostrils? You queef, you know, but you queef, it's like a second. Use more. This. Now, if somebody buys something and they give you this, technically you're obligated to take it. It's not negotiable. This is negotiable. These Italian creatures, there's already millions of dollars like this in circulation. That's why I'm here to educate you. It is an option. And every time we use these, you don't have to pay rent to the other guy. So, it comes in 1, 5, and 10. And they're different sizes. So that when you stack all the ones are shorter than 5, it's really And we've got 4 places in Austin. So if you are a business, talk to me. I'll look at silver label. You put that on your door, and you're helping. How do you when you get it? 2 things. Give it out to people as cheap. What's this? Spend 5 minutes. Tell them what it is. Tell them it's silver. In fact, these spend real easy. And you go into Taco Bell with this, they go, wow, what is that? It's silver. Like you take silver, like wow. And what they'll do is they'll put this in their pocket and $15 their money thing. I went to McDonald's one time, so one is the guy behind the cash register, and 4 is the people after. They go, wow, what is that? And I have to go out to the car and get more silver. Okay? People know value when they see it. You start using this instead of that phony money. Not only are you helping to recover our economy, you're helping to restore the republic. So it's only been around for 3 years yet. As more and more people learn about it, it's going to help. We're talking like
Within the first 5 pages, there's a section that says that each capital's trade are different and they're also made for specific missions and different battle levels. And you gotta remember that we still are speculating and have speculation about the districts of our county.
They don't know it, but neither do you.
And we got like our badges for like, we just red blood thing. And so like the whole district and the airport collectively together.
That's me. And we have 9 redemption centers in Austin already.
Where
3 years ago, they had 20 redemption centers. 2 years ago, we were up to about 100.
whenever I go
We
into
have
the
about
fucking
12.
that computer and look at the map to go wherever,
It's growing
you can zoom out and see how to map. And then guess what? I can basically have this fucking long and go to that page and then see which district I'm in right off that year 1 book. And so like
Well,
I
that's
think
cool.
for
You know,
first
you give
revelation,
you get worthless sellers who know and I'll give you valuable silver.
near future, I think we can see our
Why
town
would you do that?
without the times.
And you can buy more silver.
Because like here's the thing,
Like great, you know.
whenever
It's like, you know, it still works. The more silver we get into circulation like that, the better we are.
missions and different
Yes.
battle styles.
Yes.
Just think about that for a second. Like the battles that are day and light. So it's gonna be
They've got all sorts of fine
there's
tricks.
so many
I can barely see the line.
each trade.
Right at the top, it has
Each down to like jobs.
that is
It's like another composite
the
job.
pledge, which is the Bill of Rights, the Constitution.
Professional Batman.
Yeah, right. And I gave it to an Australian girl, and she started reading it.
There's another one that's kind of like,
I know she doesn't know the Bill of Rights. I know. It's like, wow, that really is there. And it also has a DNA coding.
So this is the thing, right? That's
If
what
you have one of these, we can check in against that DNA coding to find out if it is really, you know, the same year that The 16th Amendment was reportedly ratified and the same year that the IRS came into existence. What a coincidence. You know, I've always been so amazed that all the famous people were born on holidays. What are the chances of that? So, now, let's talk a little bit about economy. All you need to know about economy is the law of supply and demand. If there's a lot of it, the price is going to be really cheap. How much are you going to spend for California? Probably not a whole lot. If I want something, I'll just go out back to the 10 stores and pick some up. Gold, how much is that worth? Well, a lot, because there isn't very much around. Now, the same thing is true about peaches. If I'm a peach farmer, I got a million peaches, and I sell my million peaches this year. Let's say I sell them at 25 cents a piece. Next year, I try to grow some peaches, and I've got rain, frost, and all sorts of weather problems, and I only have 500,000 peaches. How much are peaches going to be in the market? So, 50 cents, the price is going to go up. So you've got good years and bad years. The stock market flow. And if people decide they don't want peaches anymore, then the price is going to go down. This is a normal, healthy economy. It's a free market economy. The people set the price based on what they're willing to pay. Now we got the Federal Reserve that says that, hey, this is bad years, good years, bad years, good years, that's got to stop. We want to have this like smooth, steady, flow. So we're going to set up the Federal Reserve so we can eliminate inflation and deflation. Really. Okay? So what happened in 1929? The stock market crashed. I thought the Federal Reserve was supposed to fix that. I thought it was supposed to prevent that. Okay? So let's talk about money. We talk about money frequently referred to it as the blood of the economy. Excellent metaphor. Because it circulates. If I buy something for $1, you buy something, then they buy $8. That $1 bill has gone around with all of us and basically just exchanged. It's a placeholder. What happens if you have too much blood? Blood pressure goes up. Is that good for you? No. What happens if you accidentally slice your wrist and start to lose blood? Is that good for you? No. There's a certain range. Too much is not good. Not enough is not good. There's a certain limit in the middle where you need to have in order to have a healthy body. The same thing is true of money. Too much or too little, and your economy is going to be in trouble. I'm going to oversimplify this just so that my nobody can listen. Let's pretend for the next 10 minutes that the only thing you can buy or sell in the United States are bales of hay. Everything else you just got to do. So the only thing we're going to buy or sell are bales of hay. There are exactly 1 billion bales of hay. There are also exactly 1 million paper dollars. How much is a bale of hay? $1. The dollar is worthless. It's just a representation of the bale of hay. So I've got my 100 bales of hay. But I've only got one. I'll be no way how can eat all that hay before it goes rotten. And plus, I got a little tiny apartment. I have a place to store 100 bales of hay. Where would I sleep? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sell my 100 bales of hay, and I'm going to end up with $100. Is that great? So now, $100, I can put that in my pocket. I can carry it. Or I can go home, open up the safe, put the money in the safe, take out my trusty rifle, lock the safe, turn on the security alarm, and sit on the couch all night. And I will lie awake if I can drink a coffee. I am just one wired so-and-so. I'm going to protect $500. Now, overnight, the Federal Reserve decided to print and distribute another $1 billion paper dollars. So I wake up, son wakes up, eat breakfast. Now there are $2 million paper dollars and still 1 million bales of hay. How much is a bale of hay? A bale of hay is worth $2. Bale of hay is worth $2. I go into the safe and I bring out my $200. How much does the hay can I buy? So without triggering the alarm, without walking through my right, without even opening up my safe, the government has stolen 50% of my buying power. That is why inflation is evil. Because they're stealing from you, you don't even know it. How did we get into trouble in the first place? Why did we write the Constitution? Because each of the colonies was printing money. They were suffering from inflation. After World War II, after World War I, Germany had a 5,000% inflation rate. Whatever cost you $1 in January cost you $50 in December. When I was a boy, my mother told me that you would walk around with a shopping bag full of money. Why? Because you're rich? No, because the money is worthless. It costs you $1 million to go and buy the groceries. You say, oh yeah, but that was back, World War I. That's before my time. Can we go to Mexico? You go down and buy a hamburger and fries in Mexico, it's going to cost you 77,000 pesos. Oh my gosh, you get your calculator out and go, let's eat that. Why are pesos worthless? Because Mexico's been inflating their money. If you walk around and see a peso on the ground, you're going to pick it up. It's not worth the time to bend over. Oh, but wait a minute, there's a washer on the ground. I'll pick that up because I think it will use that. So, it didn't happen here. Ever since 1913, the Federal Reserve has been printing money. Where did it go? How come we're not seeing $8 bills? Because they're putting it in on one end and taking it out every April 15th. What does it cost them to put it in? Nothing. They print the money out of thin air. And they put it into circulation. How do you get it? You work your butt off. You work hard. You go, okay, I've got it. And the IRS comes along and says, okay, we're going to take 43%. Thank you very much. The IRS does not pay for roads, hospitals, and national events. It's a lie. There's just a vacuum cleaner to suck out all the paper so you don't realize that your money is any more worthwhile than Mexico's. And they've been doing it since 1913. If I have a bucket, and I make a hose and I start pouring water into the bucket, what's going to happen? About 1 year from now, it's going to overflow. Well, I punch a hole in the side of the bucket, and I'm standing here pumping water in and talking, just holding the hose and filling up the bucket. How long is it going to take before you go, wait a minute, how much are you going to fill up that bucket? How are you doing that? Doesn't it hurt anybody that that bucket should overflow sooner or later? How much money does the Federal Reserve have to pump in? How much money does the IRS have to take out before you go, wait a minute, something's wrong? We have to regain control of our economy. If we don't regain control of our economy, we are sucked.
I'm going to get out of here because I'm going to finish doing this I'm going to set these 2 points. The one that artist is Bobby's Papa. And I don't know was red thing when I woke up, everyone was smoking and like playing tunes. This is the best fucking thing ever. And I'm like, where the fuck were you last night when I wanted to? Like, I'm sure we've lost listeners because of my playlist that I've got. I'm like, the time is very there, so I'm like, I just still 17. So I don't know if they would. All the perfectly words. That's what it sounds like. Okay, I'll stop there too before I make it 5 acres. Yeah. All right, bro. Yeah, while everyone's listening, oh, that's easy business to do. I'll give you tips. All right.
Look at this move, bro. Yes, I got your son. Well, my over here, and he was on this one. He went like this. It was
Now, we've been talking about the economy, we've been talking about the Federal Reserve. We just finished talking about inflation and why inflation is bad. Because you're putting money into circulation, basically have no substance behind it. There's nothing to back up the money. Now, if you inflate, if you add money, you inflate the economy, the money that's in circulation becomes worth less. And if you add enough money, the money that's in circulation becomes worthless. So inflation is bad. Now, Alan Greenspan tells us that we need the economy to be inflated about 5%.
like the economy is basically got more. That's one high.
Cost you twice as much. You really a little bit concerned. Wouldn't you like call your congressman and say, wait a minute, how did you guys do that? Well, if they inflate the economy 5 cents a year, and so bread starts out as $1 a loaf, and in December now it's $1.05. Are you going to write your congressman and say, wait a minute, bread went up a nickel? No, probably not. It's not worth enough to worry about. Well, then the next year is up to $1.10, and then $1.16, and so on. Inflation is bad. The reason that they would take 5% is because it's not so bad that we're going to complain. How many people know the story about how to defraud? Right? Well, basically that's what they're doing. They're doing it in little increments so that we don't get irritated. Well, let's get irritated anyway. Now, inflation is bad. Let's talk about deflation. October 1929, stock market crash. Oh, terrible, terrible stuff. Accident, right? No, the stock market crash was deliberately caused. If you can read books on that, they deliberately caused the crash of the stock market. Now, that was the only thing that happened. The stock market would have, recovered in about, 3 months. Okay, no problem. Is the stock market crash caused the Great Depression? No. What caused the Great Depression? Anybody have an idea? They took the money out of circulation. They contracted the money supply. In October, the day of the stock market crash, the amount of money in circulation was enough so that the The demand winning child had $3,400. If you spread it all out, everybody had $2,400. A year later, guess how much money was in circulation? $14.50 per person. From 2,400 to 14. If you're paddling down the river in a canoe and somebody sucks all the water out of the river, where are you going to go? You're going to be sitting there going, what happened? Now, the Great Depression, was that because you didn't have enough people to work? Were people sitting around going, I'm just not going to work today? No, you had people begging for jobs. Please hire me. Why can't they hire you? Because we got nothing to pay you with. I want to buy that apple. Okay, give me $1. I don't have $1 to give you. Money is just supposed to change hands. There wasn't enough money so we could do our business. And the economy came to a grinding halt on purpose. Now, we say, oh my gosh, a terrible, terrible trouble. We got this national emergency. Whatever will we make Franklin Delano Roosevelt? A socialist. And he's going to pay us all these New Deal programs. Did the New Deal programs eliminate the Depression? No. How did they cause it? Taking money out. How did they end it? By printing money. Oh, son of a gun, everything is better. Thank you, FDR. How stupid can we be? It's like, watch the little birdie over here and with the other hand there, slicing her throat. So the Federal Reserve Bank is supposed to be, working in our favor? No. Is the Federal Reserve Bank part of the government? No. People say, well, it's got federal in it. It's got to be part of the government. Is Federal Express part of the post office? No. Just because it's got the word federal? Anybody ever ordered federal pizza? It's like, oh my gosh, this must have the government stamp of approval. How come there's no pepperoni? Just because it's got the word federal in it doesn't mean anything. And you can prove it to yourself. Go to the phone book, go to the blue pages where all the government offices are. Post office, police departments and stuff. Show me Federal Reserve Bank. It's not there. You look back to the white pages, find Federal Express, and you may be lucky enough to find it just a couple inches away from there. It's a private corporation. It has never been audited. Now, why was Abraham Lincoln assassinated? He got stood from the bullet. Now, Abraham Lincoln was fighting the Civil War. He wanted money. You think bankers are willing to loan him money? You bet. You want that money? Sure thing, Abe. It's going to cost you 30%. Abe said, no. I've got enough problems on my hands with the war. I'm not going to make more by, borrowing your money at 30%. So Abraham Lincoln printed new money. So he went back to Washington. The Article 1, Section 8 called Lincoln printed money with green ink on the back. Up until then, money was black and white. Why did he put it on green ink so you'd be able to tell which ones were which? So he printed a couple $1 million, put it in circulation, won the Civil War, and then started taking all those monies out. Anything with a green back was taken out of circulation. So for a short period of time, we had inflation, but at least we didn't pay interest on it. And he pissed off the bankers because he wouldn't play their game. Bang! Every once in a while, whatever happened to JFK certainly was not Oswald. I mean, who can believe? You can't even get 3 bullets out of the gun that fast, much less aim. Anybody should have used a old Action Rifle knows that. Now, on page 26, I've got a short commentary on just perhaps why JFK might have been killed. JFK decided to eliminate the power of the Federal Reserve Bank, to strip its power of loan money, and start printing federal treasury notes. Start printing it by the government the way it's supposed to do. And that was with Executive Order 11-110. 111-11110. And I've got Executive Order 11110 listed right there. And it says, by virtue of the authority vested in me, by the President, paragraph such and such of May 12, 1933, okay, to issue silver certificates against any silver held for redemption. So JFK was going to give us our money back. 5 months later, somebody would. So just pure coincidence, I'm sure. Okay? That law, that executive order has never been repealed. We can still do that. We can still have the Treasury print silver certificates. Why don't they? Nobody wants to stand in front of that bullet anymore. Yeah, there's quite a bit of silver. Silver is actually better for us right now because there is so much of it. There's too much of it. I mean, we had people that tried to corner the market on it, and they couldn't do it. There's just too much. So, then on page 27, I have a series of quotes that are all dealing with the Federal Reserve. 100% of what is collected is absorbed solely by interest on the federal debt. All individual income tax revenues are gone before one nickel is spent on services taxpayers expect from the government. This was the Grace Commission that was authorized by Reagan. And you know, in a study, it said your tax money does not go for hospitals, roads, and national defense. Not a single penny. It's a lie. How many people have ever heard of the Grace Commission? Well, they could have swept it under the rug. I'm still trying to get a copy of it. Daniel Webster said, of all contrivances for cheating the laboring classes of mankind, none has been more effective than that which dilutes them with paper money. Thomas Jefferson said, if the American people ever allowed private banks to control the issue of their currency, first by inflation and then deflation, the banks and corporations that will grow up around them will deprive the people of all property until their children will wake up homeless on the continents their father conquered. You're going to end up with spit. I'll let you go through those other quotes. Here's the President Andrew Jackson. You are den of vipers and thieves. I intend to rout you out. And by the grace of eternal God, I will rout you out. And he did the best job of getting rid of the thing. Page 28 has other quotes. In the middle, Representative Louis McMahon said, the Federal Reserve banks are the most corrupt institutions the world has ever seen. There is not a man within the sound of my voice who does not know that this nation is run by the international bankers who speak in Congress. Congress knows exactly what's going on. Congress is not working out for your best interest. Now, how did all this happen? In 1913, the Federal Reserve Act was written, and the Federal Reserve started printing money. They were loaning money to the United States. we were obligated to pay our debts, our interest, in gold for years. In 1933, the United States went bankrupt. Now, I've met somebody who actually heard Franklin Delano Roosevelt say that line. This is not some history book. This is a person who heard it for himself. And on June 5th of 1933, FDR, our favorite guy, passed a joint resolution to suspend the gold standard. So Congress presumably passed a law that says you are not allowed to demand gold or silver. Up until then, you can say, I'll give you anything you want, but you got to pay me in gold. And FDR says, no, you can't do that. It's now illegal to demand gold. Says who? How can they make it illegal to demand gold? You have an unlimited right to contract? Yes. So how can FDR tell you what you can or cannot accept? But whereas the existing emergency, which existing emergency are they talking about? The bankruptcy, the depression, the Abbott created that artificially. The existing emergency is disclosed that provisions of obligations which purport to give the obligee a right to require payment in gold or a particular kind of coin or currency, or the amount of coins used measured thereby, obstruct the power of Congress to regulate the value of money. So your rights are kind of a pain in the butt for us, so we're going to eliminate your rights. They can't do that. They didn't give them to us, they can't take them away. And this act is completely and totally unconstitutional. And down below, they say the term coin or currency means coin or currency in the United States, including Federal Reserve notes. So suddenly, worthless paper. Isn't that wonderful? Page 30. In 1933, this is 1933. This is as it was happening. There were people awake. Nobody was listening. Congressman Beck speaking from the congressional record. What does that mean? It means on the floor, on the congressional record means that you can go to the archives and look it up. Don't take my word for it. Read the man's words yourself. I think of all the damnable heresies that have been suggested in connection with the Constitution, the doctrine of emergency is the worst. It means that when Congress declares an emergency, there is no Constitution. It means it's dead. It's the very doctrine that the German Chancellor is invoking today. Which German Chancellor? Hitler. So FDR did exactly the same thing that Hitler did. We bombed Hitler. We called him going to build a monument to FDR. Where's the logic in that? I have promised myself that before I die, I am going to go to Hyde Park, New York, and I am going to piss on his grave. It says Chancellor Hitler is at least frank about it. We pay the Constitution lip service, but the result is the same. And so since March 9th of 1933, the United States has been, in fact, in a state of declared national emergency. My mother was born in 1934. She has lived her entire life under a state of national emergency. Well, if we're in a state of national emergency, how can we go out to these 4th of July picnics, throw the frisbee, and have hot dogs? It's an emergency. Shouldn't we be running around going, the sky is falling, the sky is falling? How can it be a national emergency? An emergency means temporary. You know, it's on fire, you put the fire out, the emergency's over with. How can an emergency last for 70 years? Just by definition, it's no longer an emergency. Now, the president may seize property, organize and control means of production, seize commodities, assign military forces abroad, institute martial law, seize and control all transportation and communication, regulate the operation of private enterprise, restrict travel, and in a plethora of particular ways, control the lives of American citizens. Don't you feel special? And they have been renewing that emergency. I guess in 1970 sometime they said, wait a minute, you can't have an emergency that lasts that long. The president has to reallocate that emergency every 2 years. And they do. We start writing Freedom of Information Acts and think about all that. We need a president that's willing to say the national emergency is over. Now, right. And that's true. Trying to, what he's asking about is confiscation of gold. Basically, Roosevelt tried to make claimed to make owning gold illegal. It's now illegal because you're hoarding it. You are an enemy of the state. You better turn in all your gold. And people did. It's like, why? You know, you gotta jump off that cliff. No, I don't think I do. And what did they do? They put all of our gold in Fort Knox to keep it safe. Has anybody seen that gold? We're trying to get audits. Can you get anywhere close to Fort Knox? No, the gold's not there. All we want to do is we want to go into the video camera. Just want to see our gold. They don't let you in because it ain't there. They've lied to us again. How bad does it have to get before we do something? Page 31. I'm just going to go through these real briefly. You've got so much corruption in the United States, it's not even funny. World War I was deliberately started. I mean, everybody was all, happy. They were shaking hands, and somebody assassinated Martin Ferdinand. Oops, there we go. Got everything. Yeah. U.S. was deliberately dragged in by seeking Lusitania. World War II was deliberately started. And FDR got us into World War II. How did he do that? Well, he was blockading Japan, but he also created the Pearl Harbor travesty. I'm going to make each of you admiral. You have a Navy. One of the good things about a Navy is that you got lots of boats, and boats can move around in zigzag. A moving target is hard to hit. Anybody disagree with that? Not only is your boat hard to hit because it's moving, it's hard to find. You can hide it in the ocean. Anybody fly across the ocean? I mean, if you have a boat out there, the boat's probably the only place that the only people who know where it is. Finding a needle in a haystack is easy compared to finding a boat in the ocean. So now, as the admiral, your first act is to decide whether this is a good idea or not. We're going to take all of our boats and we're going to put it in this little tiny harbor called Pearl Harbor, and we're going to line them up in a straight line. How many admirals in the room want to do that? Not one. Why did we have our boats there in the first place? Because before he became president, FDR was also Secretary of the Navy. When he got elected president, he gave his admiral the order. He said, put all your boats in Pearl Harbor. The admiral says, I will not. I'm an admiral. What kind of admiral am I going to be if I put all my boats in Pearl Harbor? No. FDR fired him. Put somebody else in. Said, put all your boats in the harbor. He said, well, gosh, look what happened to my predecessor. I don't want to lose all these shiny medals. FDR deliberately caused Pearl Harbor to get us involved in World War II. That is treason. If he were alive today, I would assassinate that SOB myself. Now, the question now becomes, if things are so bad, is there any good news? Is there any light at the end of the tunnel? And the answer is yes. Don't give up. We are just about to turn this thing around. If you don't do anything, we're definitely going down the tube. So if we are going to turn it around, we've got to get up off of our fannies and do something. Now, one of the things that we've got to do is we've got to regain our law. The third article of the Constitution is the smallest and it provides us with the least amount of protection. That's where we need to focus. So, join the fully informed jury association. One of the things that juries can do is they can overturn the law. It's called jury nullification. Now, judges will lie to you. They say, you get to decide the facts, I will decide the law. Not the way it really happens. So if I get arrested for having black hair, according to their rules, you get to say, well, does Mike have black hair? Yeah, it looks like it's guilty. You go, well, yeah, but wait a minute. The way things really work is you go, yes, he does have black hair, and we really don't care if the law says it. It's a stupid law. We're going to override that. We refuse to find them guilty. That's what happened. That's where juries came from. When they were trying to accuse William Penn of heresy because he wasn't teaching the proper religion, the jurors were put in jail. They were starved and beaten, and they refused to find him guilty. The judge finally had to let him go. So that's one of the places that I would focus. Now, instant runoff voting is to win this, check mark. When I say, I want you to vote for the Libertarian, people say, well, I don't want to waste my vote. If I vote for the Libertarian, the bad guy is going to win, and I'm going to feel really terrible. Because I didn't vote to prevent the bad guy from winning. Now, I don't care which guy you think is the bad guy, you're not wasting your vote. If I give you a choice, a 45% chance at lethal injection, a 50% chance of the electric chair, and 5% for escape, what are you going to vote for? The electric chair because you're likely to win? What are you going to vote for? Escape, but it's only 5%. I don't care. It's the right thing to do. Now, with instant runoff voting, you get to itemize. This is my first choice. This is my second choice. This is my third choice. Now, you can vote for the guy you really want to vote for. And if he doesn't win, they will take your second choice and go for the guys that, the bad one doesn't win. And now, when we start getting 20, 25, or 30% for the Libertarians, guess what? Things are going to change. I have a copy of Pretty Good Privacy. It's called PGP, and it's a software program. You can scramble it up so that the CIA and the FBI cannot read it. Grandma's peanut butter cookie recipe is safe. Now, I won't go into too much detail, but we are now using 2096 bits of encryption. It would take a Cray computer just about 100 years to cover crunch all the possibilities. By that time, Grandma's going to be dead, I'm going to be dead, we really don't care about the peanut butter cookie recipe. The reason the FBI and CIA are upset is because they can't break the code. So you have email, get a copy of PGP. Now, yes. Oh, the FBI? The FBI and the CIA are upset because PGP works. You can scramble your email messages so well that they can't read it. And it just pisses them off. Well, why should they read it anyway? I thought I had a right to privacy. If you thought you write your love letters in the back of a postcard, no, not generally, because it's not for public consumption. You know, it's only for money fund. So you put it in an envelope so nobody else can read it. Well, if you're sending an email, every computer that email stops on can make a copy of it. Anything that you print in an email which is not encrypted, you better be ready for that to show up from the front page of the New York Times. So buy a copy of PGP. You can get it and give you test copies. It works really well, and I highly recommend PGP.com. I can go into more detail about how it works. How it works is irrelevant. The fact that it does work is what you really need to be concerned with. Now, there's a project TOTO to expose and end the illegal operation of the income tax system. In a couple of weeks, we are going to go to Washington, and we're going to be dragging the IRS over hot coals, asking them difficult questions. Now, the government never gives us anything that they still want. If they agree to go to Washington and answer our questions, I am convinced the IRS is out. They don't care anymore. They don't want the IRS, and they're going to say, okay, you guys win. Except that they've got something better in the background, which I think is national sales tax. We've got to be careful we don't let them slip in something worse than the IRS. NorFed. We've already talked about NorFed. We can take back our currency. The economy is what's all screwed up. Silver doesn't inflate. This is real value. They can't stop you from using that. All you have to do to take back some of your liberty is use liberty currency instead. Or you can use it with all of your friends. If you and I exchange something, let's use liberty currency instead. Digital money is going to be this has all power because we are forced to use their money. Very, very soon, we won't have to. How many people here would have a Swiss bank account if they could? Okay? Why would they want a Swiss bank account? For privacy? The fact that you are the only person in the world who knows how much money you've got in the bank? Well, that's not true with a Swiss bank account. There are two people, you and the Swiss banker. You now have an opportunity to do something better than a Swiss bank account. It is called 3dgold.com. The 3Ds are privacy, protection, and profit. If I told you you could go out to the internet and get yourself a Swiss bank account, it's better than a Swiss bank account. A, because you don't have to travel to Switzerland. B, a Swiss bank account, I think you have to have like $25,000 minimum. This only requires $1,000 minimum. And 3, there's only one person in the world who knows that you've got the account. The computer knows, but the computer's not telling. Now, how does this work? You want to sell me a book. You tell your account, I'm about to get money. Somebody's about to give me $100. The computer will send you one of these encryption scrambles. You look at it, which looks like nonsense. and you do that to me. Well, I can't read it, but I give it to my account and I say, I want to send $100 to this scramble, whatever that is. So the money disappears from my account and shows up in yours. I have no idea where it went. You sent me the book. Now, if I'm calling myself George, you don't know who you sold the book to. All you care about is that you did sell the book. Now, how many people in the world know that a transaction took place? 2, me and you, and I ain't telling. Right now, 3D Gold is like trying to sell somebody the very first fax machine. Imagine being a salesman. I've got this really great machine. You put the paper in here, you douse it up, and it comes out someplace else. You go, great. Who can I send it to? Well, nobody. I mean, you're the only one. It's like, well, then why would I find one? Well, where did they first go show up? Well, somebody like Ford Motor Company said, well, we'll buy 2 of them. That way, the secretary doesn't have to run back and forth. It will save time. Well, then General Motors buys it. You go, oh, wow, so we can fax something to General Motors too? And then pretty soon somebody else and somebody else and somebody else. Now, fax machines are ubiquitous. People have them in their study. I've had people say, I want your email address or your phone number, I want your fax number. Fax machines are all over the place. You can fax something to anybody, practically. Now, how many people had email 10 years ago? Me and him and maybe 2 of my geek buddies. Email, what's that? Now, who has email? Everybody has email. 12-year-old kids have their own email. My mother has email. Everybody's got email. In 10 years, email is everywhere. Why? So we can send stupid jokes to each other. Isn't that great? It's like, oh yeah, grandma's peanut butter cookie recipe. So in 10 years, we have everybody's got email for something stupid like jokes. Now, if I told you that you could get this 3D Gold account now, and and you do these secret accounts, you can buy something from something in Russia, and it's a secret. Any money that you take out of the bank and put in 3D Gold, can the IRS get to it? Get to what? I don't know what you're talking about. Account? No, I don't know anything about account. What's that? As long as you don't forget your password. They tell you right up front, do not forget your password. Don't call us, because we can't figure it out. It's all encrypted. Eventually, not yet. That's the 3 people: protection, privacy, and profit. And they haven't got it completely up to speed yet. What they're going to allow you to do is do investments, just like the stock market. The stock market here in the United States is controlled by the SEC. And you do trading on the world market, you don't have that limitation. You get big percentages outside of the stock market. And so that will eventually be relatively profitable. But yeah, you can draw interest in all this stuff. Now, admittedly, there are only like 2 or 3 of us that got them. It's going to be hard for a while to find anybody that can transfer. But if we can get email in 10 years, how fast do you think we can get 3D Gold? You send an email there, and you just send jokes to them. Hey, wow, man, this is really great. 5 years, 4 years, maybe. E-Gold is similar in concept. Unfortunately, E-Gold is here local. They don't do any auditing, and it's a good idea that they've been rated by the IRS already. I don't think they've taken anything, but they've been hassled. 3D gold is offshore. It is not in U.S. jurisdiction. So what's the IRS going to do? Well, what's that? Yeah, well, yeah. So it's offshore. I know the man who's helping to organize this personally, and he's either really telling the truth or I'm a terrible judge of character. You know, if I had more money, I would put it in now. But, you know, it doesn't do anything right now. It's that, one and only, fax machine. I think so. I was even concerned about that. But you could go and check. So, as this becomes more and more prevalent and more powerful, then who's going to use Federal Reserve notes? Why would you? You know about the kid that used to take his ball and go home? Well, it's his ball. We can all just leave the field. You don't have to use these anymore. So the Federal Reserve may be there, but it's not going to have the authority. There's no big plan. Bye. Leave. Thank you very much. There you go. I'd love to do that. I'd be willing to transfer money back and forth. Go out and get a 3 gold account instead of email. Okay? So, right? Eventually, I'm going to do that. So, digital cash is something that is just around the corner. There's nothing that the government can do about it. This is absolutely wonderful. When the printing press came out, governments and churches in charge were real happy about that. Because up until then, I'm telling you what the Bible says. Oh, really? Now we can print the Bible, you can read it for yourself. You go, hey, you've been pulling fast on me. That's not what it says. So they didn't like the printing press. What did they do? They went out and they started burning books. Were they successful? Have we eliminated books? No, because we were printing them faster than they can burn them. There's not a damn thing they can do about it. And there's not a damn thing they can do about 3D gold. It's going to happen whether they like it or not. And the faster we make it happen, the better off we all are going to be. The Libertarian Party, page 34. Now, I really don't care who you go for, as long as you do not vote Democratic or Republican. Don't keep making the same mistake. Now, if you want my advice, I advise you to vote for the Libertarian Party. They have been around for 30 years. This December, we're having our 30th anniversary. They fight for the right to life, the right to liberty, the right to property. They're the only ones who understand rights. Your money, you spend it. You're an adult. You decide what you want to do. As long as you don't hurt somebody else, you can do anything you want. Gosh, where have I heard that before? The Libertarian Party is the only one that understands the Constitution. Yeah, but you can get elected. No, not if you don't vote for it. If you were the deciding vote, I'm going to guarantee I can get everybody else to vote Libertarian, but I need your vote. Are you willing to vote Libertarian? And, even if that's not true, are you going to wait until everybody else figures it out and then you're going to be the last one to vote for liberty? Boy, that's a patriot. Why don't you do something brave and daring, like be the first one? And then convince all your friends. Page 35. There are three groups of people. People who don't know that there is a problem. Okay? And there are of the people who know that there's a problem, people think that, yes, we can solve it. and we can work within the system if that's libertarian. If you fall in the third group and you think that the system is so that it just cannot be fixed, then start from scratch. This is Texas Constitution 2000. It's only the first couple pages of it, but Article 1 is a Declaration of Rights. Right? It says all political power is inherent in the people, and all governments exist by the will of the people. The people of Texas retain the right of altering, reforming, or abolishing their government in any manner they think proper at any time. Go to page 36. I'll read some of my favorite clauses. Section 5. Every individual has the inherent right of defending the life, liberty, or property of any other individual, using whatever force is necessary, whatever means available, including the use of deadly force. Does that sound a whole lot better than the Second Amendment? And just in case there's a Rosie O'Donnell out there who doesn't understand, let me clarify with Section 6. Every individual has the inherent right of owning, using, and carrying arms of any description. Any questions? Article 2 is the limits of the government. Government has no inherent rights or powers, neither implicit or explicit. That pretty much sums it up. And you go through. Government shall never, government shall never, government shall never, government shall never. They can't own property, they can't control the free flow of ideas, government can't do anything unless it's explicitly listed. Now this is a constitution with teeth. Now the Constitution has been written. It has not been ratified. How did we get this Constitution ratified? Well, we had 9 out of 13 states ratify it. Well, this is a Texas state constitution. We've got 254 counties. If we get 176 counties to ratify it, it becomes the law. And Texas becomes a nation. They're not existent. There is a transition. We don't expect it to happen overnight. There's a whole program of how we're going to go from the mess that we're in now to the new government. And I give you the website for that, tcrf.com, Texas Constitution Ratification Fund, and you can read, I think it's about 22 pages. First time I read it, and Texas is not the only one doing that. The sovereign nation of Hawaii is very, very close. I understand. And there's a lot of debate as to whether or not that would happen. I personally don't think it would go that far. But, I mean, if it did, send me the Alamo. Lock and load. That's right. Now, those are some of the things that I think that you should go by, that you should, improve your outlook. Now, starting on page 39, I have a list of reference material. Obviously, we haven't covered anything as much as we would like to. Hopefully, you'll start doing your own research. And I'm trying to leave breadcrumbs for you and say, gosh, go here, just you don't have to search the entire library. Now, I've got a list of books, a list of videotapes, audio tapes, and websites. Now, every book, audio, and video on this list I have read, watched, or listened to. It's not just because it's got a snappy name. I've been studying the Constitution for 18 years. Now, the websites, I don't have as much, I didn't go through every single website, every single page. So there may be things on the websites that, I don't agree with completely. But they are all, for the most part, as far as I know, very strongly, pro liberty. And I'm trying to arrange the websites in the same order that we've covered topics in the class. Now, you can go to my website. Instead of typing all these things in by hand, you can go to my website, go to the Introduction to the Constitution, which is what this class is, and I have a list of references. So you go to a page, and that same page is right there. You just point and click with the mouse. That'll save you a lot of time and effort. No. Now my website is listed on the first, page 47. Okay, and it shows where my references are. And so all of these are listed there, and you can then point and click. I'd like to go through some of these books and tell you which ones are some of my favorites. Okay, the Global Sovereign's Handbook, page 39. This book is $105, but it is worth it. Instead of going to the library and checking out, 15 or 30 books and getting a little bit here, a little bit there, this has basically got everything between two covers. You can't sit down and read it from cover to cover because your brain will explode. You got to read a chapter and then just got to sit there in a daze and absorb the information for a while. Okay? This is a very, very good book, and I haven't found anything in here which not the Global Sovereign's Handbook. Yeah. Okay. But that basically tells you where you can look through this at the end. The sovereign individual, top of page 40, that is also really good for getting your spirits up. It shows all the things that are happening that the government has no control over. And instead of thinking, oh my gosh, we're going to have another civil war, you're going, wow, there's actually light at the end of the tunnel. I can see how all this stuff is going to turn around. And, 10, 20 years from now, things are all going to be better. Okay? It's going to take a little bit of work. We can do it. Now, The Preacher from Jekyll Island is an excellent book. Okay? And it tells you how they've stolen our money from us, our economy. If you don't want to do it that way, go back to page 43 to video games. The fourth one down on page 43, the Monthly Masters. You can get this video. It's 3.5 hours. Now I know that you're that long. This will tell you detailed steps, all the stuff on how they stole our money. And you'll sit there and go, oh man, isn't it good? It is an excellent. I watched it about 3 times. This is sit down. You got to see this. And we'll spend all evening learning about the money system. Now, for most people, I don't mention it. I just kind of like to let them, because by now they're already totally blown away. But this is a little bit more advanced group. Therefore, I highly recommend at the bottom of page 40, Hologram of Liberty. It's written by Kenneth Royce, who used the name of Austin Tea Party. And he's actually in Austin, Texas. I've been looking for him. But this book goes through the idea, the possibility that the founding fathers weren't trying to protect our rights, that they deliberately made Article 3 really small so that they couldn't have their strong central government, in 1789 So they decided to just set it up so that eventually they would have this strong central government. And I thought that sounded a little bit bizarre, so I read the book. It makes some really strong arguments for it. That was like about a page. Ready? Lost Rights on the top of page 41 is excellent by James Bovard, and he's already come out with another one, Feeling Your Pain. Those are both good. Read the Communist Manifesto. Get to know what the enemy is doing. And I also have a book here. I don't know why it's not on my list, but it's the ABCs of Socialism. Real thin book. Basically, you got to figure out how they're screwing you over before you can fix the problem. Okay, that's the last books. The videotapes, the very first videotape, 1776, is excellent. It is a musical, and it seems a little bit strange to have Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson dancing, but okay, you get over that a little bit, and it talks about how all the stuff they had to go through to get the Declaration of Independence signed. When you realize how close we came to not even being the United States. It really is an excellent thing, and to the best of my knowledge, it was historically accurate. I didn't see anything in there that I knew for a fact was false. And the city of Indiana, yes. Honey Masters, Waco Rules for Engagement. I have a video on the 10th class. Now, audio tapes were down page 45. If you want to start learning about the Constitution, go to Barnes & Noble and get this series. It is by Knowledge Products, and it is narrated by Walter Cronkite. He's supposed to be and basically, it is really excellent. Walter Cronkite talks about what was happening. George Washington is coming into town. They're getting ready to write the Constitution, and then they have actors and actresses doing the voices of Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, and it's really, really good. I get goosebumps. It makes you feel like you're really there. And I have listened to this series wall to wall, the entire set, 4 times at least. When you're driving in a car, it's a really excellent thing. You just pop in and listen to that. Another excellent series is audio archives from Reality Zone. The guy who wrote Journal from Jekyll Island is responsible for all of these tapes. Edward Griffin, and they are different subjects, and I've got those listed. One of my favorites is the I was a spy for Joseph Stalin, and this guy lived it. And when you find out all the things they were doing, man, it just sends a chill. I mean, it's even more exciting than some of the James Bond things. So those are all really good. And also, if you have friends that are not quite as extreme as you are, and you don't want to scare them, by giving them all this stuff right up front, I strongly recommend How Tyranny Came to America by Joseph Silverman. Get the audio tape for $5, which is pretty good. You can also download the text and just print it. You can have people read it. My parents think that I'm an extremist and a radical. They're paranoid that I'm going to get shot. But I gave this to them, and they went, "Oh wow, yeah, we can see basically what you're talking about." So that's a really good starter tape for any of your friends. And the rest are websites. Basically, the best that you can do is basically do your own research. Find out whatever interests you. If you're interested in colonial titles, you're interested in taxes, or you're interested in the right to travel, there's a lot of stuff out there. And a lot of these websites point you to other websites. So the information is available if you want it. All you have to do is go out and find it. I want to remind you, once again, that now that you've attended the class, you're welcome to attend any future class for no additional charge. There's a lot of information, and if you want to just sit through it again, each one is unique. I try to throw in different anecdotes, different times, and different explanations. But I enjoy it. I appreciate the fact that you're all with you, and I hope that you're all very welcome.
This first public comment is for agenda item. No? I know I got mine. Not there. This is your answer. Where are they? Happy? Yeah, but maybe I'm like, we should be able to recite those. State your name for the record. I did. State your name, minutes. Holy smokes. That's not bad. 603 rules for public comment in meetings. A. Individuals must identify themselves. B. Individuals should stand behind the podium when speaking. I was in the chair today. The individuals who we allow 3 minutes to speak unless the chairperson of the board creates more time for comment and groups will be encouraged to designate one or more persons to speak on their behalf. Such designation of individuals will allow and the individual may represent the city does not speak Speakers will address the chairperson of the board. Commissioners and the audience. F. Speakers must follow the directions of the chairperson when speaking. And G. A speaker addressing the public body meeting staff continues speaking if the speech is irrelevant or repetitious, disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. How are you? Nice to see you again. Any other public comments in the room? Come on up, sir. Thank you, sir. We have a public comment. Was such a resident of Montgomery resident taxpayer. Was the highways also. This spot means a lot to people in our area. A lot of people. As far as I know, I believe is more even when I say that. My point is, how much money have you spent on this property in the last? And I don't think about it. I don't think the council maintenance has been done voluntarily, as Mr. Ryan said. And I think that's it. Any other public comment? What about church education? I believe you guys as Catholics should be still in but when people start and volunteers take care, I really love I talked today about replacing the old one. This is natural. We have to contribute support. You can still reach out to anyone, but those options I think that's they're just like I'm here to it's natural. So I like when things are reach out to me. I don't want to sell the both ways. That's the thought. Any other public comment? Any other public comment? Yeah, we got to that now. I just want to know how much money you guys spend on peace and how much money you have to put out. That's some information I'll have to get back to on. Thank you. That I can't answer. Okay. Thank you. Any other public comment? What up, sir?
I would like to know what reliability is like. What's reliability? You want to sell it, you should know 100%. Is there a reason why?
This gas is actually liability-wise, yes, but that's because we're maintaining. No, it's not a maintaining it.
Those guys should spend more. Especially today.
Pardon me. Typically, it's a question that requires further research. This is time for just public comment. What's the line? I believe that's a similar question that they just asked. Any other public comment? Come on up, sir. Spell your last name.
I guess all the time.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Any other public comment? Public comment on the phone. Item 4, amendments. Do you feel Michigan Cross Sports Council always held on their ability to the highways? Guys, can we go on the chair? Guys on the floor?
decision would be the same. So I've got my own level of bureaucracy and liability just like anybody else would. If you're interested in whatever you can to help keep it available, if that's steps, if that's something that came up to help create a production or something, so have a conversation. I just look at the conversation together and just like check with my
I appreciate your comment. This is kind of interesting, I guess. We have been discussing this for a while. And it's kind of interesting about the false information that has been out there, unfortunately, and it's been provided. The one thing that we have said throughout this is whatever happens to this property is that we will maintain and verify in all public access that's available for citizens of Oklahoma County. Unfortunately, we do own this property. We have not been maintaining it. It has been staying multi-year township. We purchased the state and purchased it this summer. This property is raised unfortunately that it has not been being maintained very well. So we just been having conversation, which is nice. I think we need to preserve this circle that we contracted and try to maintain it the way that it is. We did tell other towns townships that they can have them maintained at this property they purchased it. But a lot of false information, which is really sad. These videos are on YouTube or on the website for individuals to watch versus running one false information. I don't really know where we're at right now with all of this. We have the commissioners, we've been discussing it. Reaching out to the administrator, having conversations. So if you guys have any questions, please. We appreciate that. If you guys didn't take a free access to it?
I would hope so. I was afraid that I'm not in a position to discuss that right because I have my own team. But I would certainly advocate for that. I think I'm going to have a hard time getting more information, frankly. Some of the facts are
I'm pretty sure that this might be wants to make sure whatever happens to that property in the future, kids that have access to continue to work on it.
To clarify my statement, I would hope yes, I would advocate yes. I was 100% say yes.
Thank you. To maintain anything else part of the conversation, I don't know.
We can have that conversation. I would I'm sure you guys are lawyer well, maybe probably one or something.
Great. That's fair.
Not a lot. I was physically upset the ground on my window, so no strangers. I know we have real estate questions this up as well. If it will make available for it.
Commissioner Wiltie, you have to say anything? Thank you. Item 5A, share of vehicle purchase. Put up. Anything to add to this topic? Do you guys have anything? I came in 2023, so what did I do 2022? This year? So this December 2021 that you're talking about, is it going to be approved to apply for this West Africa? I'm asking what you're at. December 2021, we talked about this to help offset the cost of what we have for you. It didn't. Correct. So some Spanish. I don't need Department of Corrections memorandum of understanding. I guess, however, this is on occasion when a is arrested and the MDOC employees, MDOC employees being led to Southwest, or how does this happen? Or it does? I don't know. That's fine. So, I want you to stay in this and to that, the active house. That was on the security committee prior to it's got a topic I think if every meeting as far as access to that door. There's supposed to be a lock put on that door, which I don't think is happening yet. I don't have a problem with you guys. Like, I agree with that. Besides that, I think we need to stick it. So, no more. I guess that's what When all this started, there was a form that was sent out to all department heads that gave employees access to check your as far as how it did provide access. I think that the speed is there and not there. It's only a couple of steps out of the way. I think everybody should be using it unless in a specific instance where you do have to jail. I think the main door should be utilized. I think it would stop a lot of this nitpicking. That you guys really see a denial of this. I think it would stop all of that. The main door is either there or not there unless there's a that's in custody or in custody. Whatever, but that's my opinion. So it's just Scotch and clear. That's just my opinion. That's my opinion. Let me find out what the next step is. Commissioner Scott?
Well, I appreciate it.
The question was just asked was, I think we're all to that point, right? Agree. The question was asked if it's not between hours of 8:30 and 4:30. Are you okay with that? Like any Commissioner Wilson? Opinion on what your relationship is like after hours? At 7:30, you're gonna see people are gonna be watching. That's how they end up here. Supposed to be, that's my entire it's okay, you see it. You guys can collaborate with us. Okay, thank you. What do you mean with this? The director of the Department of Corrections, that it has to be signed by the administrator, which I call this too, so this is what we have. I had no idea what else. It's great, so that's where we're at with it. So, whatever. We have to follow the directions, correct, we have to follow the direction of our administrator, which is what we have. So I appreciate it. I don't see most of watch read on it. Now the grant wasn't the total $399,000. So we're not what was the grant amount, Rick? Do you recall? And is there time on that just so that when they were asked that it's
Yeah.
when you're going to have to spend this $180,000?
We're gonna run it for about another hour. It's just going on video, like 1 hour views. So we'll finish at 5:41, and then we'll break for lunch. We are currently on page 13 of the You're going to talk a little bit about the value documents. Those of us who went to school a long time ago probably hate anybody who's gone to school recently. As far as I know, this school is no longer very history. I want you to know your rights. You might be able to defend them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you kind of a crash course in American history. We said that people migrated from England, came to the North American continent, started setting up all of their houses and businesses here. They were English. Just like if we Americans moved up to Canada, we'd be living in Canada, we'd still be Americans. Just living someplace else. So they were under English rule, and they were proud to be English. Eventually, the king started laying and collecting taxes. Why was the king registering all these taxes? Because England was at war. Who was England at war with? Do you remember? France and Spain. So the king is in England, he's fighting France and Spain. He's got to raise money for his army. He's like, wow, I got all this land that I own in North America. I'll just lay taxes on the people that are there. Well, we were paying all these taxes for what? Hospitals, roads, international defense? No. They were just paying it to the king. He was spending it for whatever he wanted. He was the king. So we got sick and tired of taxation without representation. You're taking our money. We don't have any say-so over what we're doing with it. Eventually we wrote the Declaration of Independence. And we severed all of our ties with England. We said, you're not going to be English anymore. We no longer have any allegiance to the crown. The Declaration of Independence was not the start of the fighting. The fighting had been going on prior to that. In fact, in 1775, the British soldiers came to Lexington and Concord to take all of our guns. Why? Well, gosh, you can't resist if you've got guns. That's why we want to collect them all. What did the Americans do? We went, no, you won't either. These are our guns. And we ended up firing the shot heard around the world. So a year later, 1776, we formalized the war. The Declaration of Independence was the formal start of the Revolutionary War. Now, what was the end of the Revolutionary War? The Declaration of Independence started. What was the official end? The official end of the war was the Treaty of Paris. Were we fighting with England? Why is it the Treaty of Paris? Why wasn't it the Treaty of London? Because you want neutral territory. Someplace that's not yours and it's not mine. We're going to go to neutral territory. We're going to go to Paris, and we're going to sign the Treaty of Paris. Now, I've got a copy of the Treaty of Paris in here, and this book is really excellent because it shows you everything type that you can read. It also has a photograph. It also has a photograph of the actual document so that you can see what the document looked like. Now, I purchased this book from the National Archive in Washington, D.C. Guess what the title of this is? The Cornerstones of American Democracy. Are we a democracy? No, we're not. We don't like a democracy. This is from the National Archive. Well, if you're going to Washington, D.C. and buying official books with the Declaration of Independence and all the, cornerstones of democracy, why do you think people think we live in a democracy? They're lying to us all the time. Now, the book is very, very good. I just don't have to like the title. Now, if I get married, and then several years later, I decided to split up. We're going to have to do something. We're going to have a divorce settlement. You get the kids, I get the dog, you get the house, I get the car. We got to split up the property. Get the garage for the property. The Treaty of Paris, if you read it, is a divorce settlement. You're getting divorced from England, no longer part of England. And so we're splitting up the property. What did the United States get? Property, a allodial title. It no longer belongs to the king. It's yours. You can own property for the first time in human history. Ta-da! Isn't that great? That's why the Treaty of Paris is so important. Now, we got the property. We are now allodial landholders. What did England give? What did we give England in this settlement? Well, if you ever have a divorce and there are children involved, usually there are custody rights. The kids are going to live with me, but you get to come and visit them every so often. Well, England basically got visitation rights. They get to come here and sell all their products because we have 2 million people in the United States. Those are customers. England didn't want to lose customers. So we're going to give you the land as long as we can still buy and sell over in America. And we basically gave them the privilege of traveling up and down the Mississippi River. So that's what England got out of the Treaty of Paris. So now, during that time, while they were fighting the Revolutionary War, did we have the Constitution? No. What did we have as our form of government at the time? The Articles of Confederation. So the Articles of Confederation basically set up a loosely organized group, 13 independent colonies that kind of joined together like a club. In fact, the title of the Declaration of Independence is really the unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America. And united is a small u. It's not an uppercase U. It's not United States. They're states. You just happen to be united. United is an adjective. And this is a unanimous declaration. Anybody have a unanimous declaration all by yourself? It's a contradiction, isn't it? If something is unanimous, yeah, 13 states, 13 colonies, they all agreed, and they joined a collective organization, which was a confederacy. And the Articles of Confederation were really like the first constitution. Now, we did not win the American Revolution. We were not really strong and tough and just kicked butt. It didn't happen. George Washington won 2 battles out of all of it. He was constantly running away. He was retreating. Go bang, 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 bang. They pick up the guys to go. And the British are going, wait a minute, what are you guys doing? Stand still so we can shoot you. How are you supposed to have a battle if you keep running away? It's ridiculous. Bang, 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 and run away, run away. So we only won 2 battles. We didn't win. We just refused to lose. King George is fighting France and Spain. He's got his hands full over here. And he's looking over his shoulder going, oh man, you guys are a pain in the butt. You want to be free? Go. Be free. Be independent. You're more trouble than you're worth. We win. So, how did we win? Just all by ourselves? No. Somebody was loaning us money. Who do you think was loaning us money? You think maybe France and Spain? Wait a minute, you hate the king too? Here's money, go buy guns. You can help us fight the king. There'll be 3 of us now instead of just 2. So France and Spain loaned us all this money. The end of the American Revolution, okay, the affairs, fighting is over. Wait a minute. Do you think that France and Spain want their money back? How many people except mom and dad are going to loan us money and not ask for the money back? So France and Spain, and I was like, come on guys, pay up. So according to the Articles of Confederation, that why did you ask? Demand, and everybody's supposed to pay their fair share. And you went, We'll catch you next month. We're busy growing tobacco right now. We're trying to build up Virginia. And nobody was putting in their fair share. And if they did, they were printing money. Each one of the colonies was an independent country. Like France and Spain, we had Virginia, Massachusetts, Connecticut. And they printed their own money. And they were printing it like it was going out of style. Pretty soon, people would not take money. I said, here, I'll give you $1. You go, I don't want $1. Why not? Because next week it's going to be worth 50 cents. It's losing money. I'll take something useful, I'll give you chickens. Give you silver, give you gold, but I'm not going to take that paper money. And people will not take money. What happens to the economy? It stops. And if the economy stops, everybody's in trouble. Because then, but wait a minute, you guys got to go back to Philadelphia and you got to fix the Articles of Confederation. Add a paragraph, delete a sentence, edit, patch it up, make it work. So they go all rushing off to Philadelphia. Did they modify the Articles of Confederation? No. They scrapped it. They started from scratch. And they came up with the Constitution. Yay! But, these guys were the founding fathers, and they all just agreed. They just kind of sat around with their arms around each other, and there was just unanimous approval for the Constitution, right? No! They almost got into fisticuffs. Benjamin Franklin several times had to stop them from fighting. That's how much they were arguing. Now, who were the two groups? Yeah, first of all, Alexander Hamilton and all of his boys. Did you know that Alexander Hamilton was a monarchist? He did not like King George, but he liked the idea of a king. In fact, he liked it so much, he wanted to take the English system of government and bring it here. We're going to have our own House of Commons, our own House of Lords, and have our own Parliament. And Alexander Hamilton actually asked George Washington if George Washington would be the first king. Fortunately for us, George Washington said no. Luckily, now, they went into Philadelphia, and Alexander Hamilton and his boys, they came in with a whole new document. They said, well, I think we can get this one passed. Now, what? There are two forms of government. On page 13, you look at the definition of federal. Federal is of or pertaining to a compact or league, especially a league between nations or states. It's a club. Now, let's look at national. Of, pertaining to, or maintained by a nation as an organized whole or independent unit. So a national government is one. A federal government is many. If we talk about the United States, we're talking about a national government. At the early stages of our country, we talked about these United States. These meaning plural. We don't use that anymore. Why not? So you got a federal government versus a national government. Now, Alexander Hamilton wanted a national government. He wanted a strong central government. And he wrote the Constitution, or helped write the Constitution, to establish a strong central government. You think the people would have voted for that? No. We just had a war against King George. We just got rid of a strong central government. Why would I want another one? So Alexander Hamilton knew that people would never vote for a national government. So he called himself and his group the Federalists. Isn't that great? That's like dog and cat. So he just named his group the Federalists. But he was really a nationalist. Now, Thomas Jefferson and all of his boys, wanted a loosely organized government or a federal government. Thomas Jefferson was a federalist. Wait a minute, you can't use that name because Alexander Hamilton's already got that name. So Alexander Hamilton jumped in. He said, okay, you guys can be the anti-federalists. If you're an anti-federalist, does it sound like you're in favor of a loosely organized group or against it? So before the Constitution was even written, our politicians were already lying to us. Now, if you go to, Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay wrote newspaper articles. They're basically editorials, trying to convince people to ratify the Constitution. Because they think it's such a great idea. Those the Federalist Papers. That's one of the things that we used to have to read in school. Now I've never heard people don't even know what they are. There's another book known as the Anti-Federalist Papers. Those were written by Edward Henry and the guys against the Constitution. It's a lesser known book. You should really read both of them. People say, well, we don't know what the founding fathers were really thinking. Baloney! We know exactly what they were thinking. They wrote it down. You just have to read it. The politicians say, no, we don't know what they were thinking. We have no idea what they said. So you'll just have to take our word for it. Okay. Well, let's read a little bit what they said. Alexander Hamilton wrote in Federalist Paper number 9, the definition of a Confederate Republic seems simply to be an assemblage of societies, or an association of two or more states into one state. Distinct modifications in expression. Like, don't worry your pretty little head about it. Okay? So long as the separate organizations of the members be not abolished, so long as it exists by a constitutional necessity for local purposes, though it should be in perfect subordination to the general authority of the Union, it would still be, in fact and in theory, an association of states, or a confederacy. This fully corresponds to every rational import of the term with the idea of a federal government. So he's twisting the words around and saying, no, it's really a federal government because we didn't erase all the lines. Patrick Henry wrote in 1788, the fate of this question in America may depend on this. Have they said, we the states? Have they made a proposal of a compact between states? If they had, this would be a confederation. It is otherwise, most clearly, a consolidated government. The question turns, sir, on that poor little thing, the expression, we the people, instead of the states of America. I need not take much pains to show that the principles of this system are extremely pernicious, impolitic, and dangerous. The rights of conscience, trial by jury, liberty of the press, all of your immunities and franchises, all the pretensions to human rights and privileges are rendered insecure, if not lost, by this change so loudly talked about by some and inconsiderately by others. Is this same relinquishment of rights worthy of free men? Is it worthy of that manly fortitude that ought to characterize Republicans? It is said 8 states have adopted this plan. I declare that if 12 states and a half had adopted it, I would, with manly firmness, and in spite of an erring world, reject it. So Patrick Henry says, you're all wrong. It is not a federal government. It is a national government, and I don't care how many people say that 2 plus 2 is equal to 5. It's not. So there were people at the time who were opposed to the Constitution because they were afraid that it gave too much power to the government. We've got 225 years of hindsight. Who was right? Now, the Constitution was written as a response to all this printed money. When you print money, you cause inflation. When you cause inflation, people will not accept the currency. If people do not accept the currency, the economy stops. And if the economy stops, everybody is hurt. And so they said, go to Washington and create something, fix the Articles of Confederation. They didn't. They replaced it. Started from scratch with the Constitution. It was signed on September 17th, 1787. Right? Very, very close to September 17th, Constitution Day. What are you doing for Constitution Day to, celebrate that document? Right? Or possibly to announce how bad that document is. The Constitution is a wonderful document, but it has some terrible flaws in it. If you don't read the document, you don't know what the flaws are. Now, the Constitution had to go out and it had to be ratified. Why? Because they didn't have authorization to do that. They had to get permission from the people. And so the states, the 13 colonies, had to ratify it. How many colonies had to ratify it before it became the supreme law of the land? None. The Articles of Confederation said it had to be unanimous. You think they would have been able to be unanimous? No. So Alexander Hamilton said, we got to get away with less. We'll do it for 9. And then just kind of force everybody into it. Now, eventually, all 13 states did ratify it, but only 9 were required. Now, when we ratified the Constitution, that was 2 years later, in 1789. 1789 was the same year that we wrote the Bill of Rights. Well, why did we write the Bill of Rights? Wasn't the Constitution good enough? No. They were afraid that the Constitution gave too many powers to the federal government. We wanted protection from the government. We wanted a Bill of Rights. We wanted further limitations on the government. So the Bill of Rights was written in 1789 and ratified 2 years later, remember, it was 1776. Add 11, and you've got 1789, which was the 87. 1787 is when the Constitution was signed. 2 years later, in 89, it was ratified, and the Bill of Rights was written. And the Bill of Rights was ratified 2 years after that in 1791. Right? So 11, 2, and 2. Now, let's talk about the Constitution. Fine. If you open up your book on the Constitution to page 17, we have the preamble. What is a preamble? It's a paragraph that says why we are writing this document. It's a statement of purpose. Most of you should know this by heart. It says, we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Okay? That's why we're writing the Constitution. So, to form a more perfect union, that means they already had a union, the Articles of Confederation. We said that one doesn't work so well, and then it says we're going to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Does that mean for everybody? No, that's how we should interpret it. But that's not what they meant. also notice that the first line says, "We the people of the United States." And the last line says, "Establish this Constitution for the United States of America." United States and United States of America. These are two different things. One is a republic, the other is a democracy. We'll talk about that a little bit more. Now, the Constitution was set up to operate as a negative authority. Who has all the power? We do. We are giving power and authority to the government. That is a permission. We have the rights, they get privileges. Don't let them tell you anything different. Now, the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of each state are a political trust. Let me describe a trust very briefly. Let us pretend that I am very old. Let us also pretend that I am very rich. We have to pretend that the rich part of a lot harder to do. Okay? So I'm rich and old and I have children. And I want to leave my money, all my millions of dollars for my children. But their children, they don't know how to spend money. If I give them $10 million, they're going to spend it on bubble gum. And I don't want that to happen. So, knowing that I'm probably going to die before they grow up, I want to create a contract. I'm going to create a contract with John, Uncle John, and I want to leave my money for my children. So I write a contract with John that says, I'm going to give you my money. And when my children turn 18 or 21 or whatever age I decide, I want you to give them their money. And I will pay you $1,000 a year or whatever it is to do that. So I've got a contract with John that is known as a trust. I am a trust board. The reason I write this contract is because I trust John. I don't think he's going to, take advantage of me. And I'm not going to be here to make sure. John is the trustee. He's the person that I'm putting my trust in. Now, who does the money belong to? John? No, the money belongs to my children, the beneficiaries of the trust. Do they have to do anything to get that money? Well, no, probably not. Just grow up. If I've got a son that's a real bum, maybe I'll say that he's got to get married before he gets the money. But I can write that into the contract. And so if my son turns 21 and he's not married, can John give my son the money? No, that would be a breach of contract. John has a fiduciary responsibility to execute that contract as I wrote it. The Constitution is a political trust. Who wrote the trust? The founding fathers. What did they want to give us? Money? No. Liberty and security. They fought for it, they had it, and they wanted to make sure they transfer it to their posterity. So what did they do? They wrote up a trust, a contract, with a group of people who are the trustees. Who are the trustees of this contract? Government. Anybody who goes into office. Why do they take an oath of office to solemnly swear to uphold and defend the Constitution? So that if they violate that contract, they are guilty of perjury and treason. Perjury is punishable by imprisonment. Treason is punishable by life in prison or death. This is not small potatoes. This is serious stuff. So the Constitution is a political trust, and everybody who goes to establish a system of checks and balances. How many people remember that? Good. Now, what are the system of checks and balances? Lock and key? Well, kind of, sort of. There are three branches of government. We have the legislative branch. and the judicial branch that adjudicates breaches of the law. But it's all law. And we want to make sure that each group doesn't have too much power, so we separate them. Ironically, the first three articles of the Constitution are legislative, executive, and judicial. You want to know anything about Congress, go to Article 1. You want to know anything about the President, Vice President, go to Article 2. Supreme Court, that's Article 3. Let's talk about Article 1, which is legislative. Go to page 17. It says, all legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress consisting of a Senate and House of Representatives. Why do we have a Senate and a House of Representatives? Why don't we just have like one big room? If you're going to argue, at least you're there in the same room together. Good. So we're trying to argue about this Constitution. And you've got big states like New York and Virginia, lots and lots of people. You've also got little tiny states like New Jersey and Rhode Island. And they're saying, well, okay, we're going to vote, the big states say, we're going to vote by population. The more people you get, the more votes you get. The small states go, whoa, 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 whoa. That's not fair. You guys have got way more people than we do. So we decide to do that, and we're never going to get a vote. Or we're only going to get so many votes, it's not going to count. We're never going to have any say-so. So each state should have its own vote. One state, one vote. And the big states go, whoa, 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 that's not fair. You guys have only got, 20 people. So you guys vote the way that Virginia or New Jersey goes, and this doesn't sound fair. This was the biggest argument in the entire thing, is how they were going to vote. It ended up being a great compromise. You're not going to do it that way, we're not going to do it this way, we're going to do it both ways. The House of Representatives currently has 435 members. The number of representatives that you have depends on how many people you have. That makes the big states happy. The Senate was originally going to have one, they decided to have two, just in case somebody got sick. Every state gets 2 senators. That way, whether you're New Jersey or Texas, you still get 2. Everybody's got the same vote. So you make the small states happy. You do it both ways. Now, what I'd like to do is go to page 18, and we're going to look at section 2, clause 3, which says, shall be determined by adding a whole number of persons. The actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the first meeting of Congress, and within every subsequent term of 10 years. What are we talking about? The census. Why do they take the census? They have to. It's in the Constitution. Why do they take the census? Why do we go out and count noses? To find out how many representatives you've got. What happened in Texas in the last census? We added 2 representatives. That's because Texas is so wonderful, everybody's moving here. You go, wow, you guys got a lot more people. We're going to give you 2 more representatives. What does that mean about somebody else? They lost 2 somewhere along the line. So the census is mandatory. They have to count and find out how many people. Can they ask you how much money you're making, whether you're living with somebody, how many children you have? No. Well, that's a good response. They can ask. but you don't have to tell them. I got, unfortunately, the small form. I was hoping in the big form there would be more answers that I refused to answer. But they're supposed to take the census for representatives and taxation. Direct taxes are supposed to be apportioned to the several states. Direct taxes are taxes that you cannot avoid. Indirect taxes are taxes that you can avoid, like a sales tax. You got a tax on gasoline that you don't want to pay the tax on it. Don't buy that. But if it's a direct tax, you can't avoid it. It basically come and collect it. Well, a direct tax cannot go directly to the people. It is apportioned to several states. Congress has to write a bill and say, okay, we need $1 million for whatever. Now, if they need $1 million, Washington, D.C. should send a bill to Sacramento, California for their share. California has 10% of the people in the United States. 1 out of every 10 people in the United States lives in California. So Washington, D.C. should send Sacramento a bill for $100,000, or 10% of the bill. If Sacramento's got the money, they should write a check. And the people of California never know. If they don't, well, then they can send out a tax everybody 25% or 25 cents for your fair share. But once that tax is collected, it's over. End of story. Now, please go to page 20. I want to look at Article 1, Section 4-2. The sections are labeled in your book. The clauses are not. So when you get to a clause, you need to count paragraphs. So this is the right underneath Section 4, the second paragraph. It says, Congress shall assemble at least once in every year. Why did they write that? How long is Congress in session right now? All year long. I mean, 11 and a half months a year. They take 2 weeks in December to go to Bahamas with their secretary. Why is Congress in session so long? Or rather, why did the Founding Fathers feel a necessity to write, you must get together once a year? What difference is get together all the time? Well, maybe they didn't expect Congress to be there all year long. What is Congress supposed to do? Where is that listed? It's listed in Section 8. Let's go to page 23. In the middle of the page in your book, the booklet, it says, Section 8. Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises every April 15th for anything they want. Isn't that what your book says? I have a different copy. What does your book say? To lay and collect duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts, provide for the common defense, and general welfare. End of story. If they're collecting taxes for any, it's unconstitutional. They can't do that. Now, Section 8 gives a list of 18 things that Congress is permitted to do. It's a privilege that we give them. Let's look at some of them. They can borrow money. They can regulate commerce with foreign nations, establish a uniform rule of naturalization, coin money and regulate the value thereof, provide for the punishment of counterfeiting, establish post offices, promote the progress of science, constitute tribunals to define and punish piracies, declare war, raise and support armies, to provide and maintain a navy, etc., etc. 18 things. Those are the things that Congress is given permission to do. Anything that Congress is doing that is not in that list is by definition unconstitutional. Take a quick check. Show me Board of Education. You find it? Show me Social Security. Is it in there? They're unconstitutional. You can't do that. Now, they can build an army. They can build a navy. Okay, bang. You got soldiers, you got sailors. Okay? Well, there wasn't the Air Force at the time. What is general welfare? General welfare means it's got to be good for everybody. For the general population. That's right. Now, handouts for food stamps or free housing and all that, is that general welfare? No, not unless everybody gets it. That is not general welfare, that is specific welfare. And that's where they've twisted these words around. I'm opposed to public education. I'm in favor of everybody being really smart. But in 1953, we established the Department of Housing, Education, and Welfare. During the 1950s, students in the United States were number one in math and science. Russia was a distant number two. We were so far in first place that we didn't have to worry about it. Everybody was sending their boys and girls to the United States to get a good education. So now we had the Department of Education for about 50 years. Can your kids read and write? If they can't, it's not because they went to school. Currently, United States students are 21 on a nationwide or a worldwide scale. We are no longer in first place. In fact, we are so far from first place, we can't even count that high. So, back to my definition of insanity. We've had the Department of Education for 50 years. Do you want to throw more money into it? No, let's eliminate the Department of Education. Let's start teaching our kids something. Homeschool them. They have a national spelling bee every year. The last 4 years in a row, the winner of the national spelling bee was homeschooled. The last year, the first, second, and third place students were homeschooled. You have to be a rocket scientist to figure this out? Your kids are going to school and coming back stupid. Take them out of school so they learn something. Congress is supposed to create an army. They did. They're supposed to create a navy. They did. What are they going to do next year? Well, you don't have to create an army. You've already got one. You don't have to create a navy again. Just cross those two off the list. You're supposed to create post offices. Well, okay, we did. Maybe this year we got one more. Okay, got it. Now, well, there's not much else you're supposed to do. Go home. That's why the Founding Fathers put in that article about you've got to get together at least once a year. How often do we elect our representatives? Every other year. The Founding Fathers were paranoid that we were going to go to Washington, get elected, have a big celebration, and then go home and never come back. They don't want the ship of state traveling without somebody checking in, and so they said you got to check in at least once a year. That all by itself gives you a strong clue that Congress is doing more than they're supposed to. Go home. Section 9 of Article 1 is a list of things that Congress can't do. Now wait a minute, if we are giving you permission, and I give you a list of the things that you can't do, anything that's not on that list, you can't do, right? You tell your kids, these are things you can eat. Grapefruit, cauliflower, no spinach. Anything that's not on that list you can't eat. How about M&M's? Is it on the list? No, and you can't do it. But as a parent, you know that a list of things you can do isn't enough. If you're going to go off to the store, you say, these are the things you can eat, and these are the things you can't eat. You can't have M&M's. You can't have Hershey bars. You can't have candy of any form. Just in case you didn't know from the first list. So we in Congress, just in case you didn't know, a second list. Section 9 says these are the things you cannot do. And look at 9. On page 25, 9-4. No capitation or other direct tax shall be laid unless in proportion to the census or enumeration herein before directed to be taken. So we're giving Congress power to tax. We already said that what is supposed to be enumerated, but we're going to go in and say, hey, you can't do any taxes not based on enumeration. You can't. Are they doing it? Yeah. It's unconstitutional. Who's going to do something about it? Congress? No. It's our job. We've got to hold their feet to the fire. You can't do it if you don't know the Constitution. Section 10 of the Constitution tells the states certain things that they cannot do. Let's look at page 26. Section 10-1. No state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation. Why? Because you're already in a confederation. You're already part of the United States. You can't be a part of their stuff, too. What would you say if your husband or wife came home and said, sweetheart, I'm getting married? Time out. You can't do that. You're already in an agreement. The other thing the states cannot do is grant letters of marque or reprisal, coin money, emit bills of credit, or make anything but gold and silver coin and tender in payment of debts. Why gold and silver? Because it has real value. You pick it up and it's worth something. It feels like something. It's heavy. Not like those tokens they give us. This is real money. This is lawful money. It's authorized by the Constitution. Anything other than gold or silver is unconstitutional for the states. Now, we're going to talk about money a lot more after lunch, so I'm just going to kind of leave that. But that is why I require silver for this plaque, because it is constitutional. It would be hypocritical for me to accept Federal Reserve notes, which are fiat worthless paper. So, Article 1 tells you everything that you need to know about Congress. It gives them a list of things that they are allowed to do. Anything that's not listed in Article 1, Section 8 is, by definition, unconstitutional. Article 2 deals with the executive. The executive is the President of the United States, who is Vice President, and everybody else who's enforcing law down to your local police officer, who's also, she is also part of the executive. Now, it says on page 27, in that third paragraph there, the electors shall be, each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors to which the state may be entitled to Congress. How many representatives does Texas have now? 32. How many senators do we have? 2. So we've got a total of 34 members in Congress. Now, the state legislature can elect as many. So we've got 34 over here in Congress. We're going to create another 34 people. These are electors. What are they going to do? They're going to elect the president. This is your electoral college. It's not the senators and representatives that are voting, but the same number. We've got 535 people in Congress and 535 different people in the electoral college. They are the ones that get the vote. Have you ever seen them on TV? Yes, during the last election down in Florida, when we had this big brouhaha, they finally showed members of the electoral college and like 32 people in Florida who were dropping their ballots in the box. Now, if the people get to vote for the president directly, what does that make the United States? A democracy. Do you want a democracy? No. So the founding fathers set up a system to basically say these people are going to take, the feel of the country or the feel of the state. Now, if you are an elector, you're supposed to say, okay, all of my group is Republican. And you're supposed to take that into account. And probably 9 times out of 10, you're going to vote Republican because all the people that you represent are Republican. But what if it's 50-50? 50% Democratic, 50% Republican. Now, who do you vote for? Your choice. Now, if you get 90% Republican, can you vote Democratic? Yes. It's your choice. You're supposed to do what you think is the smart thing to do. Because if the people all say, oh yeah, let's vote for that Ross Perot guy, and you don't think that's a good idea, you're protecting them from their own stupidity. That's why they elected you. You elected the wrong guy. What's that? It's based on each state. And it's going to be different for each state. The state legislature determines how your electors are chosen. And one of the things on my growing list of things to do is to find out how Texas does it. I just haven't had time to get around it. Okay? So, if that system is correct, why are you voting for president? Why did you go out and cast your ballot? Does the popular vote mean anything? No. Years and years ago, you had this little car seat for kids, a little plastic steering wheel, so you could sit next to Daddy and you could help drive. I help Daddy. Okay? If you're going, and turn right with your steering wheel, and they're going to go left, yeah, because your steering wheel's not connected. If voting for the president meant anything, would have been illegal long ago. Now, president on page 28, it says, you're going to vote for, but choosing the president the most shall be in the United States. Okay, right at the top of the page, so the person having the greatest number of votes shall be the president. If such number be the majority of the whole number of electors appointed, and if there be more than one, if such more, vice president. The vice president is got the second number of votes. After the choice of making president, the person having the greatest number of votes of the electors shall be the vice president. Okay? Is that the way we do it? No. When did that change? It had to change somewhere. Okay? That's the 12th Amendment. We'll talk about the 12th Amendment. Now, one last thing before we go. Page 29. Okay? The last paragraph of the bottom of page 29, it says, before he entered on the execution of his office, he shall take the following oath or affirmation. Quote, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. The oath of office is in the Constitution. They wrote it down. Why? It's a trust. It's a contract. And when you take that oath of office, you are swearing to defend and protect the Constitution. If you don't, it's perjury and treason. So, what I want to do is stop there. We're going to break for lunch. Come back and finish up a little bit with the executive. Yeah, and I think we're going to go to see we are talking about Constitution in general. We're talking about Article 2. What does Article 2 discuss? What branch of government? Executive, everything that has to do with president, vice president, and it just finished up with the oath. The oath of office for president is actually listed in the Constitution. Now, the president can be impeached for treason, bribery, violence, other misdemeanors. Now, one of the things that the presidents throughout history have been doing is they have been writing executive orders. Now, the first president to ever write an executive order was George Washington. Now, an executive order is for the people who work for him at the White House. It's like order for paper clips. No starch. That's an executive order. Right? Since then, the presidents have been using executive orders for a whole lot more than that. Now, let's just Bill signed a total of 357 executive orders while he was president. Now, these executive orders basically gave some form of absolute authority to one of the federal agencies in a time of national emergency. So, if there is a national emergency, FEMA is going to go in and take care of all the hospitals and stuff. In a time of national emergency, your energy commission is going to go in and they're going to take complete and total control over power generation. And other agencies are going to go in and take over complete control of transportation. The FCC, and you guys know, the radio stations, in every radio station, in all their radio electronic stuff, they've got a chassis built into the system where the FCC can automatically, by remote control, take over the radio station. So you can be doing a wild 50s music or whatever, and suddenly they send out a radio signal and they are broadcasting it to your mouth. Isn't that great? The federal government can take over what goes out with the airwaves. Now, we got page 15 in your handout. I have a list of which executive orders Bill Clinton signed in which year. Notice that in 2001, And he left office January 21st. In 3 weeks before he left, he still signed 3 executive orders. Now, Paul Begala is a top advisor, as is being quoted on TV saying, stroke of the pen, law of the land, kind of cool, huh? Well, yeah, I suppose if you're the king, it was a monarchy where the king would sign a proclamation to make it law. Does that? Does the bill bypass Congress? What happens to our series of checks and balances? Just thumbing their nose at it. So, I don't care who Bill Clinton was sleeping. If Hillary doesn't care, why should I care? It's not her time calculated. But I'm a little bit irritated with the 357 executive orders that he signed. Each one of those, as far as I'm concerned, he should be locked up for treason. Now, back on page 49, I believe, of your handout, is a list of web pages. And these are web links that you can go to study one of these particular executive orders. Don't take my word for any of this stuff. Go out and do your own research. Read the executive order for yourself. And I've got summaries out there. 11490 assigns emergency preparedness functions to federal departments and agencies. 10997 emergency preparedness functions to the Secretary of the Interior. Emergency preparedness functions to the Secretary of Agriculture. What type of emergency do you have in agriculture? Down at 11,002 emergency preparedness functions to the Postmaster General. What's he going to do? Lick stamps for him? Why do all these things happen? The emergency preparedness all deal with some national emergency. Guess who gets to decide whether or not there's a national emergency? The president. So with the stroke of a pen, suddenly you can have martial law overnight. No, this is the United States. That only happens in, Angola, in Russia, in all those other places. Yeah, and when the army tanks are rolling down your street, you're going to be going, oh gosh, I didn't think it could happen here. National emergency is not commodity. At the discretion of the president. Oh, well, I feel a whole lot better. I trust the president. They were talking about Executive Order 12-9-19, which was signed June 3rd of 1994, not too long ago. And this executive order was written by Bill Clinton, released to the public, and just recently became law in 1998. It is an order that consolidates any previous executive orders into one sweeping executive order. Like tiny ones. Just bundle them all up into one sweeping order. And it says, and in view of the existing national emergency declared by proclamation 2914 by December 16, 1950. Now, what was that national emergency? This is page 15. In the handout. So, in 1950, we had some sort of national emergency, and Bill Clinton is writing this order because of the existing national emergency. Do you feel like there was some sort of national emergency in 1994? They just have to, the point is they just have to declare the national emergency. They don't have to tell anybody about it. So, we're finished with Article 2. Let's go to Article 3 of the Constitution. Now, let me show you the Constitution. How many articles does the Constitution have? 7. 7 articles. The first 3, legislative, executive, and judicial. So let's look at Article 1. It fills up all of the first page and almost all of the second page. And it's large pages. So let us start Article 1. Then they start Article 2 down at the bottom. And finish up on the same page. So it's quite a full page for Article 2 for the president. Article 3, I mean, it's like less than a third of a page. There's not a whole lot there. Well, what is the Constitution? The Constitution is supposed to be the chains of the Constitution. It's supposed to put limitations on government. Which branch of government has the fewest chains? The judicial. Which one do you think is most hazardous to your liberty? Now, open up your book of the Constitution to page 31. You'll see at the beginning of Article 3, it says, the judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court. All right, that's good. Now down to the 4th and 5th line. The judges of both the Supreme and Inferior Courts shall hold their offices during good behavior. What does that mean? They just have to comb their hair and brush their teeth before they show up? What does it mean that they are elected for good behavior? It's life term. Once you're elected, you have to die or quit before you're out. You get elected once, and unless we impeach you for treason, you are there for life. That's why everybody wants to be a Supreme Court judge. You know, basically you don't have to worry about going up for election anymore. Why are we always worried about who we vote for in the popular election for president? It didn't say anything. Because the president of the United States is the guy that appoints the Supreme Court judges. Imagine Al Gore being president, and who is he going to appoint as a Supreme Court judge? And then you've got that judge until that judge dies. That's why everybody's so worried about who the next president is, not because we give it 2 cents about what he is, but who he's going to appoint. We're going to be stuck with that person for life. Now, let us go to the bottom of page 31. This is the beginning of section 2. It says, the judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity. What does that mean? In law and equity. Pretty close. You're on the right track. And then you flip over to the next page, page 32. Of the about the 4th line. All cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction.
As like a cash. Yeah. And I was working there.
The key is in this last phrase, admiralty and maritime jurisdiction. We have different jurisdiction. These are the 3 types of law that the Supreme Court has jurisdiction over. We have the Constitution of supreme law of the land.
And you have to sit down.
That is only
And the one who comes out of the bathroom,
common law.
she comes out, she hands me a folder. And I wasn't sure because I never met them before. If they were all together.
That's common
easy. Just like if you didn't know somebody would ask for ID. So in the same way, I didn't ask for ID, but I asked for
Surprise! What drives for property? Rights. The Constitution is supposed to protect your rights, so it's got to be, common law's got to be based on property.
and she did it next week.
So if you run over my mailbox and that's my property, what has to happen?
He came in.
You have to restore my property. Instead of me beating over the head with a baseball bat, you come over and fix my mailbox. As soon as you fix my mailbox, we're friends again. Right? There are two laws, or two aspects to common law. Don't mess with anybody's property, and do what you say you're going to do. That is where criminal law and civil law derive from. So, I've got criminal cases and civil cases. Again, criminal is based on the violation of property. Civil cases based on a violation of your word. You promised to do something, I was going to pay you. You reneged on the contract, and so I take you to civil. That's going to be on page 44. These amendments on page 44 of your Constitution. And the second to last line, it says, shall not be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. What is due process of law? You get your day in court. Is that due process? If I've got this kangaroo court over here, I'm in West Virginia, and yeah, I've got all my brothers and sisters on the jury. You want to go and sit in my court? Is that due process? No. Due process means that you have common law, equity law, and admiralty law. Those are the three types of law that the Supreme Court is authorized to preside over. And they are different. Just like baseball, football, and basketball are different sports. They're all sports, but they are different sports. You don't stand on a baseball field and go, touchdown! So what are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense. Here, someplace else, that may make perfectly good sense. You have to know what playing field you're on. Now, common law is all based on property. If I haven't damaged any of your property, or you can't show me a contract that I've reneged on, you've got nothing. You can't accuse me of it, or you can accuse me, but you can't put me in jail for anything. Now, what if you're in my car, and we intersect, unfortunately, out on somebody else's property? Where's the property damage? Did I violate your property or did you violate my property? Those kind of both at the same time. Listen, there's no clear property distinction. You can't say this was my mailbox. Really, you cannot apply it. You can't say this is my property and not yours. That's where equity law comes in. Under equity law, the judge has arbitrary power. The judge can decide what the result of the case is. Equity means fairness. So this is all supposed to be based on fairness. Defined by who? The judge. So, I mean, if you like the judge and you trust him, that might not be so bad. But, if you don't trust the judge, you may be in for a real rude awakening. Now, if it's not going to be an equity court, then you drop down in an admiralty court. What does admiralty and maritime make you think of? Water. All right is based on property. If I go out on nobody owns the ocean. There's no property. There's no land. I can say this is my land, and the land's not going to move. When the tide comes in, the tide goes out, nobody owns the ocean. And so you have a completely different body of law. When I go out onto a sailboat, I've said this several times, I don't know if any of you are sailors. Has anybody here heard the expression, the captain's word is law? Okay? It's not a euphemism. It doesn't mean, oh, the old man is just grouchy until he gets a second cup of coffee. It means the captain's word is law. It doesn't have to be right. He just has to be the captain. When he goes out into the ocean in his boat, he has a 40-foot floating country. However, maybe a boat. It is his country, and he is a dictator. End of story. Isn't that right? He can throw you in the brig for anything he wants. You're here parked on the wrong side. Now, if I'm floating out there in the ocean in my boat, and I find another boat, and there's nobody on the boat, who owns it? The captain. This is called, what is this called? Salvage rights. Thank you. Another senior. Okay? It's salvage rights. Finders keepers. I found it. Nobody else claimed it. It's mine. End of story. Is that the way we do this on land? No. This is the law of the sea. What is the Constitution? The Constitution is the supreme law of the land, based on property. Common law and admiralty law are supposed to stay apart, just like land and water. Admiralty law is allowed to come up on land as far as the high water mark, originally. Because what is the ocean used for? You live there? No. All you use it for is just transporting and shipping goods back and forth. It's used for commerce. So anybody who had a ship out in the ocean, you're selling stuff. Or taking it somewhere to be sold. Now, when we have the United States is different. We've got the Great Lakes. England doesn't have any Great Lakes. We've got all these rivers that England doesn't have. You can send your ships up and down these rivers inland. Well, gosh, that doesn't make any sense anymore. We can't say law of the sea. So now it's really the law of commerce. It's not so much where you are doing it, it's what you are doing. So you've got three bodies of law that the Supreme Court can adjudicate. Common law, equity law, and admiralty law. They're different. Right? Now, are those the only bodies of law? No. Those are the only ones that the Constitution acknowledges. So we can have that these are constitutional laws. Anything that is specified by the Constitution is constitutional. Anything which is prohibited by the Constitution is unconstitutional. What if something is not specified but not prohibited by the Constitution? What do we call that? It is extra-constitutional. It's outside the Constitutional, but it's not forbidden. One of your rights is the right to contract. You have an unlimited right to contract. Now, if I say, I will pay you $200 to paint the house my dog sleeps in, you go, wow, it's a great deal. I mean, how big is the biggest doghouse you've ever seen? You know, like you bid, $200? Yeah, I can do that in a couple hours. Yeah, I'll do that. We sign the contract. And I walk you around the corner and I show you this, 3-story mansion. 27 rooms. They go, well, this is the house my dog sleeps in. guess what? You're in deep trouble. Because you got to paint that house for $200. Was that a good contract? No. Is your right to contract unlimited? Yes. That's why they say read the contract. They're not kidding. Now, that's common law admiralty and due process. Like I said, you have a right to common law process. The only time they can move it down is if the distinction of property is not clearly defined. Now, if we move to page 16, Marbury versus Madison is a Supreme Court decision. It is a very important Supreme Court decision. Good and bad. Okay? The good news is that the decision of Marbury versus Madison in 1803 says, certainly all those who have framed written constitutions contemplate them as forming the fundamental and paramount law of the nation. And consequently, the theory of every such government must be that an act of the legislature repugnant to the Constitution is void. If it's unconstitutional, it was never a law to start with. That's the good news. The bad news is up and above that. It says the critical importance of Marbury is the assumption of several powers by the Supreme Court. The assumption of powers. They assume that we can do this. Prior to Marbury versus Madison, who decided what is and is not constitutional? Well, the question never came up. It's not listed in the Constitution. Article 3 is very short. It just says that there is a Supreme Court. It doesn't say what they can or cannot do. And so John Marshall said, well, we're the Supreme Court. We are going to decide what is or is not constitutional. Okay, everybody just kind of went along with it. They didn't have a better idea. So now, let's pretend, just for a minute, that the Supreme Court decides that the First Amendment does not give you a personal right to freedom of religion. You only have freedom of religion if you are Catholic, Protestant, or Jewish. Is that right? The Supreme Court said so. Does that make it the way things are? No. You have to remember, the Constitution says what the Supreme Court is. The Supreme Court does not get to say what the Constitution is. That would be circular logic. Who decides what is or is not constitutional? When the court is out to lunch, it's up to us to correct it. There's no formal way to do that, but we can amend or abolish the Constitution anytime we see fit. Well, let's rewrite Article 3. So, basically just in addition to, now, there are some ideas that came about because of all this shipping. You're in England, you ship all your stuff to North America, and all the people buy it and pay you in gold, which is the only thing they can pay you with. And your boat is coming back to the United States, or to England from the United States, with all this gold. What happens if the boat sinks? Well, yeah, salvage rights. Anybody who can get the gold, it's yours. It's laying right down there where the Titanic is going to be. That gold is lost forever and ever and ever and ever, for all intents and purposes. So what they did was they set up insurance companies where you get limited liability. They have several shipping companies, and if my boat sinks, the other shipping companies are going to help me pay for it, so that I don't lose everything that I had with that one boat. Now, the bad news is that if one of their boats sinks, I've got to chip in money to help pay for theirs. That's limited liability. Now, In order to have that, you have to have a contract compel performance. If the Constitution protects your rights, is there anything there that says you got to come over and cut my grass? Can I force you to cut my grass? You do what you do for me. Without paying you under the Constitution, there's a contract. So basically what they've done is they've set up contract law. Now, these concepts are very, very deep, and I have nearly enough time to cover them. However, I strongly recommend that when you continue your research, you continue your research on the various types of law. And if you flip back to page 16, the second paragraph there, you want to understand the difference between common law, equity law, and admiralty law. I strongly recommend that you go to the internet, to this BTIAlaska.net, and read the USA Republic is the house that no one lives in. It is a 58-page document that you can download for free. Don't give me, oh man, 58 pages. Oh, that's a lot. Okay, don't read it and let your liberties go down the toilet. Liberty is not going to be easy. Reading a 58-page document is the least of your worries. And it is at the very least that you can do to protect your liberty. And that will give you a very, very clear understanding of different forms of law and how much of this derives from with civil law, where you have no rights. So, we have contingent law. This is not all of the law. It's the three that are constitutionally specified, but there are other laws. All the laws written by Congress since the Constitution was written by Dayton. That was the law that we passed in 1789. That was the law that we passed in 1791. But when they weren't passing very many laws, that was easy. And then eventually, it was, gosh, was that the law that we passed on Monday or the one that we passed on Tuesday? And then eventually, Monday morning, Monday afternoon, gosh, was that before or after lunch? I just can't remember all these laws were passing. So they organized it by index. We have 50 titles. Those 50 titles are part of the United States Code, and you can download the United States Code off of the internet. And I give you a website on page 18. Basically, at the bottom of page 18, you can download. The only thing is that you got to download each title by itself. So it's a little bit monotonous, but you get all the information. You can also order the CD-ROM. It's about $35, $40. You can get it from the National Archive. You got everything on one CD-ROM. Amazing stuff. Have a great week. Now, within the United States Code, there are two types of law. Positive law. Positive law applies to everybody. The Freedom of Information Act, Title V, that applies to everybody. Black, white, male, female, young, old, doesn't matter. It applies to you. Some of these laws are non-positive law. They don't apply to everybody. Title 27 of the United States Code is alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Now, if you distill alcohol, or grow tobacco, or build guns, you fall under alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, and you have to pay special taxes. Anybody here distill alcohol, grow tobacco, build guns for a living? Okay? Well, if you don't do any of those things, then Title 27 does not apply to you. And it is not positive law. It only applies to people who do those special things. Now, if it is
just not the number one. Yellow, let it mellow.
You go to Title 5, it says this is positive law. Right there at the top. Well, you can go through the 50 titles, flip over to page 15, and I have given you a list of all the positive law titles. These are the laws that you apply to you and absolutely must be followed. Okay? And out of the 50 possible titles, only 22 have been enacted into positive law. Can you find Title 27? Alcohol tobacco fibers? No, because it's not positive law. Please find Title 26, Internal Revenue. 23, 28, 26 should fall right in between there someplace. Title 26 is not positive law. Who does it apply to? And it's a perfectly valid question. Okay, one that we're going to be asking the IRS here very, very soon. But basically, the people who are liable for income tax are non-resident aliens, foreign corporations, and United States citizens living and working in a foreign country. So if that doesn't describe who you are, then you are not liable to the Title 26 tax code. Which is a shocking surprise to me. Now, one of the interesting things to me, all income from whatever source derived, unless excluded by law. So there are some incomes which are not gross income. The regulations explain that the items of income compensation for services make up classes, and then regulations direct the reader to another section which provide classes. A class of gross income may be excluded income. And that leads to a section, and it's very, very complicated. I mean, they can't just say it black and white, then you know. They've got to go jump from here to there to there and make it really complicated. But eventually, you find out that this leads to a section for the types of income that are not considered to be exempt or excluded are listed. And foreign commerce. How many people here are doing international or foreign commerce? I didn't think so. So, what you can do for those page 52 of the handout, I have a long list of websites that you can do research in or at, establishing basically what the tax code is, what it says, and I'd like to repeat the 3 rules listed over the side. Your property, to get educated. Then rule number 3 is take action. Do not do them in the reverse order. The government does not play fair. They do not play nice. If you are going to do this at all, be prepared for the ride of your life, because it's going to take pretty much all of your energy. Now, most of the law here in the United States falls under the Uniform Commercial Code, the UCC. Now, uniform means the same, or, basically everything is alike. What they did in the early 1930s is contain equity law, where the judge has an arbitrary decision, and admiralty law, and bind them together into the UCC uniform. So the equity and admiralty are now the same. That makes everything a lot more convenient, doesn't it? Convenient for whom? Convenient for you? No, the people who are taking advantage of it. This is Uniform Commercial Code. What does commerce mean? Trade, contract. And code is not law necessarily. It's convoluted. It's cryptic. and it's hard to understand. Now, under common law, the presumption is that you have rights, unless you voluntarily waive them. All of your rights are protected except the ones you give up. Under the Uniform Commercial Code, the opposite is true. Under the Uniform Commercial Code, it is assumed that you have no rights unless you explicitly reserve them. Say, oh, by the way, I've got all my constitutional rights. Oh, by the way, I have freedom of speech. Now, how do you do that? If you are in a Uniform Commercial Code contract, you need to go to Section 1, Clause 207, which is defined on page 19. UCC 1-207, performance or acceptance under a reservation of rights. A party who, with explicit reservation of rights, performs or promises performance or assents to performance in a manner demanded or offered by the other party does not thereby prejudice the rights reserved. Such words as without prejudice or under protest are sufficient. You just have to say out loud or in writing that you are reserving your rights. Now, why do they have to do that? They have to do that because any body of law, in order to be valid, must have two items: remedy and recourse. Remedy means that you are able to get out of trouble once you get into trouble. So if you're going to put me in jail, if I broke something, I've got to have some way I can fix it. Everybody here on debtor's prison? Debtor's prison, you owe me money. I'm going to put you in jail until you pay me my money back. In jail. How are you going to go out and get any money? Well, that's your problem. Kind of a catch-22, isn't it? And so you just had all the prisons just filling up with all these people who couldn't pay their debt, which is now completely, totally illegal. Now, under, the other option, the other thing that law must have is recourse. You have to have some way to stay out of trouble in the first place. And I was like, okay, just tell me what I'm going to do so I don't get put in jail overnight in the first place. That's recourse. And that's what UCC 1-207 is. And got all the rules are set up so they win the game. Mostly because we didn't tell you the rules. Is the UCC unconstitutional? No. Is it specified by the Constitution? No. It makes it extra constitutional. It is out there in addition to the Constitution. Do you have a right to sign contracts under the UCC? Yes, your right to contract is unlimited. You can sign any contract you want. You just have to know that you've done it. And they're not telling you. Now, what generally happens under the UCC is something called notice and grace. I have to inform you of what's going on, and I have to give you some time period for you to respond. So I send you a letter. Dear Joe, you owe me $1,000. Or you put up and you throw it in the garbage can. Notice, I told you that you owed me $1,000. I gave you a grace period of maybe 30 days to respond. Well, you didn't respond, so it must have been true. So now your response is always respond. If I send you a bill for $1,000, sit down at the typewriter, computer, mail it back going, what? I challenge that. What you can do is refuse without dishonor. You say, I don't owe you anything. Now whose job is it to prove that I gave you some sort of service? My job. That's what the IRS does. The IRS sends you a notice that you get 10 days to respond. If you don't respond, you must be guilty. Don't Don't be afraid of the IRS. Just write them a letter back in the first 10 days. Challenge their authority. Say, no, I don't owe you this money. Prove it. Oh, well, gosh, that's going to be a heck of a lot harder. Gosh, if he wants to prove it, then we're not going to be able to collect the taxes. Good. What's your Fifth Amendment right? Go ahead. On it. I've got a Fourth Amendment right, Fifth Amendment right not to incriminate myself. I've got my checkbook and stuff. I don't have to give it to you. I don't even have to sign my 1040 form. If I sign it under penalty of perjury, must be true. Well, if I don't sign it, let me see, I don't have to give you, the government, anything that you can use to put me in jail. If I sign my 1040 form and give it to you, can you use that to put me in jail? Yes, then I don't have to sign it. If you show me, Judge, how I can sign that without giving up my Fifth Amendment rights, then I'll sign it. But they can't do that. Bill Conklin has a website, and he did that, and the judge says, I cannot rule on your case. He didn't say you have a lousy argument. He just said, I can't rule on your case because if I do, it's going to completely flip, the whole economic system. Oh, so my rights are going to be violated because it's going to be embarrassing for you. That's what's going to be happening in a couple of weeks when we, bring the IRS. When you're doing an IRS audit, bring in your paperwork. You show us where the law says we've got to pay this cash. Now, I think the IRS is on the way out. The IRS, by its own statistics, say that 1 out of 5 people does not pay taxes. We stopped volunteering. It's about time. 98%. And it took us a while to figure it out. I think, I don't know the exact statistic. I think it is 1 out of 5 people the IRS claims should be. Okay? And if you go by my statistics, so I think the IRS is out to lunch. You don't have to worry about the IRS anymore. What you do have to worry about is what they're going to replace it with. National sales tax? Oh, that's better. We got rid of the lion, we have the tiger. Well, that's stupid. Which Menendez brother do you want to live with? We've got to make sure that they get rid of the IRS and that they cannot institute a national sales tax, because the national sales tax is only 10%, no, 11%, I'm sorry, 12%, 20, 50, and pretty soon before you know it, it's going to be 50. As far as I'm concerned, the only flat tax I'm in favor of. So how are we going to operate in the United States without income tax? I don't know. How did we do it before the IRS? July 4th, we got the Declaration of Independence. July 5th, we got the IRS? I don't think so. When did the IRS happen? So between 7-0 inflation, go figure. George Washington paid the same amount of money for loaf of bread that Abraham Lincoln did. No inflation. So then what's Alan Greenspan talking about? You have to have 5% inflation every year. I'll get into more of that. So you've got the United States Code, which is congressional statute. You actually have to read it, and not all of it applies to you. The other stuff is the Uniform Commercial Code, which is private law. It's a copyright. Can you use somebody else's book without their permission? No. Can you use somebody else's law without their permission? No. How do you get permission? Become a lawyer. When you become a member of the bar, then you get permission to execute their code. Now, I've also got a site here on the web, the internet, where you can go and download the Uniform Commercial Code for $5. You can't afford not to download. You need to have that so that you can go and reference this stuff. You start reading it, it's like they've got it in writing. And you go, I can't believe it's in print. But it is, it's law. It is a law that you volunteer into it. How do you volunteer into the Uniform Commercial Code? Anybody spend these? It's a note. Every time you spend one of these, you are automatically de facto under Uniform Commercial Code. Now, what is common law? Common law is based on property or land. Now, when you are under property, your economy is quid pro quo. That is Latin, which means something for something. You gave me silver, which is something I gave you, a book. That's quid pro quo. If I give you, you have an apple, and I want to buy your apple, and I say, well, I don't have any money on my IOU. You go, okay. Then you give me the apple, and I give you the IOU. If we complete the transaction, no. Have I given you anything? Well, nothing of any value. All I've given you is a promise to pay. So that transaction is still open. And that's what's happened when you use these notes. You are under, you are not under common law because it's not quid pro quo or automatically under the Uniform Commercial Code. No, not at all. And we're going to get into that in a little bit more detail. But that's why you never owned it. Well, you're not giving them anything. You are not giving them anything. You cannot go into a common law court because you do not get anything of substance. When you get your manufacturer's statement of origin, I would give them silver. Or, I know what you're telling me. But you didn't buy your property. You don't own it in local title. You don't own it. We'll talk a little bit more about it when we get to the penalty. That's a whole straight shot. Any questions on Article 3 and the different classes of law? Yeah. Well, I'd like to see your definitions. I'm always willing to learn. I mean, there's stuff that I can be telling you that's wrong. I'm not deliberately getting you any bad information. I just don't know everything. Well, I've gotten that out of it. I've gotten it out of Black's law. The top part is Black's law. The bottom part is my interpretation and understanding of it. No. A statute is law. Code is a reflection of the statute. Right. It's not exact. And so, whatever the code says, you got to trace that back to the actual statute. Now, the United States Code is statute. Now, all of the titles are statute law. It's not code. Okay? So there is a difference between, whatever the difference is, there are differences, and not all of the titles on the bride are like positive law. So your definition, I mean, I don't know how I would interpret that. How does that apply to that? Now, what is the statute? I'm asking you, what is the statute? Okay, it's a reflection. So I've got Title 26, which is United States Code. Where do I go for the statute? What does that mean? Well, I'll research that. I'll research that. I'll go and research that. I've never heard that. Most people I know don't even know the United States Code exists. Yeah. Right. Okay. I mean, that sounds plausible. I'll check into that. That was Article 3. Why don't we take a break and then we'll come back and pick up with Article 3. Right. Managed to squeeze our way through the first 3 articles. Now we're going to go on to Article 4. Rights and federal government. And it also sets up state citizens. Let's go to page 33 and read Article 4, Section 2. It says, the citizens of each state shall be entitled to all the privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. Notice, please, that the word citizen is capitalized. And you are a citizen of each state. So let's fill in the blanks. A citizen of Texas shall be entitled to all the privileges and immunities as citizens of Florida, citizens of California, citizens of Oklahoma. What kind of citizens are we talking about? State citizens. When the founding fathers got together to form the Constitution, Benjamin Franklin would stand up and announce and introduce himself as a citizen of your state. A United States citizen was just kind of an abstract concept. Like one of those many. We're not going to list all of them yet. It was an abstract concept. So, but you have privileges and immunities. Is that good to have privileges? Well, it depends. What it was doing. If you are a citizen of Texas, are you a citizen of Oklahoma? No. Okay? So when you go from the United States to France, you get all of the things that French citizens do? No, because you're out of your territory. So if you are a Texas citizen it can go to vote. It can have all the same rights that communities of citizens in several states. So legally, you don't have rights, but we're going to extend you those same privileges. So basically, all 50 states are the same. When you are a state citizen, and they are extending you these privileges when you go to the other states. Now let's go to the 14th Amendment on page 48. The 14th Amendment, Section 1, says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. That doesn't sound terribly onerous, does it? That sounds pretty simple. Okay? But let's look at citizens of the United States. That's a lowercase c. And they left out the word citizen the second time, but you're a citizen of the United States and a citizen of the state where you reside. So what is that? That's dual citizenship. You're a United States citizen and a state citizen. Well, which one comes first? United States citizen. So in that clause, which one takes precedence? United States citizen. Well, it still doesn't sound too bad, except when you go back and read the second line, it says, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. What are the people in England called living under the king? Subject. Do they have any say-so? No, the king says you're going to do this or else. The subject has no rights. You want to be subject to anybody? I don't. Now, the fact that it's in lowercase c is not, a mistake. It also says all persons born or naturalized in the United States. What's a person? Good. So we look at page 20 in your handout. A person, and this is from Black's Law Dictionary. In general usage, a human being, i.e. a natural person. So when we are talking in conversation, we mean, more flesh and blood body. Though, by statute, the term may include labor organizations, partnerships, associations, corporations, legal representatives, trustees and bankruptcies, or receivers. See 29 U.S.C. 152. That's Title 29 of the United States Code, Section 152. And the scope and delineation of the term is necessary for determining those to the 14th Amendment of the Constitution affords protection. A corporation is a person within the. So Ford Motor Company is a person. Microsoft is a person. For legal terms, isn't that wonderful? You get all the same privileges as Microsoft. Now, what is a juristic person? If I decide that we're all going to go into business together, we have to sign put an ad in the newspaper several weeks in a row. Our little group is doing business as Acme Fireworks. So 7, 8 weeks later, whatever the time frame is, we have a company, Acme Fireworks. You know that Acme Fireworks is born? That's the terminology. This company is now born. Now, is Acme Fireworks human? Freedom of speech? The right to keep and bear arms? No. It's an artificial entity. It has whatever privileges that you and I and the state of Texas give it. A jurist is another word for the judge. The jury are the 12 people sitting there in the box. Anything which is juristic has to do with court. A juristic person is this artificial entity. Now, if I take us out in the parking lot here and I'm demonstrating my latest bottle rocket, and it works really, really good, except it burns down somebody's barn. Does the owner of the barn have a right to sue Acme Fireworks? Yes. How many people are suing Firestone Tires for bad tires? So, acting fireworks for the purposes of court can go to court just like you or I could. It is a juristic person, artificial entity. Now, with the 14th Amendment, the Congress has invented a juristic person. It is a non-existent corporation. So, we the people ordain and establish the Constitution. We do that, we create Congress. So, who works for who? Congress works for us. They are subordinate to us. Now, what status does a United States citizen have to Congress? All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to its jurisdiction. You are subordinate to Congress if you're a United States citizen. So this is a second through the Civil War. Basically to give blacks privileges. So we thought that the 13th Amendment freed the blacks and brought them up to our level. Except the 14th Amendment basically lowered all the whites down to their level. You have privileges you don't have if you weren't born. And they lay you on your mother's chest. You are we the people, sovereign citizen. Suddenly, somehow or other, we go magically down to becoming a United States citizen. How does that happen? Birth certificate, social security number, driver's license, voter's registration card. You look at your voter registration card. Are you a United States citizen? Yes or no? Oh yeah, I'm a United States citizen. Oh boy, you have no rights. We the people have a right to keep and bear arms. A United States citizen has to get a concealed carry permit. We the people have a right to travel. A United States citizen has to get a driver's license. We the people can get married to anybody we want. The United States citizen has to get a marriage license. Those are all prima facie evidence of your subordinate status in Congress. The trick is getting rid of all of that. That's right. United States, I have another document that I literally just printed off from the yesterday. I'm constant. Again, there's too much information, so I keep adding more. But I downloaded a document that talks about United States, the United States of America, entities, and the citizenships of each of those. I'm putting that in your book best I can do, just to give you the website. If you are a sovereign Texan, you are not a United States citizen. You never ever want to say, yes, I'm a United States citizen, because you are admitting that you are subordinate to Congress. I am not a United States citizen. I am a Texan. You become an elector. What's that? Oh, did they? So they're trying to close doors on it. So, United States citizen is different than a state citizen. A state citizen has rights protected by the Bill of Rights. A United States citizen basically has equal protection under the law. You want equal protection? That guy's got a ball and chain. You want to be equal? It just says that it's equal. It doesn't say that it was good. So we're going to give you a ball and chain too. That way everybody's equal. Now, on my passport, I what it says. It says the Secretary of State of the United States hereby requests all people to be concerned to prevent being citizens/national of the United States. What does it mean when you have two words divided by a slab? One or the other. You can be boy/girl. You can be Democrat/Republican. One or the other. You can be citizen/national. So this passport will work for a United States citizen, but will also work for a United States national. They don't tell you what that is, but on my passport it shows that they are different. Now, what is a national? A person only permanent allegiance to the state. The term national, as used in the phrase national of the United States, is broader than the term citizen. So a rectangle can be a square, but a square is not necessarily a rectangle. A rectangle is a broader term. So if you are a national, it is a broader term than the word citizen. So it is United States citizen. Don't kill anybody. We wouldn't want you to be able to exercise your rights. Now, again, the reference that I gave you before, the USA, the House Republic, is the USA. Republic is the House of Representatives document. And this is a short subset. And it says the 14th Amendment is a setback to proper government. It runs counter to the ideals expressed in the preamble to the Constitution itself. The 14th Amendment is also probably never properly ratified. So the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments are post-war amendments that gave, basically gave Congress a lot of power. Presumably the North over the South could be managed to exacerbate that and make it even worse. Article 5 of the Constitution. As the founding fathers realized they were not omniscient, they knew they would have to change it. So Article 5 is all about amending the Constitution. How do you go about changing it? Well, the first thing that you have to do is propose an amendment. How can you propose an amendment? Either 2/3 of both houses or 2/3 of the state convention. You have to have Congress? No. We can get each state to hold a convention, and if you get 2/3 of those conventions to say, yes, we want this in a proposal, then it is proposed. You can bypass Congress. We, the people, still have some power. We just have to get our act together and get organized. Now, once an amendment has been proposed, how does it become ratified? 3/4 of all the states. So you need 3/4 of the state legislatures. It's true. So you need a supermajority. Oh yes, and we will talk about that. You can also have 3/4 of the state conventions. You can bypass the state legislature, have a convention, and if 3/4 of the people in the states want it, then the amendment is also ratified. But it's 2/3 or 66% to propose it and 75% to ratify it. They deliberately made it hard. They didn't want it to be real easy. Number 5, Article 5 is on page 35. It says all debts and engagements shall be valid. Why did they have to put that in? Why is that in Article 5? Sure.
Okay. Article 5 says, nothing that is 5, state 5 of the equal suffrage and yet they pass and give when some states have to enact some states they also suffrage.
Constitution. Which act? Uh, Article 6 says that all vessels contract engagements entered into before the adoption of the Constitution shall be valid. So we were changing governments. We were under the Articles Confederation, and we owed a bunch of money to France and Spain, help us out. So when we go to the new Constitution, we say, well, we're going to be good guys, and we're going to continue our debt. We're not just going to repudiate debt. But basically, it says all laws pursuant to the Constitution and all treaties made for which shall be made under the authority shall be the supreme law of the land. So the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and any law notwithstanding is invalid to the Constitution. So Texas can make any law that it wants, except or otherwise violation rights. And then it's also said that all persons, senators and members of the several state legislatures, all executive and judicial officers, both of the United States and of the several states, shall be bound by an oath or affirmation to support this Constitution. So, again, we're supporting this trust idea. You got to take an oath. You got to promise to protect people's rights. But no oath or affirmation, but no religious test shall ever be required. So, we can't eliminate certain religions. Atheists, we can't have a religious test. Article 7 is basically just signed, sealed, delivered by yours. It says the 17th day of September, 1787, and this is not good. So the 7th Amendment is mostly signatures, and the 6th Amendment, or the 6th article is relatively short. So the three that are typically important are 1, 2, and 3, legislative, executive, judicial. 4 establishes the relationship between the states and the federal. 5 is how do you amend it. 6 is where they keep our debts, and 7 is to run. Well, I'm just telling you what the Constitution says. I didn't say that I like more. Oh, yeah, that may be true. Yeah. Whenever the debts were acquired, during the Articles of Confederation, they just brought it out. So we're not these real scumbags. So, now, before it would be ratified, some of the states demanded that we have a Bill of Rights. It gives a whole lot of power to the federal government, and we're worried about that. And so we wanted, and they said, well, we've got your rights. Alexander Hamilton said, don't worry about it. You don't need to put it on paper. Yeah, right. We want it in writing. So, most people know that the Constitution has a preamble. Most people do not know that the Bill of Rights also has a preamble. I was reading that in some book, it said the preamble to the Bill of Rights. They went, oh, typo, and then the Bill of Rights, preamble to the Constitution. And they started giving me something I had never read before, and I jumped up because I got the Constitution and the Bill of Rights hanging in my hallway. And I went over and looked at it. So, the preamble to the Bill of Rights, corruption or abuse of its power, that further declaratory and restrictive clauses should be added, and as extended around public objects, the government will best ensure that Constitution. So we wrote the Bill of Rights to prevent misconstruction or abuse of its powers. Whose powers? Congress, government. Okay? We don't want them to get out of hand. So what are we going to do? We you're going to add further declaratory and restrictive permission? No. These are further restrictive clauses. We're putting restrictions on the power of government. What are the original restrictive clauses? The Constitution. So the Constitution are restrictions on Congress's power, and we're going to add further restrictions. The Bill of Rights cannot be repealed. We can't go ahead and say, well, we're just going to scratch out the Second Amendment. We don't need that anymore. Wait a minute. You didn't give it to us in the first place. You can't take it back. We gave it to you. We are telling you that we have freedom of religion, not asking. So, no, that is not true. You can get amendments to change the other amendments. The 18th Amendment established prohibition, the 21st Amendment repealed it. But that has nothing to do with rights. If we can change, let's talk about Rosie O'Donnell, because we're going to talk about all of these things. Right? Second Amendment, the right to keep their arms. Rosie O'Donnell and her million moms want to go to Washington, and they say, all we got to do is just get enough moms to vote, and we're going to just repeal the Second Amendment, and we're going to take away, your right to keep your arms. Okay, let's take that and say, you're going to repeal my Second Amendment, so I'm going to go to Washington with my billion fathers, and we're going to repeal your, we're going to repeal the First Amendment. We're just going to take away your freedom of religion. You going to do that? You going to sit still for any of that? I say you can't go to church unless you, Branch Davidian. And we're going to change over to Branch Davidian? No! We didn't give you freedom of religion. You were born with it. Nobody can take it away from you. It is unalienable. It's a part of who you are. It's like the dreams that you had last night. You can tell me your dreams, but you can't give them to me. And it's integral to who you are. You've got a heart, you've got lungs, you get any of that, you stop existing. I can kill you, but I can't take away your right to life. I can violate your right to life, but I can't take it away from you. They cannot take away your freedom of religion, your freedom of speech, or a right to keep their arms. The Bill of Rights doesn't give it to you in the first place. They can burn it, they can shred it, they can get rid of the Declaration of Independence. It doesn't make your rights go away. So let them make any changes they want. They can shred the Bill of Rights. They're ignoring it so much anyway. The Constitution is only a national monument, under nitrogen gas in Washington, D.C. It's a mess. And what's it say, Dad? I don't know. It's a Bill of Rights. Do you think I know what the heck the Bill of Rights says? I went to a government-controlled school. I have no idea what my rights are. I don't have a concealed carry permit. Won't get one, don't want one, don't need one. Don't need permission from anybody. People say, well, the interpretation of the Supreme Court is the only one that counts when we're talking about the Second Amendment. Oh, really? Well, then you come and stand in front of my front door when the government comes to collect my guns. You're going to find out that my interpretation of the Second Amendment is the only one you need to be worried about. Make sure you got your insurance paid up and kiss your kids goodbye. I'm not giving up my guns any more than I want to give up my freedom of speech. Shred it. I don't care. It's a piece of paper. I am willing to stand up and defend my rights, whether anybody else does or not. And again, I ask you, how bad does it have to be before you are willing to stand up and fight for your rights? You gotta know what they are. It's not a privilege. Nobody gave it to you. Now they are printed, they are enumerated by the Bill of Rights. They are listed. Just why? So that we know what they are? Well, today, yeah. Most of us got to read them to find out what they are. Why did we list them? Did we list them for us? No, we listed them for the government. It says these are the things that are our rights. Keep your hands off. So let's go through them rather quickly and briefly. Page 23. And if you're going to continue your study, I hope you will, one of the things that I would recommend that you start with is to memorize the Bill of Rights. Okay, how much is your liberty worth? Okay. Crystal has shirts with, the Bill of Rights, and there's all printed upside down there. Oh, there it is.
Marie has one on.
There it is. We have one right there. Yeah. So, First Amendment says Congress shall make no law. They should have put a period. End of story. Congress shall make no law. Happy. Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Say anything about separation? No. There's nothing in the Constitution that says separation of church and state. That's the wild figment of somebody's imagination. I have no problem with people having the Ten Commandments in school. What bothers me even more is there's a school in Japan you have. So, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. These are personal rights. You have freedom of speech only in Scrabble and crossword puzzles? You only have freedom of speech in the things that I agree with? No. If that was the only thing, you wouldn't need freedom of speech because we agree. You have freedom of speech even when somebody else, oh my gosh, I'm going to toss and turn all night. What you say just drives me crazy. I won't be able to sleep tonight. Too bad. It's a personal problem. That's what freedom of speech is. So, petition the government for a redress of grievances. We can sue the government and presumably win. The government works for us. One of the things that they're doing, a remonstrance is a word you don't hear very much anymore, but it's a formal complaint against the government. And in this particular case, it's all about the IRS. Anything about the National Guard? No. So wait a minute, what is that well-regulated militia? Well, today, well-regulated means lots and lots of laws. Back in 1776, well-regulated means well-prepared. You got a pound of powder and 16 balls for your rifle, and you know how to use it. Where do you think the Minutemen came from? You hear the bugle call, you grab your gun and you go. Let's talk about, well, militia means National Guard. The Bill of Rights was ratified in 1791. The National Guard didn't show up until the early 1900s. You telling me the Founding Fathers were premonition? Most people forget that the United States started when the British tried to take our guns and conquered Lexington. We said, hell no. Texas started out when the Mexicans wanted their cannon back. What did we say? Come and get it. Thurman, troubling fear of the third man being abused, it says, no soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law. Unless they change the way our soldiers fight, we don't have to worry about that. But back then, the army traveled on its stomach. They'd stop in town, stop marching, they'd say, okay, dismiss. The soldiers would go knock on the door and say, okay. So, with that, yeah, well, armies, any army, you know, if you were a civilian, you were basically just, stores. That's right. So you'd be, overrun by your army and the opposing army. So that probably won't happen anymore. The Fourth Amendment, very important. It protects your privacy. It says the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable search and seizure shall not be violated, and by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. They have to have a piece of paper. You want to search? A, you have to have probable cause. What makes you think I've got anything? 2, you have to have a warrant. 3, the warrant has to be signed under oath or affirmation. Why? Because if you break in on my door and you don't find what you're looking for, somebody lied. Somebody's guilty of perjury. And we go back to the First Amendment, and I'm petitioning the government for a redress of grievances. So we force the government to get an oath. We don't want the government just coming in and go, well, I think we're going to look around just in case. Can't do that. And if you let them, if they stop you on the side of the highway and say, can I look in your car? You go, yes, officer. You just gave them permission. No. You want to show me I got nothing to do? Go get a warrant. And when you don't find what you're looking for, be prepared for a lawsuit. You do that 2 or 3 times, and they're not going to check your car anymore. Yes. Now they're going to argue that if you have a driver's license, that you've given them free, permission in advance, okay, by contract. Okay? Well, don't show them the license. Go or get rid of it. Well, if they've got it registered, right. So basically, you got to be careful. If you are a United States citizen, you have no rights. You are property. And you've got to do whatever they say. You are subject to the jurisdiction of Congress. So stop being a United States citizen. Fifth Amendment. When everybody says, I plead the Fifth, okay, they're talking about one line in this amendment. If you look at that entire paragraph, is that I plead the Fifth? No. There's a lot of stuff here. You have a lot of rights. No person shall be held in answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on presentment or indictment by a grand jury. Only people on the grand jury can indict you. The government can't come along and throw you in jail for anything you want. You have to have other protections. You say, yeah, that sounds pretty bad. Except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia with an actual service in time of war or public danger. So do soldiers and sailors have a right to all this other stuff? No. If you're a soldier or a sailor, you don't have a right to a trial. You go to a court martial, which is completely different. You have no rights. If you're in the militia, with an actual service, you're acting as a soldier. So you get court martial too. Now, nor shall any person be subject to the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb. They can't hold you on the same thing. They accuse you of murder. They accuse you of killing John, and John shows up alive. Well, You didn't do it. They can't accuse you if they can. That's what the whole movie Double Jeopardy was all about. Now, nor be compelled in any location to be a witness against himself. That's the fifth. Everybody remember. It also says, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. They can't take all your stuff away from you and say, okay, we're going to take you to court. How are you going to defend yourself? You have to have due process of law. What? And multi-jurisdiction. That's right. It's all administrative law, statutes, under the UCC. It has nothing to do with the Constitution. A lot of people go into court and they say, Your Honor, I've got my constitutional rights. The judge says, don't let me hear you talk about the Constitution again. What's the matter? I thought this was the United States. No, not the United States that you're thinking of. Sorry, it was because you didn't know the game. You're standing on a baseball diamond going touchdown. They go, we don't know what you're talking about. And pull the fast switch on you. You've got to learn the law. You've got to know your rights. You've got to know where you stand. And your citizenship is a lot to do with where you stand. Shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation? Great. Who gets to decide what's just? Maybe a jury. That might help. But they can't just come in because the freeway's coming through and take your farm. Yeah. Right. Okay. It's all based on property. Private property. What's that? Well, the Constitution doesn't specify, does it? So it's kind of like a loophole when we get to the 8th Amendment. The 6th Amendment. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial. Why is the public trial important? Yeah, we don't want to drag you off into a dark thing. Oh, he ended up dead. He was guilty. Really? What happened? What did he was deceived. You don't want to see that. Right? They used to do that. They still do that. If you ever run in with the IRS, we've got 3 kids in jail in Austin who are in jail because one guy confessed with a gun to his head. Oh boy. No star chambers, not in the United States, could never happen here. Wake up! In all criminal prosecutions can be speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district where the crime shall have been committed. But you can't do something here and have to drag you off somewhere else. In the Declaration of Independence, it says that the king has transported them beyond seas to be tried for hidden offenses. You know, the tax collector would say something here, and they would take you to England, and you stand trial. Do you have any friends in England? You have your lawyer over there? You're all by yourself. It's really hard to defend yourself halfway across around the world. So the idea is, wherever the crime is, that's where it stays. So the government can't drag you off someplace else. That way, and the truth of the matter is that you were from there. You never really traveled far from your house. If you were a farmer, this is where you would have been. That's what the crime presumably would have committed. So this is supposedly allowing you to stay in your own county. Yeah. Right. Same thing. But if we don't know what the Constitution says, we can't complain. I think one of the things that happens is they accuse issue of a federal crime. Well, if it's a federal crime, it's basically the United States, and anywhere in the United States is appropriate as far as they're concerned. But it's certainly not in the spirit of the 6th Amendment. And to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation. This is very important. What is the nature and cause of the accusation? If you get pulled over at the place I'm stopping you for speeding, that's the cause. You go to court, and that's one of this is very important. They have cause numbers. Right? If that's the cause, speeding, what's the nature? Whether it's criminal or civil, you have to know which court you're in. You have rules of criminal procedure and rules of civil procedure. You gotta know which rules they are. They gotta tell you, and to be confronted with the witnesses against you. That way I can't whisper at my over your shelf, gosh, you said you wouldn't have this arrested. Well, really, you said so. It's an old friend of ours. It's a secret. You can't do that. You have to be able to look the person in the eye and have that person say, yeah, you're the one that did it. So that you know who you were fighting against. You also have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in your favor. If there were innocent bystanders in the street corner, and they saw you being attacked first and you were just doing self-defense, you can force them and give them a subpoena, and they have to show up. Now, they'd rather be out fishing, but what if you were the one? What if you're the one being accused? There were other people. I was standing there in the street corner and go, hey, here's your problem, not mine. Would you want to be able to, force me into court to tell what I saw? So you have a compulsory process for getting witnesses. If somebody saw it, they've got to be there in court. And it also says, and they have assistance of counsel for his defense. Anybody see the word lawyer in there anywhere? If a judge tells you, you must have a lawyer. And I was fully expecting it. When you go into court, they say you cannot represent yourself. You must have a lawyer. You ask the judge, excuse me, Your Honor, if you take an oath of office to protect the Constitution, are you violating my 6th Amendment right? Certainly, you wouldn't want to be guilty of perjury and treason. You have to be able to stand up for your rights. Nobody's going to give them to you. Nobody can give them to you. You need to draw that line in the sand. It's scary. You don't have your freedom. End of story. Your choice. 7th Amendment. In suits and common law, where the value of controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of common law. How many people here have ever been to a common law proceeding? Anybody here have any idea where you would go for a common law proceeding? How are you supposed to have due process of law if there are no common law courts? Does this disturb anybody? I mean, we may not know what the answer is, but there sure as heck is something wrong. And it says, in suits and common law, where the value of controversy shall exceed $20. That's the price of the class. If, for some reason or other, you decide you want to file a lawsuit against me because you're not happy with the course, you got ripped off. All right? You paid $20 and consider valuable consideration. Your time is worth something. That puts it more than $20. You want to take me to court? It's going to be common law. And you have to prove that I violated your rights. Show me the property that I needed. And frankly, I think I know the Constitution pretty well, so you're going to be in for a fight. 8th Amendment. says excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. Define excessive. I had a $400 fine. I put down an $800 bond plus another $2,500 bond. That's $3,300 for a $400 fine. Is that a little excessive? 10 times the amount of the fine? Can I go with the 8th Amendment? Well, I don't know. He doesn't really say. He's going to judge. So it's a nice sentiment, but I don't know that the 8th Amendment is ever right to begin. The 9th Amendment. Let's talk about the 9th and 10th Amendments together, because they are legal bookends. The Founding Fathers understood that as good as the Constitution is, there are probably some loopholes in it. The 9th and 10th Amendments attempt to close those loopholes. The 9th Amendment says the enumeration, which is a list of your rights, not granting. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage other rights retained by the people. Does the Bill of Rights say anything about a right to have children? No. It doesn't say anything, but you have a right to have children? Yes. You have the 4th Amendment doesn't say privacy, but you have the right to choose how to use. That's privacy. Well, it's protected by the 4th Amendment too. But travel, is travel mentioned anywhere? No. You have a right to travel? Yes. So the 9th Amendment basically says out loud, even though we didn't list everything, it doesn't list the fact that you've got a right to have a nose. We didn't bother to put that in there. But we listed some of them. There are other rights that we did not list. So just because it's not written doesn't mean that the people can't do it. The 10th Amendment basically is just the opposite. It says the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. That says if it's not written down, the government can't do it. They can't assume powers. Oh, that's what they meant. It's not written there in the Constitution anywhere, but I'm sure that the Founding Fathers intended that. No! You want to give the government more power? You've got to amend the Constitution. Anything that is not explicitly listed that the government is doing is, by definition, unconstitutional. And we, the people, it's about time we read it, understood it, and started writing to our congressmen going, look, you can't do that. How many people are familiar with the space program? How many people have heard of John Glenn? Right? Everybody kind of like John Glenn? Somebody was trying to pass a law that said any law that Congress has passed, they have to reference the article and clause from the Constitution that gave them that authority. And John Glenn said, we can't do that. We wouldn't be able to pass half the laws that we do. Oh, really? What does that mean? That means that, we wouldn't be able to do half of the things that we're doing to the public. So we've got to change. We just don't have a lock. You take your bicycle and wrap the chain around, and you don't lock the two ends together. Is your bike still going to be there when you come back? Maybe not. Any questions on the Bill of Rights? Memorize. They are very important. One short anecdote about how important it is. I mentioned a little bit at lunch. I got pulled over by the police. They said that they were going to call a tow truck. They were going to impound my car. I said, oh, really? I said, then you're telling me that you're going to violate my Fifth Amendment rights. Oh, no, sir, we're not going to violate your Fifth Amendment rights. Well, it sounds like to me, Fifth Amendment says you can't strike in life, liberty, or property without due process of law. If you take my my car, you're depriving me of property. You're not allowing me to travel to the airport, so you're depriving me of liberty. And unless you have to be the judge, jury, and executioner, our little roadside chat here doesn't constitute due process of law. Now does it? I happen to be taking an oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution. He started to stutter. The next thing you know, he runs off to talk to his buddies, comes back, hands me my passport, and everybody jumps into their cars, they slam the doors, and the police cars all drove away. Bye! If you don't know your rights, you don't have any. You're not willing to stand up for your rights. It doesn't matter whether you know them. You have to stand up for yourself. No one is going to do it for you. All right. We are doing pretty well. We are only an hour behind schedule, so I think that's doing pretty well, considering the amount of information that we covered and have covered. I'm going to try to clean up my notes so that we can formally go into. If you have questions that you want to talk about something more in depth, let me know. And we do that. Page 22. I figure by this time the seriousness factor is a little bit high, and so I wanted to interject a little bit of humor, comic relief. I have inserted something called a Bill of No Rights, which I've downloaded and they got a website there. I am not responsible for it. I don't prescribe work. But the preamble to this Bill of No Rights says, we, the sensible of the United States, in an attempt to help everyone get along, restore some semblance of justice, avoid more riots, keep our nation safe, promote positive behavior, and secure the blessings of debt-free liberty to ourselves and our great-great-great-great-grandchildren. Hereby try one more time to establish some common sense guidelines for the eternally whining, guilt-ridden, delusional, and other bingo better. And so it goes on to say, what you do not have a right to. You do not have a right to be free from harm. If you stick a screwdriver in your eye, learn to be more careful. And you do not expect the tool manufacturer to make human centers. You should read that. I think that's very interesting. And sadly enough, you probably have to post that for some people. Now, the first 10 amendments are special. They identify unalienable rights. And, although Congress may go through the motion of amending them or eliminating, they may as well just go ahead and shred the whole Bill of Rights. They can do that too. But it doesn't make it valid. Now, there are several additional amendments. The 11th Amendment basically U.S. judicial powers denied in cases against the state. States have a little bit more difficulty suing each other. We looked at Article 2 that said the Vice President is not the second greatest number of votes, and was changed in 1804 by the 12th Amendment. Now, if you want to find out more about the Electoral College, go to the 12th Amendment. It's relatively long, but it has a lot of details. But that is the process being used. Now, the 13th Amendment is a little bit more confusing. Depends on which 13th Amendment we are talking about. Now, you and I know about the 13th Amendment that says no slavery. Okay? That was established right after the war between the states. Now, it turns out that there was another 13th Amendment. Now, after George Washington was president, John Adams became president. While John Adams was president, the U.S. Congress secretly voted to give England about 660 or 600,000 pounds of gold. But it was a lot of gold. I thought we won the Revolutionary War. Why are we paying England all this gold? Well, Benjamin Franklin's grandson happened to be a reporter. He found out about it, and he printed the story. What do you think the people in large thought about that? Were they happy? No, I think they had Pennsylvania Avenue filled with torches and pitchforks. They were a little bit upset, because they wanted to, dangle a couple of these congressmen on a long road. Well, John Adams said, well, we can't have that. And John Adams helped to pass the Alien and Sedition Act. Anybody ever heard of the Alien and Sedition Act? The Alien and Sedition Act made it illegal to print nasty stuff about Congress, even if it's true. Don't you know? This is the second president of the United States. We haven't even gotten started yet. They're already putting up the Alien and Sedition Act. Well, Thomas Jefferson was our third president. Thomas Jefferson's first formal action was to eliminate the Alien and Sedition Act. You can't have freedom of speech and the Alien and Sedition Act. One or the other. And so he got rid of the Alien and Sedition Act. Now, they were starting to realize that Congress was being infiltrated by a bunch of lawyers. What does accreditation represent? These are the king's men. And when you become a lawyer, you get to put Esquire after your name. It's a title of nobility. Well, the founding fathers that were still around went, wait a minute, we gotta put a stop to this. And they did a Titles of Nobility Amendment. And I won't read it. It's the title, but it is on page 23. And it basically says that anybody who has the title of nobility is a citizen of the United States. Basically, state citizen, and that means that you can't be in Congress. That's a prerequisite. So the title of nobility. Think about it. How many of our congressmen are lawyers? Almost, yeah. How many are not? We can count those up, one or two hands. So, the title of nobility amendment was being ratified. And at the time, it would take 13 states to ratify it. 10 of the states ratified it. They wrote in and said, yes, we vote for that. Then the War of 1812 broke out. Who were we fighting in the War of 1812? England. You know, the Revolutionary War was good enough, they got to come back. Well, what happened during the War of 1812? It burned down the White House where all of the records are kept. Sons implied that the War of 1812 was specifically to prevent this 13th Amendment from being ratified. So now the War of 1812 is over. Congress gets go out and find out what those 3 states said. There is documented proof that the President of the United States wrote and said, what was your answer? Now, there is no evidence that the states wrote back. However, because the states were now subordinate to the Supreme Law land, every time the state would print the state laws, it seemed like a good idea to print the Constitution at the front page. That was the Supreme Law, all the state laws follow it. Now you have 2 guys out in Maine, and they just do this research. They're looking through all these old books. They like that kind of stuff, fine. Now, when they take a coffee break, imagine them going, I wonder what the oldest book in the library is. And so they go, running through all the shelves, and they find this old book that's laying on the shelf. It's got all the dust. They blow it off, and here's the Constitution. You have the Bill of Rights, 11th, 12th, 13th Amendments. That doesn't look like no slavery. It looks like no titles of nobility. We've never heard of that before. So they started doing research, and they found out that the title of nobility amendment was printed no less than 47 times between 1820 and 1860. Why would they print the title of nobility amendment if it hadn't been ratified? Now, all of a sudden, we get 1860. What happened in 1860? Civil War. So my God. And all of a sudden, title of nobility amendment is no longer printed. They just what? Erased it? How do you get rid of an amendment with another amendment? Do you know of an amendment that gets rid of the titles of nobility amendment? No. So if it was properly ratified, it's still in effect. And if it wasn't properly ratified, we could finish it. Imagine what would happen if we ratified the title of nobility amendment. And we could all go to Washington, D.C. and wait bye-bye to all the lawyers. And we could all go to Washington, D.C. and wait bye-bye to all the lawyers. Wouldn't that be great? So, now, I'm not saying whether the title of nobility amendment was properly ratified. I wasn't there. But I've given you 2 websites. Well, first of all, a little paragraph that says, yes, the title of nobility amendment was properly ratified, and another paragraph that suggests, well, maybe it wasn't. We're trying to be open-minded here. And then in fact, I've got several websites that will determine on page 51, you can go to and research it on your own. So you can dance at one of the websites shows you photographs of this amendment printed in the book. I don't know, it's pretty convincing to me. Now, so eventually, Civil War, we just forget about titles of nobility. Now we've got the 13th Amendment. 13th Amendment says no slavery. So, great. Whites and blacks are the same, right? Now we've now got to pass the 14th Amendment that creates U.S. citizenship and gives blacks privileges. Privileges and rights are not the same thing. 14th Amendment was also not properly ratified. Oh, by the way. 15th Amendment, we finally give blacks suffrage. What is suffrage? The ability to vote. Right? Women get suffrage. 1920. So girls, now you know how you ranked relative to slaves. Okay? So basically, it's all landowners. There were some women who were landowners, but not many. Right. I guess that means that slaves are worth more because you actually have to buy a slave. You just gotta get married. Have your little books or something. Oh, okay. So women were allowed to vote with the 19th Amendment. The 16th Amendment. 16th Amendment is also pretty controversial. It says that the U.S. can tax on time. So if income is derived from source, and income and source are two different things. Even if we don't know what they are, an income is not a source. An income is derived from source. So what is a source? Well, we don't want to get into that. The 16th Amendment was also not properly ratified. And Bill Benson's got a book, you probably all have read it, The Law That Never Was. The 17th Amendment changed the way that we elect our senators. Prior to the 17th Amendment, the senators were elected by the state's legislation, so that the state had some control over what happens in Washington. The 17th Amendment allows us to elect our senators by popular vote. What does that move the United States towards? Democracy. Yeah. So, ever since the Civil War, things in Washington, you see it happening fast and loose, and they just say, oh, don't worry about it. Don't look at that man behind the curtain. Just trust us. When we lie, man behind the curtain. Just trust us. When we lie, we're Federalists. They're the anti-Federalists. We wouldn't lie. So, the 18th Amendment is when Prohibition started. What were we prohibiting? Alcohol. Now, the 18th Amendment is unique because it's the only one that's ever been repealed. It was repealed by the 21st Amendment. 3. Everybody heard of the Budweiser Clydesdales? They were a celebration for the end of Prohibition. We're so glad that alcohol wasn't illegal anymore that Kaiser Bush built this great big wagon to celebrate. Well, it was such a popular hit that they've just kept it as their symbol ever since. So if anybody, if you ever seen the Budweiser Clydesdales, you can say, well, that's been around since 1933 with the repeal of Prohibition. Now, the way that I remember that is that when I was growing up, some states you had to be 18 in order to drink, and in other states you had to be 21. So the 18th Amendment started Prohibition, and the 21st Amendment repeals it. The 22nd Amendment, a president is limited to 2 terms in office. Why did that happen? Roosevelt, we were a little bit concerned that we might get an elected monarch. And so we basically said, 2 terms is back and you're out of there. 23rd, gives District of Columbia electors as though it were a state. Why do we want to do that? How do we go back and undo that? C is a federal territory. Why should we give that federal territory any more power than it already has? You see a habit or pattern here. 24th, elimination of the poll tax. We're going to allow blacks to vote. We're just going to charge them so much money that they couldn't. 25 is a formal procedure for overthrowing the president. After I memorize the Bill of Rights, that's the next one that I memorize. I know how to overthrow the president. 26, 18-year-olds can vote even though they still can't think. Whatever doesn't count anyway. We're just doing what you pull whoever. Drive that little plastic steering wheel. Now, when was the last time we amended the Constitution? 1992. How many people were alive in 1992? How many people were sat up all night on television watching all this stuff go back and forth, listening to all the debates? You didn't even know it happened. You mean that they are going to amend the Constitution of the United States, the supreme law of the land, and you didn't even know it? How are they so passive? How can we, the people, be responsible for Congress if we don't even know that they're modifying the Constitution? 1992. That's not even 10 years ago. questions on the other end? Because there was another 13th Amendment, there was a 13th B that somebody said, okay, we're going to propose this, and then it just never happened. It was just before the Civil War, and it got shut down. Right. Yeah, and it failed. So we actually had 13th Amendments. Okay, now we're going to talk about the real heart of the problem. I mean, Congress is bad, and the United States is in deep trouble. But I'm not going to point my finger just at Congress. We have the best money that Congress can buy. Side. We're going to talk about legal tender and lawful money and what is the difference. The real problem is the economy. That's how the Constitution got started. They sent our guys to Philadelphia because the economy was bad. They were suffering from inflation. Some things just never change. Now, let's talk about gold and silver. Why are gold and silver used as money? Around the world, not just in the United States. They are invaluable. They have an intrinsic value. If you don't like coins, you can melt it down and make silverware. That's where the term came from. Now, not everybody had silver because silver is hard to come by. But, if you don't like it in this form, you can melt it and change it to something else. It has intrinsic value. Right? Why else do we use silver and gold? Well, it was put in our Constitution. Right. So gold is very, very valuable. Why is it so valuable? On our side, right? How much gold is there? There's a limited amount. Can gold inflate? Can we just go out and just start spitting out more gold? No. If you want more gold, what do you have to do? You got to go and dig it up. And it's hard work. And so you can spend, 10, 15 years of your life and then spend this little ball of gold. Okay? You worked hard for it. You deserve it. Isn't that ounce of gold going to inflate the economy? No. So the fact that there's a limited amount of gold and silver is a primary reason that countries all over use this as a medium of exchange. Now, when they had these gold standards, what you would do is you want to buy my ass, give me this, this gold coin. Well, there is one disadvantage to gold and silver. You try carrying this around in your pocket. If I don't have a belt on, I'm going to lose my shorts. It's heavy. And not only that, if I'm walking around, this stuff is jingling around. Everybody knows I've got it. And they can either cut my throat or cut my purse, and take it from me. So it does have a disadvantage. So one of the things that we used to do is take your money to the goldsmith. One, he would punch it into coins for you and make them all the same. And then he also had a great big lock box. So you could say, well, I'm just leave my gold here where it's safe. And the goldsmith would give you a receipt for it. It's kind of like Chinese laundry. You bring back the receipt, we'll give you your gold. No ticking, no washing. So we get your receipt. So now I want to buy your gold, maybe buy your apple. I can say, don't go away. And I can run down to the goldsmith, give him my receipt, get the gold, come back and say, okay, here's the gold, give me an apple. Well, what are you going to do? You don't want to keep it around. So you run down and give it to the goldsmith, and he gives you the receipt. Oh gosh, that's a whole lot of running around. If I've already got my gold receipt, can I give you the gold receipt? You give me the apple? Yeah, you're going to end I'm going to divide this anyway. It's a lot easier to carry paper. You just put it in your pocket or your wallet. It doesn't weigh as much, and it works the same way. You want the gold, you go and pick it up. Now, the guy who's holding all the gold goes, wow, this is real fun. I've got 1,000 gold coins, and people only come in and collect like 100 of them at any one time. So only about 10% of the people who have gold here ever ask for it back. Everybody's using these gold receipts. Now, because I'm not terribly scrupulous, well, how can I take advantage of that? I can print more gold receipts. Yeah, but if I spend them, everybody's going to say, hey, Jack, how come you got all this money? Where are you getting all that? So I really can't spend it myself. So I can just loan it to you. I mean, nobody's going to ask you. Please, where'd you come with that money? I borrowed it from Goldsmith. So I mean, that's like cool. So if I only have 10% of the people collecting the money, and I have 1,000 coins, I can print 10,000 notes. So I can print all these counterfeit gold receipts, and I can loan for you and loan for you and loan for you, and now everybody's using the gold receipts and selling the original ones because I printed the original ones. And now 10% of those people, 10% of the $10,000 are going to come in and collect their gold. And I've got 1,000 pieces of gold that I need. That's how fractional reserve banking got started. I'm basically counterfeiting money legally. So now, and this is a really great setup. I can counterfeit this money, I can loan it to you, and now when you borrow money from me, you're going to pay me back the interest. And I'm going to ask for the interest in gold. So I don't know where you're going to come up with it, but you're going to go out and bring back more gold. So if I've got more gold, I can print 10 times as much money. Every gold coin you print, I can print 10 certificates and loan that out. It doesn't take idiots to figure out that you're going to be making money pretty much hand over fist here pretty soon. Now, I've got almost the perfect setup. Almost perfect because, borrow enough money. I mean, you're a nice guy, but you only borrow maybe $5,000. And you're going to do that once because you want to buy a house. I want to make more money. I got to figure out a way to loan more money. Who can I go to? I will borrow money from. Can I loan money to a government? Will governments borrow money? Yeah! And they borrow lots of money. Especially if somebody's about to attack. If your country is going to war, don't you want to borrow money so you can buy guns to defend yourself? I mean, if you're going to borrow money now, are you willing to borrow that money at like a really high interest rate? The goldsmith says, yeah, I can loan you the money that's going to be 25 or 30%. The bad guys are coming. I need the guns today. I can't afford it. Give me the money. I'm not going to have any instant then. So, yeah, I'll borrow the money. I'll give you your 30%. I got the perfect solution. Exactly. You're battling this guy over here, so I've loaned you money over here. You want to borrow money? I mean, you're fighting against this lady over here. You don't want her to win. I can loan you money too. So now I'm playing both ends against the middle. I'm loaning you money at 30%. I'm loaning you money at 35% because I'm not giving you very many chances. And I've got the two of you fighting. You're both borrowing lots of money. I'm making money hand over fist. This is good. What's the only bad news that I can ever get? The two of you shook hands and decided not to be a war anymore. Oh my gosh, we can have that. You stop the war, you stop borrowing money. You sound like wild, crazy. That's exactly what's going on. When Napoleon was exiled, they put him off in Elba, hoping he would never come back. What do you think the bankers did? Hey, Napoleon, you want to come back and kick some butt? Why do you think we have the Louisiana Purchase? also borrowing money from the banker. So we got here in the United States. We're printing our own money. My gosh, we can't have any of that. We don't have any. You're making your own money. How can we loan you money? So all through the history of the United States, they've been trying to set up a central bank. Alexander Hamilton was the guy who was trying to get it started, and he did. They called it the first bank in the United States. And then the contract ran out, and so they brought it back again, and they called it the first bank in the United States. And then it went away, and they brought it back a third time. This time they called it the second bank in the United States. We had, a central bank several times. Well, Andrew Jackson said, you guys are a vipers. You buy, string the God, I'll rob you out. And he threw out all the central bankers, and he killed the central bank for about 75 years. He did a good job of it. Not a perfect job. But back in 1913, the central bank came back. What do we call it? Federal Reserve. So they print money out of thin air. You've heard the joke about the woman who goes into the bank and says, I can't be overdrawn. I still have checks left. That may be cute, but that's what the Federal Reserve is doing. Prior to 1913, how did Congress get money? At the Fed. Then we come down and say, we were going to have this big scientific, we need $1 million to study the sex life of a mosquito. Like, oh, darn. We can't do our technical project. So then they invent the Federal Reserve Bank. Congress is authorized to appoint money and regulate the value thereof. They are not authorized to give that power to somebody else. If I'm a police officer, can I give you my gun and say, would you direct traffic for me while I'm on watch? Can I give you that authority? No, because I can't give you the responsibility that goes with it. We give Congress responsibility for appointing money. We did not give them the authority to give it to somebody else. But they did. Reserve Bank is completely, totally, 100% unconstitutional. I don't care how much, depends on what your definition of is, the president does. It's unconstitutional. So now we've got the Federal Reserve Bank printing money out of thin air. What does Congress do? They borrow money from the Federal Reserve. Did they ask us? No. They just borrow the money. They do their, study on the sex life of the mosquito, and then they turn around and go, oh, gosh, we've got our national debt. You got to pay taxes. We got to pay our national debt. Wait a minute. They were supposed to ask us before. Now they've invented a system where they can get the money without asking. It is criminal. It is treason. Absolutely treason. Anybody here still think the government is out to you for your best interest? I'm from the government. I'm here to help. Oh, yeah? Stand still. Now, one of my favorite quotes is from Ludwig von Mises. Ludwig von Mises says on page 24, the government is the only institution that can take a valuable commodity like paper and make it absolutely worthless by printing on it. Think about it. If you've given me scrap paper, I can use it for something, but now that you turn it into money, it has no value. Now, money is defined by Black's Law Dictionary. The usual and ordinary acceptation means coins and paper currency used as a circulating medium of exchange and does not embrace notes or IOUs, evidence of debt or other personal real estate. A note is a document containing an express and absolute promise of signer to pay a specified person or order. It's a promise to pay. When we started this class, you gave me silver, I gave you a book. That is quid pro quo, Latin for something for something. We do an exchange. So once I've given you something, you've given me something. Once we've done this trade, the transaction is over with. You know, I'm happy, you're happy, leave me alone. Now, if you say, gosh, I'd really like to have that apple, and I say, well, okay, it's $1. You say, well, I don't have $1, I got an IOU. If I give you the apple and you give me the IOU, have we finished the transaction? No. Now, somebody's got a banana, and I want to buy the banana. And they say, well, it's $1. I say, well, instead of $1, I've got this IOU from so-and-so, and I give the IOU and I take the banana. Have we finished the transaction? No, somebody still owes this guy $1. Somebody is still stuck. That's what a note is. At the top of the dollar, it says Federal Reserve note. These are official IOUs. They're absolutely, totally worthless. Now, they're not the same as this. This is a silver certificate. At the top, it says silver certificate, and at the bottom, it says $1 in silver payable to the bearer on demand. So you used to be able to take one of these into the bank, and they would give you silver. And I'm not talking about the bus tokens that we use. I mean, if you listen to these things drop on the floor, they sound hollow. Doesn't sound anything like. So basically, this is real money because it can be converted into gold or silver. This is a Federal Reserve note, and it happens to be worth whatever Alan Greenspan says it's worth. It is fiat paper. Now, what I want to do, is anybody not seeing silver certificates? I'm going to pass these around. I want them back. You can spend that. You can spend it like it's $1, but it's worth a whole lot more. I mean, I've got those in plastic. I won't spend it. I'll give you $, but I want that one back. Yes, legally you can spend it. Now, you're not going to find those in circulation because there are a couple 100,000 of us that know the difference, and we'll snatch those out of circulation faster. What's that? Right. I'm sure. I have a $2 note. I have to check that. Right. Now, negotiable. $2,000 for what? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Now, negotiable means that we can negotiate about it. If I've got a pile of silver and you've got something, you can say, well, how much is it? And we can negotiate. Okay? You can decide whether you want to take it or not. Non-negotiable means you don't have a choice. It cannot be transferred. Not capable of passing title or property by endorsement or delivery. This is the question that you had earlier. If I take your apple and I give you the silver, I'm basically transferring property. This is now your property. The note cannot transfer property. It's just an instrument of debt. It's basically a tally system. You do not own this $, because it's in your wallet. Who owns this $? The Federal Reserve. It's got a serial number on it and everything. So this is their money. If you go to Davis and you want to borrow one of their cars, you take your car, drive it around for a week, fill up with gas, bring it back. It's still their car. They're going to charge you money for borrowing it? Yes, that's known as an excise rent on the car. The 16th Amendment, the Supreme Court had determined that the 16th Amendment confers no new power of taxation on the Congress. Congress can't do anything now that it couldn't already do before the 16th Amendment. The Supreme Court says all the 16th Amendment does is to establish the income tax as an excise, which means that you are paying rent for using their property. It's like going to Avis. Did you transact business using Avis? Yes. You got to pay rent and all the paper dollars that you handle. Why do people use the Federal Reserve notes? There's no other choice. It's like Henry Ford. You can have your car, any car you want, as long as it's flat. You have a choice of one. Is it a choice? No. So, what do we need? We need some options. So instead of using this, we can use this. It's free currency. Invented by an organization called NORFED, N-O-R-F-E-D, National Organization for the Repeal of the Federal Reserve. So not only do you want to carry the silver in your pocket, silver certificate. This is a silver certificate. It's a warehouse receipt. So if you have this in your possession, you can go in, use this instead of that. But if you want this, you can go and pick it up. Because they don't print one of these unless they have one of these in circulation or it's stored in a warehouse someplace. Now you have a choice. You don't have to use these. Now if somebody buys something and they give you this, technically you're obligated to take it. It's not negotiable. This is negotiable. These have been out for 3 years. There's already $1 million like this in circulation. Okay? That's why I'm here to educate you. Okay? It is an option. And every time we use these, we don't have to pay rent on the other guy's stuff. It comes in 1, 5, and 10. And they're different sizes. So that when you stack them, all the ones are short of the 5s. It's really cool stuff. I can pass this up around. Okay? One of the places that you can get it is from me. I have a redemption center for NorthEd. You can go to northend.org and you can buy it off the internet. And basically, in the back of the book, in the handouts, it is like the second or third item. Okay, I've got a little flyer for the NorthEd, and it explains what it is, what it looks like. It is perfectly legal. You're not violating any laws. So for those of you that don't want to go to jail for not having a driver's license or go to jail for not paying your taxes, this is something that you can do, which is not threatening, it's not illegal, and you are helping to restore the republic. It is legal. It's not illegal. It's not illegal. It's negotiating. Now, if a merchant will accept it, you can put a little silver tag on it. You got American Express, MasterCard, Visa, Lindor. We've got another silver label on the same side that says ALC, American Free Currency. And we've got 3 or 4 places in Austin that will accept them. Right. business. Talk to me. I'll give you a silver label. You put down at your door. And you're confident. Now, what do you do when you get it? Here's two things. Give it out to people as change. So, guys, what's this? Spend 5 minutes, tell them what it is. Okay, tell them it's silver. In fact, you just spend real easy. And you go into Taco Bell with this, and they go, wow, what is that? No, it's silver. You take silver, like, wow. And frequently, what they'll do is they'll put this in their pockets with $10 of their money every day. I went at McDonald's one time, sold one to the guy behind the gas register and 4 to the people after me. They go, wow, what is that? And I can go out to the car to get more silver. Okay? People know value when they see it. If you start using this instead of phony money, not only are you helping to recover, our economy, but you're helping to restore the republic. It's only been around for 3 years yet. As more and more people learn about it, it's going to help. We'll talk to you some more about organization. Yes, it is. No, that's not true. That is a transaction. The thing is, they don't own it, but neither do you. Right. It is real strange. That's me. And we have 9 redemption centers in Boston already. Three years ago, they had 20 redemption centers. 2 years ago, we were up to about 100. Today, we have about 1,200. I mean, part of it is growing exponentially. You tell people, they tell your friends, and so on and so on. And it won't be long before everybody knows about carbon. Well, that's cool. You give me worthless Federal Reserve notes, and I'll give you valuable silver. Yeah? Why would you do that? What are you going to do with the Federal Reserve notes? I can buy more silver. It's like grain, It's like, it still works. The more silver we get into circulation like that, the better we're off. Yes. Yes. They cannot be counterfeited. They literally cannot be counterfeited. They have so much, they got all sorts of fine print. I can barely see what's on. Is the Pledge of Allegiance, the Bill of Rights, the preamble of the Constitution. And I went, yeah, right. And I gave it to an Australian girl, and she started reading it. And I know she doesn't know the Pledge of Allegiance and the Bill of Rights. I know. It's like, wow, that really is there. And it also has a DNA coding. So, when you have one of these, we can check anything that's DNA coding to find out if it is really, what it is. Really. CO18. Now, the Federal Reserve Bank started in 1913, the same year that the 16th Amendment was ratified, and the same year that the IRS came into existence. What a coincidence. I've always been so amazed that all the famous people were born on holidays. What are the chances of that? So, now, let's talk a little bit about the economy. All you need to know about economy is the law of supply and demand. If there's a lot of it, the price is going to be really cheap. How much are you going to spend for tax? Probably not a whole lot. If I want something, I'll just go out back and back where you pick some up. Gold, how much is that worth? Well, a lot, because there isn't very much around. Now, the same thing is true about peaches. If I'm a peach farmer, I got a million peaches, and I sell my million peaches this year. Let's say I sell them at 25 cents a piece. Next year, I try to grow some peaches, and I've got rain and frost and all sorts of weather problems, and I only have half a million peaches. How much are peaches going to be in the market? About 50 cents. The price is going to go up. So you've got good years and bad years. This is called market flow. And if people decide they don't want peaches anymore, then the price is going to go down. This is a normal, healthy economy. It's a free market economy. The people set the price based on what they're willing to pay. Now, we got the Federal Reserve saying that today, bad years, good years, bad years, good years, that's got to stop. We want to have just like a smooth, steady, flow. So we're going to set up the Federal Reserve so that we can eliminate inflation and deflation. Really. Okay? So, what happened in 1929? The stock market crashed. I thought the Federal Reserve was supposed to fix that. I thought it was supposed to prevent that. Okay? So let's talk about money. When we talk about money, frequently we refer to it as the blood of the economy. Excellent metaphor. Because it circulates. If I buy something for $1, you buy something, you buy something, you buy something, then we buy $15, that $1 bill has gone around to all of us, and basically just an exchange. It's a placeholder. What happens if you have too much blood, your blood pressure goes up? Is that good for you? No. What happens if you accidentally slice your wrist and you start to lose blood? Is that good for you? No. There's a certain range. Too much is not good, not enough is not good. There's a certain limit in the middle where you need to have your healthy body. The same thing is true of money. Too much or too little, and your economy is in trouble. I'm going to oversimplify this just so that nobody's missing it. Let's pretend for the next 10 minutes that the only thing to buy or sell in the United States are bales of hay. Everything else you're just going to grow yourself. The only thing we're going to buy or sell are bales of hay. There are exactly 1 million bales of hay. There are also exactly 1 million paper dollars. How much is a bale of hay? $1. The dollar is worthless. It's just a representation of the bale of hay. So I've got 500 bales of hay. But I only got 1 cow. There's no way my cow can eat all that hay before it goes rotten. And plus, I got a little tiny truck that has a place to store 100 bales of hay. Where would I sleep? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sell my 100 bales of hay, and I'm going to end up with $100. That's great. Now it's $100. I can put that in my pocket. I can carry it. Or I can go home, open up the safe, put the money in the safe, take out my trusty rifle, lock the safe, turn on the security alarm, and sit on the couch all night. And I will lie awake because I've been drinking coffee. I am just one wired so-and-so. I'm going to protect my $100. Now, overnight, the Federal Reserve decides to print and distribute another 1 million paper dollars. So I wake up, the sun comes up, it's breakfast. Now there are 2 million paper dollars, and still 1 million bales a day. How much is a bale a day? A bale a day is worth $2. Bale a day is worth $2. I go into the safe and I bring out my $100. How much do I have to take in that box? 50. So without triggering the alarm, without walking between me and my rifle, without even opening up my safe, the government has stolen 50% of my buying power. That is why inflation is evil. Because they're stealing from you and you don't even know it. How did we get into trouble in the first place? Why did we write the Constitution? Because each of the colonies was printing money. They were suffering from inflation. After World War II, after World War I, Germany had a 5,000% inflation rate. Whatever cost you $1 in January cost you $50 in December. When I was a boy, my mother told me that you would walk around with a shopping bag full of money. Why? Because you're rich? No, because the money is worthless. It costs you $1 million to go and buy groceries. And you say, oh yeah, but that was back in World War I. That was before my time. You ever go to Mexico? If you go down and buy a hamburger and fries in Mexico, it's going to cost you 77,000 pesos. Oh my gosh, you get your calculator and go, oh, that's $8. Why are pesos worthless? Because Mexico has been inflating their money. If you walk around and see a peso on the ground, you don't even pick it up. It's not worth the time to bend over. Oh, but wait a minute, there's a washer in the ground. I'll pick that up because I may be able to use that. So it can't happen here. Ever since 1913, the Federal Reserve has been printing money. Where did it go? How come we're not making dollar bills? Because they're putting it in on one end and taking it out every April 15th. What does it cost them to put in? Nothing. They print the money out of thin air. You work hard. You go, okay, I've got it. And the IRS comes along and says, okay, we're going to take 40%. Thank you very much. The IRS does not pay for roads, hospitals, and national events. It's a lie. They're just a vacuum cleaner to suck out all the paper so you don't realize that your money is any more worthwhile than Mexico's. And they've been doing it since 1913. If I have a bucket, and I took a hose and I started pouring water into the bucket, what's going to happen about 1 or 2 minutes from now? It's going to overflow. Well, I punch a hole in the side of the bucket, and I'm standing here pumping water in and talking, and just holding the hose and filling up the bucket. How long is it going to be before you go, wait a minute, how much are you going to fill up that bucket? How are you doing that? Doesn't it occur to anybody that that bucket should overflow sooner or later? How much money does the Federal Reserve have to pump in? How much money? Something's wrong. We have to regain control of our economy. If we don't regain control of our economy, we are sunk. End of story. Let's take a break. We'll have to talk about inflation. I wrote it on the board. I had about the economy. We've been talking about the Federal Reserve. We just finished talking about inflation and why inflation is bad. Because you're putting money into circulation, basically have no substance behind it. There's nothing to back up the money. Now, if you inflate, if you add money, and inflate the economy, the money that's in circulation becomes worth less. And if you add enough money, the money that's in circulation becomes worthless. So inflation is bad. Now, Alan Greenspan tells us that we need the economy to be inflated about 5%. Now, wait a minute, why would that be true? If inflation is bad, why would 5% inflation be good? Well, if you woke up tomorrow morning and everything cost you twice as much, would you be a little bit concerned? I mean, wouldn't you like, call your congressman and say, wait a minute, how did you guys do that to us? Well, if they inflate the economy 5 cents a year, if so bread starts out as $1 a loaf, and in December now it's $1.05. Are you going to write your congressman and say, wait a minute, bread went up a nickel? No, probably not. Not enough to worry about. Well, then the next year is up to $1.10, and then $1.16, and so on. Inflation is bad. The reason that they inflate 5% is because it's not so bad that we're going to do is complain. How many people know the story about how to commit fraud? Right? Well, basically that's what they're doing. They're doing it all so that we don't get irritated. Well, let's get irritated anyway. Now, inflation is bad. Let's talk about deflation. October 1929, stock market crash. Oh, terrible, terrible stuff. Accident, right? No, the stock market crash was deliberately caused. You can read books on that. They deliberately caused the crash of the stock market. Now, that was the only thing that happened. The stock market would have, been recovered in about, 3 months. Hey, no problem. Is the stock market crash caused the Great Depression? No. What caused the Great Depression? Anybody have any idea? They took the money out of circulation. They contracted the money supply. In October, the day the stock market crashed, the amount of money in circulation was enough so that each man, woman, and child could have $2,400. If you spread it all out, everybody has $2,400. A year later, $10.50 per person. From 2,400 to 14. If you're paddling down the river in a canoe and somebody sucks all the water out of the river, where are you going to go? You're going to be sitting there going, what happened? Now, the Great Depression, was that because you didn't have enough people to work? Were people sitting around going, I'm just not going to work today? No, you had people begging for jobs. Please hire me. Why can't we hire you? Because we got nothing to pay you with. I want to buy that apple. Okay, give me $1. I don't have $1 to give you. Money is just supposed to change hands. There wasn't enough money to put into our business. And the economy came to a grinding halt on purpose. Now, we say, oh my gosh, terrible, terrible trouble. We've got this national emergency. Whatever will we do? Oh gosh, I know. Let's elect Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a socialist. And he's going to pay us all these New Deal programs. And the New Deal programs eliminate the Depression? No. How do they cause it? Taking money out. How do they end it? By printing money. Oh, son of a gun, everything is better. Thank you, FDR. How stupid can we be? So the Federal Reserve Bank is supposed to be, working in our favor? No. Is the Federal Reserve Bank part of the government? No. People say, well, it's got federal in it. It's got to be part of the government. Is Federal Express part of the post office? No. It's got the word federal. Anybody ever order federal pizza? Like, oh my gosh, this must have a government stamp of approval. How come there's no pepperoni? Just because it's got the word federal in it doesn't mean anything. And you can prove it to yourself. Go to the phone book, go to the blue pages where all the government offices are. Post office, police departments and stuff. Show me Federal Reserve Bank. It's not there. Look back to the white pages, find Federal Express, and you may be lucky enough to find it just, a couple inches away from there. It's a private corporation. It has never been audited. Now, why was Abraham Lincoln assassinated? You got to stood from the bullet. Now, Abraham Lincoln was fighting the Civil War. He wanted money. You think bankers are willing to loan money? You bet. You want that money? Sure thing, Abe. That cost you 30%. Abe said, no. I've got enough problems on my hands with the war. I'm not going to pay war by, borrowing the money at 30%. So Abraham Lincoln printed new money. So he went back to Washington and said, what am I going to do? And his treasurer says, print money. This Article 1, Section 8, Clause 5. Point money and regulate the value thereof. It's one of the things the government can't do. So Abraham Lincoln printed money with green ink on the back. Up until then, money was black and white. Why did he put it on green ink? So you'd be able to tell which ones were which. So he printed a couple $1 million, put it in circulation, won the Civil War, and then started taking all those monies out. Anything with a greenback was taken out of circulation. So for a short period of time we had inflation, but at least we didn't lay interest on it. And he pissed off the bankers because he wouldn't play their game. Bang! Whatever happened to JFK, certainly was not Oswald. I mean, who can believe? You can't even get 3 bullets out of the gun that fast, much less aim. Anybody who's used a bolt-action rifle knows that. Now, on page 26, I've got a short commentary on just perhaps why JFK might have been killed. JFK decided to eliminate the power of the Federal Reserve Bank, to strip its power of loan money and start printing federal treasury notes. Start printing it by the government the way it was supposed to do. And that was with Executive Order 11-110. 1110. And I've got Executive Order 11110 listed right there. And it says, by virtue of the authority vested in me, by present paragraph such and such on page 12, 1933. Okay? Silver certificates, silver or standard silver dollars in the treasury, not been held for redemption. So JFK was going to give us our money back. 5 months later, somebody put a bullet in his head. Just a pure coincidence, I'm sure. Okay? That law, that executive order has never been repealed. We can still do that. We can still have the Treasury print silver certificates. Why don't they? Nobody wants to stand in front of that bullet anymore. Yeah, traded quite a bit of silver. Silver is actually better for us right now than gold because there is so much of it. There's so much of it. So if we had people to try to corner the market on it, and it could be a change on that. So then on page 27, I have a series of quotes that are all dealing with the Federal Reserve. 100% of what is collected is absorbed solely by interest on the federal debt. All individual income tax revenues are gone before one nickel is spent on services taxpayers expect from the government. This was the Grace Commission that was authorized by Reagan. They did a study. They said your tax money does not go for hospitals, roads, and national defense. Not a single penny. It's a lie. How many people have ever heard of the Grace Commission? Well, they kind of swept it under the rug. I'm still trying to get a copy of it. And the Webster said, of all contrivances for cheating the laboring classes of mankind, none has been more effective than that which deludes them with paper money. Thomas Jefferson said, if the American people ever allowed private banks to control the issue of their currency, first by inflation and then deflation, the banks and corporations that will grow up around them will deprive the people of all property until their children will wake up homeless on the continents their fathers conquered. You're going to end up with spin. I'll let you go through those other quotes here, Steve. And you are in the virus of these. I intend to rout you out. And by the grace of eternal God, I will rout you out. Page 28 has other quotes. In the middle, Representative Lewis McFadden said, the Federal Reserve banks are the most corrupt institutions the world has ever seen. There is not a man in the sound of my voice who does not know that this nation is run by the international banks speaking to the Congress. Congress knows exactly what's going on. Congress is not working out for your best interest. Now, how did all this happen? In 1913, the Federal Reserve Act was written, and the Federal Reserve started printing money. They were loaning money to the United States. We were obligated to pay our debts, our interest, in gold. To use this paper, you have to pay us in gold. That happened for 20 years. In 1933, the United States went bankrupt. Now, I met somebody who actually heard Franklin Delano Roosevelt say that line. This is not some history book. This is a person who heard it for himself. And on June 5th of 1933, FDR, passed a joint resolution to suspend the gold standard. So Congress presumably passed a law that says you are not allowed to demand gold or silver. Up until then, you can say, I'll give you anything you want. But you got FDR says, no, you can't do that. It's now illegal to demand gold. Says who? How can they make it illegal to demand gold? You have an unlimited right to contract? Yes. So how can FDR tell you what you can or cannot accept? But whereas the existing emergency, which existing emergency are they talking about? The bankruptcy, the depression. Oh my gosh, the economy is terrible. Oh yeah, but you created that. Artificial. The existing emergency is closed. The provisions of obligations which purport to give the obligee a right to require payment in gold or to U.S. foreign currency or the amount going to measure thereby obstruct the power of Congress to regulate the value of money. So your rights are kind of a beat in the butt for us, so we're going to eliminate your rights. They can't do that. They didn't give them to us. They can't take them away. And this act is completely and totally unconstitutional. And down below, they say the term coin or currency means coin or currency in the United States, including Federal Reserve notes. So suddenly, worthless paper is now going to be traded the same as gold and silver. And that's why page 30, there are people away from the government listening. Now we're spending back. Speaking from the congressional record. What does that mean? Any record means that you can go to the archives and look it up. Don't take my word for it. I'm reading Stan's words yourself. I think of all the damnable heresies that have been suggested in connection with the Constitution, the doctrine of emergency is the worst. It means that when Congress declares an emergency, there is no Constitution. It means instead, it's the very doctrine that the German Chancellor is invoking today. Which German Chancellor? Hitler. So FDR did exactly the same thing that Hitler did. We bombed Hitler. We called him the worst, most evil man in history. But we're going to build a monument to FDR? Where's the logic in that? I have promised myself that before I die, I am going to go to Hyde Park, New York. It says Chancellor Hitler has at least frank about it. We pay the Constitution lip service, but the result is the same. And so since March 9th, 1933, the United States has been, in fact, in a state of declared national emergency. My mother was born in 1934. She has lived her entire life under a state of national emergency. Well, we're in a state of national emergency. How can we go out to these 4th of July picnics, throw the frisbee and have hot dogs? It's an emergency. Shouldn't we be running around going, the sky is falling, the sky is falling? How can it be a national emergency? An emergency means temporary. You know, it's on fire, you put the fire out, the emergency's over with. How can an emergency last for 70 years? Just by definition, it's no longer an emergency. Now, the president may seize property, organize and control assign military forces abroad, institute martial law, seize and control all transportation and communication, regulate the operation of private enterprise, restrict travel, and in a plethora of particular ways, control the lives of American citizens. Don't you feel special? And they have been doing that in the emergency. I guess in 1970 sometime they said, wait a minute, you can't have an emergency that lasts that long. The president has to reallocate that emergency every 2 years. And they do. Start writing Freedom of Information Act asking about all that. We need a president that's willing to say the national emergency is over. Now, it's not correct. Right. And that's true. What he's asking about is constitutional goal. Basically, Roosevelt tried to make gold, or planned to make pulling gold illegal. It's now illegal because you're hoarding it. You are an enemy of the state. You got to turn in all your gold. And people did. It's your gold. And people did. It's like, why? You know, I don't think I do. And what do? They put all of our gold in Fort Knox to keep it safe. Has anybody seen that gold? We've tried to get bought. Can you get anywhere close to No, the goal's not there. All I want to do is when I go into the video queue, just when I see our goal, they don't let you in because it ain't there. They lied to us again. How bad does it have to get before we do something? Page 31. I'm just going to go through these real briefly. We've got so much corruption that day. It's not even funny. World War I was politically started. I mean, everybody was all somebody assassinated Martin Luther King. There we go. And U.S. was deliberately dragged in by seeking Palestinians. World War II was deliberately started. And FDR got us into World War II. How do you do that? Well, he was accused of blockading Japan, but he also created the Pearl Harbor travesty. I'm going to make each of you admiral. You have a navy. One of the good things about a navy is that you got lots of boats, and boats can move around and zigzag. Moving, it's hard to find. You can hide it in the ocean. Anybody fly across the ocean? I mean, you know, if you have a boat out there, boats probably the only place, the only people who know where it is. Finding a deal in a haystack is easy compared to finding a boat in the ocean. So now, as the admiral, your first act is to decide whether this is a good idea or not. We're going to take all of our boats and we're going to put them in this little tiny harbor called Pearl Harbor, and we're going to line them up in a straight line. How many admirals in the room want to do that? Not one. Why did we have our down in the first place? Because before he became president, FDR was also Secretary of the Navy. When he got elected president, he gave his admiral the order. He said, put all of your boats in Pearl Harbor. The admiral said, I will not. I'm an admiral. What kind of admiral am I going to be if I put all my boats in Pearl Harbor? No. FDR fired him. Put somebody else in. Said, put all your boats in the harbor. He said, well, you got to be looking after my predecessor. I don't want to lose all the shiny devils. FDR deliberately caused Pearl Harbor to get us involved in World War II. That is treason. If he were alive, the question now becomes, if things are so bad, is there any good news? Is there any light at the end of the tunnel? And the answer is yes. Don't give up. We are just about to turn this thing around. If you don't do anything, we're definitely going down the tube. So if we are going to turn it around, we've got to get up off of our panties and do something. Now, one of the things that we've got to do is we've got to regain our law. The article of the Constitution is the smallest and it provides us with the least amount of protection. That's what we need to focus. So, join the fully informed jury association. One of the things that juries can do is they can overturn the law. One of the things that juries can do is they can overturn the law. It's called jury nullification. Now, judges don't lie to you. They say, you get to decide the facts, I will decide the law. Not the way it really happens. So if I get arrested for having black hair, according to their rules, you get to say, well, does Mike have black hair? Yeah, it looks like it's guilty. You go, well, yeah, but wait a minute. The way things really work is you go, yes, he does have black hair, and we really don't care if the law says that it's a stupid law. We're going to override that. We're refuse to find him guilty. That's what happened. That's where juries came from. When they were trying to accuse William Penn of heresy because he wasn't teaching the proper religion. The jurors were put in jail. They were starved and beaten, and they refused to find him guilty. The judge finally had to let him go. So that's one of the places that I would focus. Now, instant runoff voting. One of the things that we can do is working for is to get this, check mark. When I say, I want you to vote for the Libertarian, people say, well, I don't want to waste my vote. If I vote for the Libertarian, the bad guy is going to win, and I'm going to feel really terrible. Because I didn't go to prevent the bad guy from winning. Now, I don't care which guy you think is the bad guy, you're not wasting your vote. If I give you a choice, a 45% chance at lethal injection, a 50% chance of the electric chair, and 5% for a stick, what are you going to vote for? The electric chair because you're likely to win? What are you going to vote for? The stick, but it's only 5%. I don't care. It's the right thing to do. Now, when you see runoff voting, you get to itemize. This is my first choice. This is my second choice. This is my third choice. Now, you can vote for the guy you really want to vote for. And if he doesn't win, they will take your second choice and go for the guys that, the bad one doesn't win. And now, when we start getting 20, 25, and 30% for the libertarians, guess what? Things are going to change. I have this copy of Pretty Good Privacy. It's called PGP, and it's a software program that lets you scramble your email. You can scramble it up. The CIA and the FBI cannot read it. Grandma's peanut butter cookie recipe is safe. Now, I won't go into too much detail, but we are now using 2096 bits of encryption. It would take a great computer just about 100 years to confront all the possibilities. By that time, Grandma's going to be dead, I'm going to be dead, we really don't care about the peanut butter cookie recipe. The reason the FBI and CIA are upset is because they can't break the code. So you have to email, get a copy of PGP. Now, yes. The FBI and the CIA are upset because PGP works. You can scramble your email messages so well that they can't read it. And it just pisses them off. Well, why should they read it anyway? I thought I had a right to privacy. If you thought you'd write your love letters in the back of a postcard, no, not generally, because it's not for public consumption. It's only for hunting fun. So you put it in envelopes so nobody else can read it. But if you're sending email, every computer that email stops on can make a copy of it. Anything that you print in email which is not encrypted, you better be ready for that to show up on the front page of the New York Times. You can get a copy for free off the internet. They can give you test copies. It works really well, and I highly recommend it. PGP.com. I can go into more detail about how it works. How it works is irrelevant. The fact that it does work is what you're going to be concerned. Now, there's a project TOTO to expose and the illegal operations of the income tax system. In a couple of weeks, we're going to go to Washington and we're going to be dragging the IRS over hot coals, asking them difficult questions. Now, the government never gives us anything that they still want. If they agree to go to Washington and answer our questions, I am convinced the IRS is out. They don't care anymore. They don't want the IRS, and they're going to say, okay, you guys can. Except that they've got something better in the background, which I think is national sales tax. So we've got to be careful. Don't let them slip in something worse than the IRS. Norfed. We've already talked about Norfed. We can take back our currency. The economy is what's all screwed up. Silver doesn't inflate. This is real value. They can't stop you from using that. All you have to do to take back some of your liberty is use liberty currency instead. Where are you using all your friends? If you want to exchange something, let's use liberty currency instead. Digital money is going to be the solution to all of this. The reason that the Federal Reserve has all the power because we are forced to use how many people here would have a Swiss bank account if they could? Okay? Why would you want a Swiss bank account? For privacy? The fact that you are the only person in the world who knows how much money you got in the bank? Well, that's not true with a Swiss bank account. There are two people, you and a Swiss banker. You now have an opportunity to do something better than a Swiss bank account. It is called 3dgold.com. The 3 P's are privacy, protection, and profit. If I told you you could go out to the internet and get yourself a Swiss bank account, it's better than a Swiss bank account, A, because you don't have to travel to Switzerland. B, a Swiss bank account, they can't have like $25,000 minimum. This only requires $1,000 minimum. And 3, this, there's only one person in the world who knows that you got the account. Even the computer knows, but it's not telling. Now, how does this work? You want to sell me a book. You tell your account, I'm about to get money. Somebody's about to give me $100. The computer will send you one of these encryption scrambles to look at it, which looks like nonsense, and you give that to me. Well, I can't read it, but I give it to my account, and I say, I want to send $100 to this scramble, whatever that is. So the money disappears from my account and shows up in yours. I have no idea where it went. You send me the book. Now, if I'm calling myself George, you don't know who you sold the book to. All you care about is that you did sell the book. Now, how many people in the world know that a transaction took place? 2, me, and you, and I even tell it. Right now, 3P Gold is like trying to sell somebody the very first fax machine. Imagine being a salesman. I've got this really great machine. You can put the paper in here, and it dials code, and it comes out someplace else. You go, great. Who can I send it to? Well, nobody. I mean, you're the only one. It's like, well, then why would I buy one? Well, where's the person going to show up? Well, somebody like Ford Motor Company said, well, we'll buy 2 of them. You know, that way, you know, the secretary doesn't have to run back and forth. You know, we can just save time. Or if General Motors buys a couple, you go, oh, wow, so we didn't have something to General Motors too. And then pretty soon somebody else, and somebody else, and somebody else. Now, fax machines are ubiquitous. I mean, people have to their study. I've had people say, I don't want your email address or your phone number, I want your fax number. Fax machines are all over the place. You can fax something to anybody, practically. Now, how many people had email 10 years ago? Me and Tim and maybe 2 of my key buddies. Email, once they 12-year-old kids have their own email. My mother has email. You know? Everybody's got email. In 10 years, email is everywhere. Why? So we can send stupid jokes to each other. Isn't that great? It's like, oh yeah, grandma's peanut butter cooking recipe. So in 10 years, we have everybody's got email for something stupid like jokes. Now, if I told you that you could get this creepy gold account now, and and you do these secret accounts, you can buy something for something in Russia, and it's a secret. Any money that you take out of the bank and put in 3D gold, can the IRS get to it? Get to what? I don't know what you're talking about. Account? No, I don't know anything about an account. What's that? As long as you don't forget your password. They tell you right up front, do not forget your password. Don't call us, because we can't figure it out. It's all encrypted. Eventually, not yet. That's the three people: protection, privacy, and profit. And they haven't got it completely understand yet. What they're going to allow you to do is do investments. It's like the stock market. The stock market here in the United States is controlled by the SEC. If you do trading in the world market, you don't have that limitation. You get big percentages outside of the stock market. And so that will eventually be relatively profitable. But yeah, you can grow interest in all this stuff. Initially, there are only like 2 or 3 of us that got them. It's going to be hard for a while to find anybody that can transfer. But if we can get email in 10 years, how fast do you think we can get 3D gold? You send an email and everybody can just send jokes to go, hey, wow, man, this is really great. 5 years, 4 years, maybe. E-gold is similar in concept. Unfortunately, e-gold is here local. They don't do any auditing. And if it's a good idea, I don't think but they've been rated by the IRS already. I don't think they've taken anything, but they've been hassled. 3D gold is offshore. It is not in U.S. jurisdiction. So what's the IRS going to do? I think, yeah, well, so he gets offshore. I know the man who's helping to organize this personally, and he's either really self-sufficient or he's a terrible character. If I can come, I have to put it in, but I've got to do now. But, it doesn't do anything right now. It's that, one and only, facts machine. I think so. I wasn't concerned about that. But you go 3D gold and check. So as this becomes more and more prevalent and more powerful, then who's going to use instead of crypto? Why wouldn't you? If I'm the kid that used to take this ball, go home, but this ball, we can all just leave the deal. We don't have to use these anymore. So the Federal Reserve may be there, but it's not going to have the authority. There's no big plans. Bye, leave. Thanks for my use. There you go. I'd love to do that. I'd be willing to transfer money back and forth. Go out and get a 3D gold account instead of email. Okay. So, right. So digital cash is something that is just around the corner. There's nothing that the government can do about it. This is absolutely wonderful. When the printing press came out, the government's churches in charge, and we're real happy about that. Because up until this, I'm telling you what the Bible says. really, now we can print the Bible and you can read it for yourself. You go, hey, you've been pulling banks on me. That's not what it says. So they didn't like the printing press. What did they do? They went out and they started burning books. Were they successful? Did we eliminate books? No, because we were printing them faster than they could burn them. There's not a damn thing they can do about it. And there's not a damn thing they can do about printing gold. It's going to happen whether they like it or not. And the faster we make it happen, the better off you all are going to be. The Libertarian Party, page 34. Now, I really don't care who you vote for, as long as you do not vote Democratic or Republican. Don't keep making the same mistake. Now, if you want my advice, I advise you to vote for the Libertarian. This December, we're having our 30th anniversary. They fight for the right to life, the right to liberty, the right to property. They're the only ones who understand the rights. Your money, you spend it. You're an adult, you decide what you want to do. And as long as you don't hurt somebody else, you can do anything you want. God, where have I heard that before? The Libertarian Party is the only one that understands the Constitution. The only one that understands the Constitution. Yeah, you get elected. No, not if you don't vote for it. If you were the deciding vote, I can guarantee that I can get everybody else to vote Libertarian, but I need your vote. Are you willing to vote Libertarian? And, even if that's not true, are you going to wait until everybody else figures it out and then you're going to be the last one to vote for liberty? Boy, that's a patriot. Why don't you do something brave and daring, like be the first one, and then convince all your friends? Page 35. There are three groups of people. People who don't know that there is a problem. Okay? And there are of the people who know that there's a problem, people think that, yes, we can solve it, and we can work within the system. If that's true, vote Libertarian. We're going to run for about another hour. On video, so we'll finish at 4:1, and there's a lunch. You're currently on page 13 of the PDF. And that's session 9. We're going to talk a little bit about the topic of doctrine. Those of us who went to school a long time ago probably had anybody who's gone to school recently. As far as I know, government schools no longer teach American history. I want you to know your rights and so, and history said that people migrated from England and North America, started setting up all of their houses and businesses here. They were English. Just like we Americans who moved up to Canada, they living in Canada, so living in Canada, so American. Just living someplace else. So they were under English rule. They were proud to be English. Eventually, the king started playing and collecting taxes. Why was the king registering all these taxes? Because England was at war. Who was and Spain. So the king is in England, he's fighting France and Spain. And he's got to raise money for his army. So he's like, wow, I got all this land that I own in North America. I'll just lay taxes on the people over there. Well, to Mexico, you know, we've been paying the king. He was spending it for whatever he wanted. He was the king. So we got sick and tired of taxation without representation. You're taking our money. We don't have any say so over what we're doing with it. Eventually we wrote the Declaration of Independence. And we severed all of our ties with England. We said, we're not going to be English anymore. We no longer have any allegiance to the crown. The Declaration of Independence was not the start of the fighting. The fighting had been going on prior to that. In fact, in 1775, the British soldiers came to Lexington to take all of our guns. Why? Well, gosh, you can't resist if you've got guns. That's what you want to collect them all. What did the Americans do? They went, no, you won't either. These are our guns. And we ended up firing the shotgun around the world. So a year later, 1776, we formalized the war. The Declaration of Independence was the formal start of the Revolutionary War. Now, what was the end of the Revolutionary War? When the Declaration of Independence started, what was the official end? The official end of the war was the Treaty of Paris. Why is it the Treaty of Paris? Why wasn't it the Treaty of London? Because we want neutral territory. Someplace it's not yours and it's not yours and it's not mine. We're going to go to neutral territory. We're going to go to Paris. And we're going to sign the Treaty of Paris. Now, I've got a copy of the Treaty of Paris in here. And this book is really excellent because it shows you everything in type that you can read. It also has a photograph. It also has a photograph of the actual document so that you can see what the document looked like. Now, I purchased this book from the National Archive in Washington, D.C. Here's what the title of this is. The Cornerstones of American Democracy. Are we a democracy? No, we're not. We don't like a democracy. This is from the National Archive. Well, if you're going to Washington, D.C. and buying official books, Cornerstones of Democracy, why do you think people think we live in a democracy? They're lying to us all the time. Now, the book is very, very good. I just don't. If I get married, and then several years later, I decide to split up, we're going to have to do something. We're going to have a divorce settlement. You get the kids, I get the dog, you get the house, I get the car. We got to split up the property. And everything derives from property. The Treaty of Paris, it was agreed, is a divorce settlement. You're getting divorced from England. We're no longer part of England. And so we're splitting up the property. What did the United States get? Property, a lodial title. It no longer belongs to the king. It's yours. You can own property for the first time in human history. Ta-da! Isn't that great? That's why the Treaty of Paris is so important. Now, we got the property here. What did England get? What did we give England in this settlement? Well, if you ever have a divorce and there are children involved, usually there are custody rights. The kids are going to live with me, but you get to come and visit them every so often. Well, England basically got visitation rights. They get to come here and sell all their products. Because we had 2 million people in the United States. Those are customers. England didn't want to lose customers. So we're going to give you the land as long as we can still buy and sell over in America. And we basically gave them the privilege of traveling up and down the Mississippi River. So that's what England got out of the treaty here. So now, during that time, while they were fighting the Revolutionary War, did we have the Constitution? No, but we have as our form of government at the time. The Articles of Confederation. So the Articles of Confederation basically set up a loosely organized group, 13 independent colonies that kind of joined together like a club. In fact, the title of the Declaration of Independence is really the unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America. And united is a small U. It's not uppercase U. It's not United States. They're states. You happen to be united. United is an adjective. And this is a unanimous declaration. Anybody have a unanimous declaration all by yourself? It's a contradiction, isn't it? If something is unanimous, that means everybody in the group agrees. So this is the unanimous declaration of independence. It means there had to be a group. Yeah, 13 states, 13 colonies. They all agreed, and they joined a collective organization, which was a confederacy. And the Articles of Confederation were really like the first constitution. Now, we did not win the American Revolution. We were not really strong enough to just kick butt. It didn't happen. George Washington won 2 battles out of all of them. He was constantly running away. He was retreating. Go bang, 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 bang. They took up the skies to go. And the British are going, wait a minute, what are you guys doing? Stand still so we can shoot you. How are you supposed to have a battle if you keep running away? That's ridiculous. Bang, 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 and run away, run away. So we only won 2 battles. We didn't win. We just refused to lose. King George is fighting France and Spain. He's got his hands full over here. He's looking over his shoulder going, oh man, you guys are a pain in the butt. You want to be free? Go. Be free. Be independent. You're more trouble than you're worth. We win. So, how did we win? Just all by yourself? No. Somebody was loaning us money. Who do you think loaned us money? You think maybe France and Spain? Wait a second. You can't do here's money. Go buy guns. You can help us fight the king. There'll be 3 of us now instead of just 2. So France and Spain loaned us all this money. End of the American Revolution. Okay, the Americans fighting is over. Wait a minute. You think that France and Spain want their money back? How many people except mom and dad are going to loan us money and not ask for the money back? So France and Spain is like, come on guys, pay up. So according to the Articles of Confederation, we're taking their fair share. Virginia went, we'll catch you next month. We're busy growing tobacco right now. We're trying to build up Virginia. And nobody was putting in their fair share. And they did, they were printing money. Each one of the colonies was an independent country, like France and Spain. We had Virginia, Massachusetts, Connecticut. And they printed their own money. And they were printing it like it was going out of style. Pretty soon, people would not take money and say, here, I'll give you $1. You go, I don't want $1. Why not? Because next week it's going to be worth 50 cents. It's losing money. But they something useful, give me chickens. Give me silver, give me gold, but I'm not going to take that paper money. If people will not take money, what happens to the economy? It stops. You guys got to go back to Philadelphia, and you've got to fix the Articles of Confederation. Add, correct, delete a sentence, edit, patch it up, make it work. So they go all rushing off to Philadelphia. Did they modify the Articles of Confederation? No. They scrapped it. They started from scratch. And they came up with the Constitution. Yay! But, these guys were the founding fathers, and they all just agreed. They just kind of sat around their arms around each other, and it was just unanimous approval for the Constitution, right? No! They almost got into fisticuffs. Benjamin Franklin several times had to stop them from fighting. That's how much they were arguing. Now, who were the two groups? Yeah, first of all, Alexander Hamilton and all his boys. Did you know that Alexander Hamilton was a monarchist? He did not like King George, but he liked the idea of a king. In fact, he liked it so much, he wanted to take the English system of government and bring it here. We're going to have our own House of Commons, our own House of Lords, we're going to have our own parliament. And Alexander Hamilton actually asked George Washington if George Washington would be the first king. Fortunately for us, George Washington said no. Luckily, now, they went into Philadelphia, and Alexander Hamilton and his boys, they came in with a whole new document. He said, I think we can get this one passed. Now, there are two forms of government page 13. Look at the definition of federal. Federal is of or pertaining to a compact or league, especially a league between nations or states, a club. Now, let's look at national. Of, pertaining to or maintained by a nation as an organized whole or independent unit. So a national government is federal government is many. If we talk about the United States, you're talking about a national government. At the early stages of our country, we talked about these United States. These meaning plural. You don't use that anymore. Why not? So you got a federal government versus a national government. Now, Alexander Hamilton wanted a national government. He wanted a strong central government. And he wrote the Constitution, or helped write the Constitution, to establish a strong central government. You think the people would have voted for that? No. You think the people would have voted for that? No. We just had a war against King George. We just got rid of a strong central government. Why would it want another one? So Alexander Hamilton knew that people would never vote for a national government. So he called himself and his group the Federalists. Isn't that great? That's like dog and cat. So he just named his group the Federalists. But he was really a nationalist. Now, Thomas Jefferson and all of his boys wanted a loosely organized government or a federal government. Thomas Jefferson was a Federalist. Wait a minute, you can't use that name because Alexander Hamilton's already got that name. So Alexander Hamilton jumped in. It's okay, you guys can be the anti-Federalists. If you're an anti-Federalist, does it sound like you're in favor of a loosely organized group or against it? So before the Constitution was even written, our politicians were already lying to us. Now, if you go to, Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay wrote newspaper articles. They're basically editorials, trying to keep people to ratify the Constitution. It's such a great idea. Those newspaper articles are collected together and called the Federalist Papers. It was one of the things that we used to have to read in school. I've never heard people don't even know what they are. There's another book known as the Anti-Federalist Papers. Those are written by Patrick Henry and guys that are against the Constitution. It's a lesser-known book. You should really read both of them. People say, well, we don't know what the founding fathers were really thinking. Baloney! We know exactly what they were thinking. They wrote it down. You just have to read it. The politicians say, no, we don't know what they were thinking. We have no idea what they said. So you'll just have to take our word for it. Okay. So let's read a little bit what they said. Alexander Hamilton wrote in Federalist Paper number 9, the definition of a Confederate Republic seems simply to be an assemblage of societies or an association of two or more states into one state. Distinct modifications and objects of the federal authority are mere matters of discretion. They don't worry your pretty little head about it. Okay? So long as the separate organizations of members be not abolished, so long as it exists by a constitutional necessity for local purposes, though it should be in perfect subordination to the general authority of the Union, it would still be, in fact and in theory, an assumption. This fully corresponds to every rational import of the term with the idea of a federal government. He's twisting the words around and saying, no, it's really a federal government because we embrace all the lines. Patrick Henry wrote in 1788, the basis of this question in America may depend on this. Have they said we states? Have they made a proposal of a compact between states? If they had, this would be a confederation. It is otherwise most clearly a consolidated government. The question turns, sir, on that poor little thing, the expression we the people instead of states of America. I need not take much means to show that the principles of the system are extremely pernicious, impolitic, and dangerous. The rights of conscience, trial by jury, liberty of the press, all of your legitimate franchises, all the pretensions to human rights and privileges are rendered insecure, if not lost, by this change so loudly talked about by some and inconsiderately by others. Is this same relinquishment of rights worthy of freedom? Is it worthy of that fancy fortitude that ought to characterize Republicans? It is said 8 states have adopted this plan. I declare that if 12 states and a half had adopted it, I would, with manly firmness and in spite of an erring world, reject it. So Patrick Henry says, you're all wrong. It is not a federal government. It is a national government, and I don't care how many people say that 2 plus 2 is equal to 5. It's not. So there were people at the time who were opposed to the Constitution because they were afraid that it gave too much power to the government. We've got 225 years of hindsight. Who was right? Now, the Constitution was written as a response to all this printed money. When you print money, you cause inflation. When you cause inflation, people will not accept the currency. If people do not accept the currency, the economy stops. And if the economy stops, everybody is hurt. And so they said, go to Washington and create something that'll fix the Articles of Confederation. They didn't. They replaced it. Started from scratch with the Constitution. It was signed on September 17th, 1787. All right? Very, very close to September 17th, Constitution Day. What are you doing for Constitution Day to, celebrate that document, right? Or possibly to announce how bad that document is. The Constitution is a wonderful document, but it has some terrible flaws in it. If you don't read the document. Now, why? Because they didn't have authorization to do that. They didn't get permission from the people. And so, the states, the 13 colonies, had to ratify it. How many colonies had to ratify it before it became the supreme law of land? 9. The Articles of Confederation said it had to be unanimous. You think they would have been able to be unanimous? No. So Alexander Hamilton said, we got to get away with less. We'll do it for 9. And then just kind of force everybody in. Now, eventually, all 13 states did ratify it, but only 9 were required. Now, when we ratified the Constitution, that was 2 years later, in 1789. 1789 was the same year that we wrote the Bill of Rights. Well, why did you write the Bill of Rights? Wasn't the Constitution good enough? No. They were afraid that the Constitution gave too many powers to the federal government. We wanted protection from the government. We wanted a Bill of Rights. We wanted further limitations on the government. So the Bill of Rights was written in 1789 and ratified 2 years later in 1791. So everybody remembers 1776. Add 11, and you've got 1789, which was the 87. 1787 is when the Constitution was signed. 2 years later, in 89, it was ratified, and the Bill of Rights was written, and the Bill of Rights was ratified 2 years after that, in 1791. So 11 and 2. Now, let's talk about the Constitution. If you open up your book on the Constitution to page 17, we have the preamble. What is a preamble? It's a paragraph that says why we are writing this document. It's a statement of purpose. Most of you should know this by heart. It says, we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote mutual welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain to establish this Constitution for the United States of America. That's why we're writing the Constitution. So, to form a more perfect union, that means they already had a union. The Articles of Confederation. We said that one doesn't work so well, so we're going to form a more perfect union. Okay? For these reasons. And then it says we're going to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Does that mean to everybody? No, that's how we should interpret it. But that's not what they meant. And also notice the first line says, we the people of the United States. And the last line says, establish this Constitution for the United States of America. United States and United States of America. You have two different things. One is a republic, the other is a democracy. Talk about that before. Now, the Constitution was set up to operate has a negative authority. Who has all the power? We do. We are giving power to we have the rights, they get privileges. Don't let them tell you anything different. Now, the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of each state are a political trust. We describe a trust very briefly. We have to pretend that the rich are all part of it. Okay? So I'm rich and old and I have children. And I want to leave my money, all my millions of dollars to my children. But they're children. They don't know how to spend the money. If I give them $10 million, they're going to spend that on bubblegum. You know? I don't want that to happen. So, knowing that I'm probably going to die before they grow up, I want to create a contract. I'm going to create a contract with John, Uncle John, and I want to leave my money for my children. So I write a contract with John that says I'm going to give you my money. And when my children turn 18 or 21 or whatever age I decide, I want you to give them their money. And I will pay you $1,000 a year or whatever it is to do that. So I've got this. I have a trust board. The reason I write this contract is because I trust John. I don't think he's going to, take advantage of me. And I'm not going to be here to make sure. John is the trustee. He's the person that I'm putting my trust in. Now, who does the money belong to? John? No, the money belongs to my children, the beneficiaries of the trust. Do they have to do anything to get that money? Well, no, probably not. Just grow up. If I've got a son that's a real bum, maybe I'll say he's got to get married before he gets the money. But I can write that into the contract. And so if my son comes to me where he's not married, can John give my son the money? No, that would be a breach of contract. John has a fiduciary responsibility to execute that contract as I wrote it. The Constitution is a political trust. Who wrote the trust? The founding fathers. What did they want to give us? Money? No. Liberty and security. They fought for it, they had it, and they wanted to make sure they transfer it to their posterity. So what did they do? They wrote up a trust, a contract, with a group of people who are the trustees. Who are the trustees of this contract? Government. Anybody who goes into office. Why do they take an oath of office to solemnly swear to uphold and defend the Constitution? So that if they violate that contract, they are guilty of perjury and treason. Perjury is punishable by imprisonment. Treason is punishable by life in prison or death. This is not small potatoes. This is serious stuff. So the Constitution is a political trust, and everybody who goes into office takes an oath of office, and they have a fiduciary responsibility to protect your rights. It's not just a good idea. It's a contractual obligation. So we want to put limits on that power. Now, one of the things that the founding fathers did was to establish a system of checks and balances. How many people remember that? Good. Now, what are the system of checks and balances? Lock and key? Well, kind of, sort of. There are three branches of government. We have the legislative branch that makes the law, the executive branch that enforces the law, and the judicial branch that adjudicates breaches of the law. But it's all law. And we want to make sure that each group doesn't have too much power, so we separate them. Ironically, Basically, the first three articles of the Constitution are legislative, executive, and judicial. You want to know anything about Congress, go to Article 1. You want to know anything about the President and Vice President, go to Article 2. Supreme Court, that's Article 3. Let's talk about Article 1, which is legislative. Go to page 17. That all legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress consisting of a Senate and a House of Representatives. Why do we have a Senate and a House of Representatives? Why don't we just have like one big room? If you're going to argue, you're there in the same room together. So we're trying to argue about this Constitution, and you've got big states like New York and Virginia and lots of people. You've also got little tiny states like New Jersey and Rhode Island. And they're saying, well, okay, we're going to vote, the big states say, we're going to vote by population. The more people you get, the more votes you get. The small states go, whoa. That's not fair. You guys got way more people than we do. So let's not do that, then we're never going to get a vote. Or we're only going to get so many votes, it's not going to count. We're never going to have any say-so. So each state should have its own vote. One state, one vote. And the big states go, whoa, that's not fair. You guys have only got, 20 people. So if you guys vote, then everybody in Virginia is supposed to go the way that Virginia or New Jersey goes? That doesn't sound fair. This was the biggest argument in the entire thing, is how they were going to vote. It ended up being a great compromise. We're not going to do it that way. We're not going to do it this way. We're going to do it both ways. The House of Representatives currently has 435 members. The number of representatives that you have depends on how many people you have. That makes the big states happy. The Senate was originally going to have one, they decided to have two, just in case somebody got sick. Every state gets 2 senators. That way, whether you're in New Jersey or Texas, you still get 2. Everybody's got the same vote. You still get 2. Everybody's got the same vote. So you make the small states happy. You do it both ways. Now, if you go through, what I'd like you to do is go to page 18, and we're going to look at section 2, clause 3. It says, shall be determined by adding a whole number of persons. The actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the first meeting of Congress, and within every subsequent term of 10 years. What are we talking about? The census. Why do they take the census? They have to. It's in the Constitution. Why do they take the census? Why do we go out and count noses? To find out how many representatives you've got. What happened to Texas in the last census? We added 2 representatives. That's because Texas is so wonderful, everybody's moving here. We go, wow, you guys got a lot more people. We're going to have to give you 2 more representatives. What does that mean about somebody else? They lost 2 somewhere along the line. So the census is mandatory. They have to find out how many people. Can they ask how much money you make? Whether you're living with somebody? How many children you have? No. Well, that's a good response. They can ask, but you don't have to tell them. I got, unfortunately, the small form. I was hoping in the big form there would be more answers that I refused to answer, or more questions that I refused to answer. But they're supposed to take the census for representatives and taxation. Direct taxes are supposed to be apportioned to the several states. Direct taxes are taxes that you cannot avoid. Indirect taxes are taxes that you can avoid, like the sales tax. You got a tax on gasoline, and you don't want to pay the tax, what do? Don't buy gas. But if it's a direct tax, you can't avoid it. They basically come and collect it. Well, a direct tax cannot go directly to the people. It is apportioned to several states. Congress has $18 million. Washington, D.C. should send a bill to Sacramento, California for their share. California has 10% of the people in the United States. 1 out of every 6 people in the United States lives in California. So, Washington, D.C. should send Sacramento a bill for $100,000, or 10% of the bill. If Sacramento's got the money, they should write a check. And the people of California never know. If they don't, well, then they can set out a tax everybody 25% or 25 cents for your fair share. But once that tax is collected, it's over. End of story. Now, please go to page 20, and we want to look at Article 1, Section 4-2. The sections are labeled in your book. The clauses are not. So when you get to a clause, you just have to count the paragraphs. So this is the right underneath Section 4, the second paragraph. It says, Congress shall assemble as it wants to. How long is Congress in session right now? All year long. I mean, 11 and a half months a year. They take 2 weeks in December to go to the Bahamas with their secretary. So why is Congress in session so long? Or rather, why did the founding fathers feel the necessity to write, you must get together once a year? What's the difference? Get together all the time. Well, maybe they didn't expect Congress to be there all year long. What is Congress supposed to do? Where is that listed? It's listed in Section 8. Let's go to page 23. In the middle of the page in your book, booklet, says Section 8. Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, excises every April 15th for anything they want. Is that what your book says? Right? A different copy? What does your book say? To lay and collect duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts, provide for the common defense, and general welfare. End of story. If they are collecting taxes for anything other than that, it's unconstitutional. They can't do that. Now, Section 8 gives the litigant borrow money. They can regulate commerce with foreign nations, establish a uniform rule of naturalization, coin money and regulate the value thereof, provide for the punishment of counterfeiting, establish post offices, promote the progress of science, constitute tribunals to define and punish piracies, declare a war, raise and support armies, provide and maintain a navy, and military in 18 cities. Those are the things that Congress is given permission to do. Anything that Congress is doing that is not in that list is by definition unconstitutional. Take a quick check. Show me the Board of Education. You find it? Show me Social Security. Is it in there? They're unconstitutional. You can't do that. Now, they can build an army. They can build a navy. Okay, you got soldiers, you got sailors. Okay? Well, there wasn't there. What is everybody. The general population. That's right. Now, handouts for food stamps or free housing and all that, is that general welfare? No. Not unless everybody gets it. That is not general welfare, that is specific welfare. And that's where they've twisted these words around. I'm opposed to public education. I'm in favor of everybody being really smart. But in 1953, we have the Department of Housing, Education, and Welfare. During the 1950s, students in the United States were #1 in math and science. Russia was a distant #2. We were so far in first place that we didn't have we had the Department of Education for about 2 years. Education being right, but they can't let you go into school. Currently, United States students are 21 on a nationwide or worldwide scale. We are no longer in first place. In fact, we are so far from first place, we can't even jump that high. So, back to my definition of insanity. They have the Department of Education for 50 years. You want to throw more money into it? No, let's eliminate the Department of Education. Let's start teaching our kids something. Homeschool. They have a national spelling bee every year. The last 4 years in a row, the winner of the national spelling bee was homeschool. The last year, the first, second, and third place students were homeschooled. You have to be a rocket scientist to figure this out. Your kids are going to school and coming back stupid. Take them out of school so they learn something. Congress is supposed to create an army. They did. They're supposed to create a navy. They did. What are they going to do this year? Well, you don't have to create an army. You've already got one. You have to create a navy again. Cross those two off the list. You're supposed to create a post office. Well, okay, we did. Maybe this year we got one more. Okay, got it. Now what? Well, there's not much else you're supposed to do. Go home. That's why the founding fathers put in that article about you got to get together at least once a year. How often do we elect our representatives? Every other year. The founding fathers were paranoid that they were going to go to Washington, get elected, have a big celebration, and then go home and never come back. They don't want the ship of state traveling without somebody checking in. And so they said, you got to check in at least once a year. That all by itself gives you a strong clue that Congress is doing more than they're supposed to. Go home. Article or Section 9 of Article 1 is a list of things that Congress can't do. Now, if we're giving you permission, and I give you a list of the things you can't do, anything that's not on that list, you can't do, right? You tell your kids, these are the things you can eat. Grapefruit, cauliflower, spinach. Anything that's not on that list, you can't eat. How about M&M's? Is it on the list? No, and you can't do it. But as a parent, you know that a list of things you can do isn't enough. And you're going to go off to the store and you say, these are things you can't eat, or these are the things you can eat in case you didn't know from the first list. So we did Congress just in case you didn't know on a second list. Section 9 says these are the things you cannot do. Look at 9. On page 25, 9-4. No capitation or other direct tax shall be laid unless in proportion to the census or enumeration herein before directed to be taken. So we're giving Congress power to tax. We already said that it was supposed to be enumerated, so we're going to go ahead and say it's not based on enumeration. Are they doing it? Yeah. It's unconstitutional. Who's going to do something about it? Congress? No. It's our job. We've got to hold their feet to the fire. You can't do it if you don't know the Constitution. Section 10 of the Constitution tells the states certain things that they cannot do. Let's look at page 26, section 10-1. No state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation. Why? Because you're already in a confederation. You're already part of the United States. You can't be a part of their stuff, too. What would you say if your husband or wife came home and said, sweetheart, I'm getting married? Time out. You can't do that. You're already in an agreement. You're already in an agreement. The other thing the states cannot do is write letters of marque or reprisal, coin money, emit bills of credit, or make anything but gold and silver coin and timber and payment of debts. Why? Gold and silver. Because it has real value. You pick it up and it's worth something. It feels like something. It's heavy. Not like those tokens they give us. This is real money. This is lawful money. It's authorized by the Constitution. Anything other than gold or silver is unconstitutional for the states. And we're going to talk about money a lot more after one. So I'm just going to kind of keep that. But that is why I require silver for this flag, because it is constitutional. It would be hypocritical for me to accept Federal Reserve notes, which are fiat worthless paper. So, Article 1 tells you everything that you need to know about Congress. It gives them a list of things that they are allowed to do. Anything that is not listed in Article 1, Section 8 is, by definition, unconstitutional. Article 2 deals with the executive. The executive is the president of the United States, his vice president, and everybody else who's enforcing law down to your local police officer. She is also part of the executive. Now, it says on page 27, in that third paragraph there, the electors shall be, each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors equal to the whole number of senators and representatives to which the state may gain title to Congress. How many representatives does Texas have now? 32. How many senators do we have? 2. So we've got a total of 34 members in Congress. Now, the state legislature can elect as many. So we've got 34 over here in Congress. We're going to create another 34 people. These are electors. What are they going to do? They're going to elect the president. This is your electoral college. It's not the senators and representatives that are voting, but the same number. We've got 535 people in Congress and 535 different people in the electoral college. They are the ones who get to vote. Have you ever seen them on TV? Yes, during the last election down in Florida, when we had this big brouhaha, they finally showed members of the Electoral College. They had like 32 people in Florida who were dropping their ballots in the box. Now, if the people get to direct To vote for the president directly, what does that make the United States? A democracy. Do you want a democracy? No. So the founding fathers set up a system to basically say these people are going to take, the feel of the country, or the feel of the state. Now, if you are an elector, you're supposed to say, okay, all of my is Republican, and you're supposed to take that into account. And probably 9 times out of 10, you're going to vote Republican because all the people you represent are Republican. But what if it's 50-50? 50% Democrat, 50% Republican. Now who do you vote for? 50% Republican. Now who do you vote for? Your choice. Now, if you get 90% Republican, can you vote Democratic? Yes. It's your choice. You're supposed to do what you think is the smart thing to do. Because if the people all say, oh yeah, let's vote for that Ross Perot guy, and you don't think that's a good idea, you're protecting them from their own stupidity. That's why they elected you. You elected the wrong guy. With that, it's based on each state. And with that, it's going to be different for each state. The state legislature determines how your electors are chosen. And one of the things on my growing list of things to do is to find out how Texas does it. I just haven't had time to get around it. Okay? So, if that system is correct, why are you voting for president? Why did you go out and cast her down? Does the popular vote mean anything? No. Years ago, you had this little car seat for kids, a little plastic steering wheel. So you can sit next to Daddy, and you can help drive. I help Daddy. I help Daddy. Okay? If you're going, and turn right with your steering wheel, and they're going to go left, yeah, because your steering wheel's not connected. If voting for the president, now, the vice president on page 28 says, you're going to vote for, okay, when choosing the president, the most shall continue by the states. Okay, right at the top of the page. The person having the greatest number of votes shall be the president. If such number be the majority of the whole number of legislation, and if there be more than one of such more, the vice president is the guy who gets the second number of votes. In every case, after the choice of making president, the person having the greatest number of votes of the electors shall be the vice president. Okay? Is that the way we do it? No. When did that change? It had to change somewhere. Okay? That's the 12th Amendment. We'll talk about the 12th Amendment. Now, one last thing before we go. Page 29. Okay? Look at the last paragraph of the page, bottom of page 29. It says, before he enter on the execution of his office, he shall take the following oath or affirmation. Quote, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. The oath of office is in the Constitution. They wrote it down. Why? It's a trust. It's a contract. And when you take that oath of office, you are swearing to defend and protect the Constitution. If you don't, it's treason. So, what I want to do is just stop there. We're going to break for lunch. When we come back, we'll finish up a little bit with the executive. We are talking about I just started to discuss what branch of government, executive, everything that has to do with president and vice president. And it just finished up with the oath. The oath of office for president actually is in the Constitution. Now, the president can be impeached for treason, bribery, high crimes, and other things. Now, one of the things that the presidents throughout history have been doing, they have been writing executive orders. Now, the first president to ever write an executive order was George Washington. Now, an executive order is for people who work for him in the White House. People who work for him in the White House. Like working for paper clips. No starch. That's an executive order. Right? Since then, presidents have been using executive orders for a whole lot more than that. Now, let's just pick up Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton signed a total of 357 executive orders while he was president. Now, these executive orders basically give some form of absolute authority to one of the federal agencies in a time of national emergency. So, if there is a national emergency, FEMA is going to go in and take care of all the hospitals and stuff. National Energy Commission is going to go in. They're going to take total control over power generation. And other agencies are going to take over complete control of transportation. The FCC, you guys know, radio stations, every radio station, in all their radio and electronic setup, got a chassis built into the system where the FCC can automatically, by remote control, take over the radio station. So you can be doing the wild 50s music or whatever, and suddenly they send out a radio signal and they are broadcasting in your channel. Isn't that great? The federal government can take over what goes out for the airwaves. Now, got 15 in your hand now. I have a list of which that in 2001 left office January 21st. In 3 weeks before he left, he signed 3 executive orders. Now, Paul Gala is a top advisor, has been quoted in Law of the Land. Kind of cool, huh? Well, yeah, I suppose if you're the king, it was a monarchy when the king would sign a proclamation to make it law. If Bill Clinton does that, doesn't Bill Clinton bypass Congress? What happens to our series of checks and balances? Just thumbing their nose at it. So, I don't care if Bill Clinton was sleeping. If Hillary doesn't care, why should I care? It's not hurt my feelings. But I'm a little bit irritated with the 357 executive orders that he signed. Each one of those, as far as I'm concerned, he should be locked up for treason. Now, back on page 49, I believe, was your handout, is a list of web pages. And these are web links that you can go to. A lot of these particular executive orders. Don't take my word for any of this stuff. Go out and do the executive order for yourself. And I've got summaries down there. 11 federal departments and agencies. 10, 9, Emergency preparedness function, the Secretary of the Interior. Emergency preparedness function is the Secretary of Agriculture. What type of emergency can you have in agriculture? Yeah. Down at 11,002, emergency preparedness functions to the Postmaster General. What's he going to do? Like stamps for it? Why do all these things have emergency preparedness in mind? All deal with some national emergency. Guess who gets to decide whether or not there's a national emergency? The president. So with the stroke of a pen, suddenly you can have martial law overnight. No. In the United States, that only happens in, Angola and Russia and all those other places. Yeah, and when the army tanks come rolling down your street, you're going, oh gosh, I didn't think it could happen here. National emergency is not defined anywhere. It's basically up to the discretion of the president. Oh, well, I feel a whole lot better. I trust the president. They were talking about Executive Order 12-919, which was signed June 3rd of 1994. That's not too long ago. And this executive order was written by Bill Clinton, released to the public, and just recently became law in 1998. It is an order that consolidates many previous executive orders into one sweeping executive order. I don't want to do it for anyone. Let's just bundle them all up into one sweeping order. And it says, quote, and in view of the existing national emergency declared by proclamation 2914 on December 16, 1950. Yeah, what was that national emergency? This is page 15. So, in 1950, we had some sort of national emergency, and Bill Clinton is writing this order because of the existing national emergency. Did you realize there was some sort of national emergency in 1994? They don't. They just have to. The point is, they just have to declare the national emergency. They don't have to tell anybody about it. So, we're finished with Article 2. Let's go to Article 3 of the Constitution. Now, let me show you the Constitution. How many articles does the Constitution have? 7. 7 articles. The first 3, legislative, executive, and judicial. So let's look at Article 1. It fills up all of the first page and almost all of the second page. And these are large pages. There's a lot of stuff in Article 1 for Congress. Then we start Article 2 down at the bottom and finish up Article 2 for the president. Article 3, it's like less than a third of a page. There's not a whole lot there. Well, what is the Constitution? The Constitution is supposed to be the changes of the Constitution are supposed to put limitations on government. Which branch of government has the fewest changes? The judicial. Which one do you think is most hazardous to your liberty? Now, open up your book on the Constitution to page 31. You'll see the beginning of Article 3. It says, the judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court. All right, that's good. But, now down to the 4th and 5th one. The judges of both the Supreme and behavior. What does that mean? They just have to comb their hair and brush their teeth before they show up? What does it mean that they are elected for good behavior? It's a life term. Once you're elected, you have to die or quit before you're out. You get elected once, and unless we impeach you for treason, you are there for life. That's why everybody wants to be a Supreme Court judge. You know, basically you don't have to worry about going up for election anymore. Why are we always worried about who we vote for in the popular election for president? It didn't say anything. Because the president of the United States is the guy that appoints Supreme Court judges. Imagine Al Gore being president, and who is he going to appoint as a Supreme Court judge? And then you've got that judge until that judge dies. That's why everybody's so worried about who the next president is, not because we give it 2 cents about what he is, but who he's going to appoint. We're going to be stuck with that person for life. Now, let us go to the bottom of extent. To all cases in law and equity. What does that mean? In law and equity. Pretty close. You're on the right track. And then if you flip over to the next page, page 32, about the fourth line, to all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction. The keys in this last phrase, admiralty and maritime jurisdiction. We have the different jurisdiction. These are the 3 types of law that the Supreme Court has jurisdiction over. We have the Constitution as the supreme law of the land. But that is only common law. That's common law, which is the Constitution. In common law, everything is based on property. Surprise! What drives for property? Rights. The Constitution is supposed to protect your rights, so it's got to be, common law has got to be based on property. So if you run over my mailbox, and that's my property, what has to happen? You have to restore my property. Instead of me over to the baseball bat, you come over and fix my mailbox. As soon as you fix my mailbox, we're friends again. Right? There are two laws, two aspects to common law. Don't mess with anybody's property, and do what you say you're going to do. That is where criminal law and civil law derive from. So, I've got criminal cases and civil cases. Again, criminal is based on the violation of property. Civil case is based on a violation of your word. You promised to do something, I was going to pay you. You reneged on the contract, so I take your civil law. Now, just briefly, let's look ahead to the consent. That's going to be on page 44. Consent is on page 44 of the Constitution. And the second to last line, it says, shall not be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. What is due process of law? Either the court, is that due process? Come on here this evening for court over here. I'm in West Virginia, and yeah, I've got all my brothers and sisters on the jury. You want to go and sit in my court? Is that due process? No. Due process means you have common law, equity law, and admiralty law. Those are the three types of law that the Supreme Court is authorized to preside over. And they are different. Just like baseball, football, they're all sports, but they're different sports. You don't stand on a baseball field and go, touchdown. What are you talking about? It doesn't make any sense. Here, someplace else, that may make perfect sense. You have to know what playing field you're on. Now, common law is all based on property. If I haven't damaged any of your property, you can't show me a contract that I've renewed back, you've got nothing. You can't accuse me of anybody who couldn't be accused of. You can't put me in jail for anything. Now, what if you're in your car, I'm in my car, and we intersect, unfortunately, out on somebody else's property? Where's the property damage? Did I violate your property or did you violate my property? Well, it's kind of both at the same time, wasn't it? There's no clear property distinction. I can't say this was my mailbox. There is no defining line, no defining property line. So, common law really cannot apply. You can't say this is my property and not yours. That is where equity law comes in. Under equity law, the judge has arbitrary power. The judge can decide what the result of the case is. Equity means fairness. So this is all supposed to be based on fairness. Defined by the judge. So, I mean, if you like the judge, you trust him, that might not be so bad. But, you know, if you don't trust the judge, you may be in for a awakening. Now, if it's not going to be in equity court, then you drop down to admiralty court. What does admiralty and maritime make you think of? Water. All right is based on property. If I go out onto the ocean in my boat, who owns the ocean? Nobody. Nobody owns the ocean. There's no property. There's no land. I say this is my land, and the land's not going to move. When the tide gets in, the tide goes out, you know, nobody owns the ocean. And so you have a completely different body of law. When I go out onto a sailboat, I've said this several times, I don't know if any of you are sailors. Has anybody here heard the expression, the captain's word is law? Okay? It's not a euphemism. It doesn't know you'll manage to grouch you until he gets a second cup of coffee. It means the captain's word is law. It doesn't mean right. He just has to be the captain. When he goes out into the ocean in his boat, he has a 40-foot floating country. However big his boat is. It's his country, and he is a dictator. End of story. Isn't that right? He can throw you in the brig, bring in anyone. If your hair is parting the wrong side. Now, if I'm floating out there, ocean is my boat, and I find another boat, and there's nobody on the boat, who owns it? The captain. This is called salvage rights. Thank you. Okay. It's salvage rights, finders keepers. I found it, nobody else claimed it, it's mine. End of story. Is that the way we do things on land? No. This is the law of the sea. Law of the sea. the land based on property. Common law and admiralty law are supposed to stay apart, just like land and water. Admiralty law is allowed to come up on the land as far as the high water mark, originally. Because what is the ocean used for? You live there? No. All you use it for is just transporting and shipping goods back and forth. It's used for commerce. So anybody who has a ship out on the ocean, you're selling stuff or taking it somewhere to be sold. Lakes. England doesn't have any Great Lakes. We've got all these rivers that England doesn't have. You can send your ships up and down these rivers inland. Well, gosh, that doesn't make any sense anymore. We can't say law of the sea. So now it's really the law of commerce. It's not so much where you are doing it, it's what you are doing. So you've got three bodies of law that the Supreme Court can adjudicate. Common law, equity law, and admiralty law. They're different. Right? Now, are those the only bodies of law? No. Those are the only ones that the Constitution acknowledges. So we can have that these are constitutional laws. Anything that is specified by the Constitution is constitutional. Anything which is prohibited by the Constitution is unconstitutional. What if something is not specified but not prohibited by the Constitution? What do we call that? It's extra constitutional. It's outside the constitutional, but it's not forbidden. One of your rights is the right to contract. You have an unlimited right to contract. Now, if I say I will pay you $200 to paint the house my dog sleeps in, oh wow, it's a great deal. I mean, how big is the biggest dog house you've ever seen? You know, like $200. Yeah, I can do that in a couple hours. Yeah, I'll do that. You sign the contract, and I walk you around the corner, and I show you this, 3-story mansion. 27 rooms. And, well, this is the house my dog sleeps in. Guess what? You're in deep trouble. Because you got to pay that house for $200. Is that a good contract? No. Is your right to contract unlimited? Yes. That's why they say read the contract. They're not kidding. Now, that's common law, admiralty, and due process. Like I said, you have a right to common law process. The only time they can move it down is if the distinction of property is not clearly defined. Now, if we move to page 16, Marbury versus Madison is a Supreme Court decision. It's a very important Supreme Court decision. Good and bad. Okay? The good news is that the decision of Marbury versus Madison in 1803 says, certainly all those who have framed and written constitutions contemplate them as forming the fundamental and paramount law of the nation. And consequently, the theory of every such government must be that an act of the legislature repugnant to the Constitution is void. If it's unconstitutional, it was never a law to start with. That's the good news. The bad news is up above that. It says the critical importance of Marbury is the assumption of several powers by the Supreme Court. The assumption of powers. They assume that we can do this. Prior to Marbury versus Madison, who decided what is and is not constitutional? Well, the question never came up. It's not listed in the Constitution. Article 3 is very short. It just says there is a Supreme Court. It doesn't say what they can or cannot do. And so John Marshall said, well, we're for the Supreme Court. We are going to decide what is or is not constitutional. Okay, everybody just kind of went along with it. They didn't have a better idea. So now, let's pretend just for a minute that the Supreme Court decides that the First Amendment does not give you a personal right to freedom of religion. And you only have freedom of religion if you are Catholic, Protestant, or Jewish. Is that right? The Supreme Court said so. Does that make it the way things are? No! You have to remember, the Constitution says what the Supreme Court is. The Supreme Court does not get to say what the Constitution is. That would be circular logic. Decides what is or is not constitutional. We the people who created this thing in the first place. If we decide the Supreme Court is out to lunch, it's up to us to correct it. There is no formal way to do that, but we can amend or abolish the Constitution anytime we see fit. Well, let's rewrite Article 3. So, I've just gone over constitutional, unconstitutional, and extra-constitutional. Extra-constitutional is not specified or prohibited by the Constitution. It is basically just in addition to. Now, there are some ideas that came about because of all this shipping. You're in England. You ship all your stuff to North America. And all the people buy it and pay you in gold, which is the only thing they would pay you with. And your boat is coming back to the United States, or to England from the United States, with all this gold. What happens if the boat sinks? Well, yeah, salvage rights. Anybody who can get the gold, it's yours. It's laying right down there where, the Titanic is going to be. That gold is lost forever, never, never, never. For all intents and purposes. So what they did was they set up insurance companies who had limited liability. You have several shipping companies, and if my boat sinks, the other shipping companies are going to help me pay for it, so that I don't lose everything that I had with that one boat. Now, the bad news is, if one of their boats sinks, I've got to chip in money to help pay for theirs. That's limited liability. Now, in order to have that, you have to have a contract. And only under contract can you compel performance. If the Constitution protects your rights, is there anything there that says you got to come over and cut my grass? Can I force you to cut my grass and treat you for me? Without paying you under the Constitution? No. I cannot compel performance unless there's a contract. So basically what they've done is they've set up contract law. Now, these concepts are very, very deep, and I have nearly enough time to cover them. However, I strongly recommend that when you continue your research, you continue your research on the various types of law. And if you flip back to page 16, the second paragraph there, you want to understand the difference between common law, equity law, and law. I strongly recommend that you go to the internet. And the USA, the Republic is the house that no one lives in. It is a 15-page document you can download for free. Don't give me, 15 pages? Oh, that's a lot. Okay, don't read it and let your liberties go down the toilet. Liberty is not going to be easy. Reading a 15-page document is the least of your worries. And is at the very least that you can do to protect your liberty. And that will give you a very, very clear understanding of different forms of law and how much of this derives from Roman civil law, where you have no rights. So, we have going to continue law. This is not all of the laws. The New Constitution specified that there are other laws. All the laws written by Congress since the Constitution was written are called statutes. Originally, they were organized by name. That was the law that we passed in 1789. That was the law that we passed in 1791. But when they weren't passing very many laws, that was easy. And then eventually, was that the law that we passed on Monday or the one that we passed on Tuesday? And then eventually, Monday morning, Monday afternoon, got it said before after lunch. I just can't remember all these laws we're passing. So they organized it by index. We have 50 titles. Those 50 titles are part of the United States Code, and you can download the United States Code off of the internet. And I give you a website on page 18, basically at the bottom of page 18, you can download. The only thing is that you got to download each title by itself. So it's a little bit monotonous. You get all the information. You can also order a CD-ROM. It's about $45, $40. You can get it from the National Archive. You have everything on one CD-ROM. Amazing stuff. Now, within the United States Code, there are two types of law: positive law and non-positive law. Positive law applies to everybody. The Freedom of Information Act, Title V, that applies to everybody. Black, white, male, female, young, old, doesn't matter. It applies to you. Some of these laws are non-positive law. They don't apply to everybody. Title 27 of the United States Code is alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Now, if you distill alcohol, or grow tobacco, or build guns, you fall under alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. And you have to pay special taxes. Anybody here distill alcohol, grow tobacco, build guns for a living? Okay. Well, if you don't do any of those things, then Title 27 does not apply to you. And it is non-positive law. It only applies to people who do those special things. Now, if it is positive law, it says so. You go to Title V, it says, this is positive law. Right there at the top. Well, you can go through the 50 titles, flip over to page 18, and I've given you a list of all the positive law titles. These are the laws that you apply to you and absolutely must be followed. Okay? And out of the 50 possible titles, only 22 have been enacted into positive law. Can you find Title 27? Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms? No, because it's not positive law. Please find Title 26, Internal Revenue. 23, 28, 26 should fall right in between there. Title 26 is not positive law. It does not apply to everyone. And your question is, who does it apply to? And it's a perfectly valid question. Okay, one that we're going to be asking the IRS here very, very soon. But basically, the people who are liable for income tax are non-resident aliens, foreign corporations, and United States citizens living and working in a foreign country. So if that doesn't describe who you are, then you are not liable to Title 46 tax code. Which is a shocking surprise. Now, one of the interesting things is that the current federal income tax regulations define gross income to mean all income from whatever source derived unless excluded by law. So there are some incomes which are not gross income. The regulations explain that the items of income compensation for services make up classes, and then regulations direct the reader to another section which provide classes. A class of gross income may be excluded income, and that leads to a section. It's very complicated. I mean, they can't just say it in black and white. They got to go check here and there, opinion really complicated. But eventually, you find out that this gives you section where the types of income that are not considered to be exempt or excluded are listed. And the list only includes income from certain types of international and foreign commerce. Might be clear between international or foreign commerce. I don't think so. So, what you can do, for those of you who are interested in this, you can go to page 52 of the handout. And I have a long list of websites that you can do research in or at, establishing basically what the tax code is, what it says, and I'd like to repeat the 3 rules. Principal American who decides to exercise her rights in the government and be careful to take attention to 3 rules. Rule number 1, protect your property. Rule number 2, get educated. And rule number 3 is take action. Do not do them in reverse order. The government does not play fair. They do not play nice. If you are going to do this at all, be prepared for the ride of your life, because it's going to pretty much almost ready. Now, most of the law here in the United States falls under the Uniform Commercial Code, the UCC. Now, uniform means the same, or, basically everything is alike. What they did in the early 1930s is to take equity law, where the judge has an arbitrary decision, and admiralty law, and combine them together into the UCC uniform. So the equity and admiralty is now the same. That makes everything a lot more convenient, doesn't it? It is for whom? It's convenient for you. No, the people were taking advantage of it. This is uniform commercial code. What does commerce mean? Trade, contract. And code is not law necessarily. It's convoluted. It's cryptic and it's hard to understand. Now, under common law, the presumption is that you have rights, unless you voluntarily waive them. All your rights are protected except the ones you give up. Under the Uniform Commercial Code, the opposite is true. Under the Uniform Commercial Code, it is assumed that you have no rights unless you explicitly reserve them. Say, oh, by the way, I've got all my constitutional rights. Oh, by the way, I have freedom of speech. Now, how do you do that? If you are in a Uniform Commercial Code contract, you need to go to Section 1, Clause 207, which is defined on page 19. UCC 1-207, performance for acceptance under reservation of rights. A party who with explicit reservation of rights performs or promises performance or assents to performance in a manner demanded or offered by the other party does not thereby prejudice the rights reserved. Such words as without prejudice or under protest or the like are sufficient. You just have to say out loud or in writing that you are reserving your right. Now, why do they have to do that? They have to do that because any body of law, in order to be valid, must have two items: remedy and recourse. Remedy means that you are able to get out of trouble once you get into trouble. So they have to put me in jail. If I broke something, I've got to have some way I can fix it. Anybody hear of debtor's prison? Debtor's prison, you owe me money. So I'm going to put you in jail until you give my money back. In jail. How are you going to go out and get any money? Well, that's your problem. It's kind of a catch-22, isn't it? And so you just hear all the prisons just filling up with all these people who couldn't pay their debt, which is now completely, totally illegal. Now, the other option, the other thing that law must have is recourse. You have to have some way to stay out of trouble in the first place. You know, it's like, okay, you just tell me what I'm going to do so I don't get put in jail right in the first place. That's recourse. And that's what UCC 1-207 is. They've got all the rules are set up so they win the game. Mostly because we didn't tell you the rules. Is UCC unconstitutional? No. Is it specified by the Constitution? No. It makes it extra constitutional. It is out there in addition to the Constitution. Do you have a right to sign contracts under the UCC? Yes. Your right to contract is unlimited. You can sign any contract you want. You have to know you've done it. And they're not telling you. Now, what generally happens under the UCC is something called notice and grace. I have to inform you of what's going on, and I have to give you some time period for you to respond. So I sent you a letter. Dear Joe, you owe me $1,000. Maybe you should throw the garbage can. Like, oh, well, here's my letter. It says, please pay me within 30 days. Please respond in 30 days. And if you just sprinkle up and throw the garbage can, I show up 31 days later with the sheriff. And the sheriff will legally take $1,000 from you. I gave you notice. I told you that you owe $10,000. I gave you a grace period. I gave you 30 days to respond. Well, you didn't respond, so it must have been true. So your response is always respond. If I send you a bill for $1,000, you got a typewriter, you mail it back going, what? I challenge that, but you do is refuse without dishonor. You say, I don't owe you anything. Now whose job is it to prove that I gave you some sort of service? My job. That's what the IRS does. The IRS sends you a notice. They give you 10 days to respond. If you don't respond, you must be guilty. Don't be afraid of the IRS. Just write them a letter back in the first 10 days. Challenge their authority. Say, no, I don't owe you this money. Prove it. Oh, gosh, that's going to be a lot harder. Why should you want to prove it? Then we're not going to be able to collect the taxes. Good. What's your Fifth Amendment right? Go ahead. You know, why? I've got a Fifth Amendment right to sign my 1040 form. If I sign it, the perjury must be true. Well, if I don't sign it, let's see, I don't have to give you, the government, anything that you can use to put me in jail. If I sign my 1040 form and give it to you, can you use that to put me in jail? Yes, then I don't have to sign it. If you show me, Judge, how I can sign that without giving up my Fifth Amendment rights, then I'll sign it. But they can't do that. Bill Benson, no conflict, has a website, and he did that, and the judge says, I cannot go on your, he didn't say you know, allow the argument, he didn't say, he just says, I can't go on your case, because if I do, it's going to completely flip, you know, the whole economic system. Oh, so my rights are going to be violated because it's going to be embarrassing for you. That's what's going to be happening in a couple of weeks when bring the IRS. We're doing an IRS audit. Bring in your paperwork. You show us where the law said we got to pay this tax. Now, I think the IRS is on the way out. The IRS, by its own statistics, say that 1 out of 5 people does not pay taxes. You stop volunteering. It's about time. 98%. It took us a while to figure it out. I think, I don't know the exact statistic. I think it is 1 out of 5 people the IRS claims should be. Okay? And if you go by my statistics, everybody who's paying taxes shouldn't be. So I think the IRS is up the line. You don't have to worry about the IRS anymore. What you do have to worry about is what they're going to replace it with. National sales tax? Oh, that's better. You got federal money, we have the tigers. Well, that's stupid. You know which Menendez brother you want to live with? We better make sure that they get rid of the IRS and that they do not institute the national sales tax. Because the national sales tax is only 10%, no, 11%, I'm sorry, 12%, 20, 50, you know, and before you know it, it's going to be 50. You know, as far as I'm concerned, the only flat tax on the paper is a flat tax which is 0. So how are we going to operate in the United States without income tax? I don't know. How did we do it before the IRS? July 4th, we got the Declaration of Independence. July 5th, we got the IRS? I don't think so. When did the IRS happen? Well, they started taking it out of our checks, but the IRS came into existence in 1913. So between 1776 and 1913, there was no income tax. There was no inflation. Go figure. George Washington paid the same amount of money for overbread that Abraham Lincoln did. No inflation. So what's Alan Greenspan talking about? You have to have 5% inflation a year. I'll get into more of that later. So you've got the United States Code, which is congressional statute. You actually have to read it, and not all of it applies to you. The other stuff is the Uniform Commercial Code, which is private law. It's a copyright. Can you use somebody else's book without their permission? No. Can you use somebody else's law without their permission? No. How do you get permission? Become a lawyer. When you become a member of the bar, and you get permission to execute their code. I've also got a cycle, the Uniform Commercial Code for $5. You can't afford to have a download. You need to have that because you start referencing stuff. You start reading it. It's like they've got it in writing. And you go, can't believe it's in print. law. It is a law, and you volunteer into it. How do you volunteer in a uniform commercial code? Anybody spend these? Anybody recognize this? What is this? It's a note. Every time you spend one of these, you are automatically de facto under uniform commercial code. Now, what is common law? Common law is based on property or land. Now, when you are under property, the economy is quid pro quo. That is Latin, which means something for something. You gave me silver, which is something I gave you a book. That's quid pro quo. If I give you an apple, and I want to buy your apple, and I say, well, no, I can't give you an apple. You can give it. So, okay, you give me the apple, and I give you IOU. Have we completed the transaction? No. Have I given you anything? Well, nothing of any value. All I've given you is a promise to pay. So that transaction is still open. And that's what's happened when you use these notes. You are under, you are not under common law because it's not the quid pro quo. You are automatically under the uniform commercial code. No, not at all. And we're going to get into that in a little bit more detail. So that's how you did wrong. Well, you're not giving them anything. You are not giving them anything. You cannot go into a common law court because you cannot give anything of substance. When you get your manufacturer's statement of origin, I will share them slowly. I know what you're telling me. But you didn't buy the property. You don't own it. You don't own the title. You don't own it. Well, we'll talk a little bit more about it. That's the whole thing. Any questions on Article 3 and the different classes of law? Yeah. I'd like to talk to you. There's stuff that I can be telling you that's wrong. I'm not deliberately giving you bad information. I just don't know everything. I've gotten that out. I've gotten it out of Black's top part is Black's law. The bottom part is my interpretation. A statute is law. Code is a reflection of the statute. Right. It's not exact. And so, when the code says, you've got to trace that back to the actual statute. Now, the United States Code is statute. Now, all of them titles are statute law. It's not code. Right. Okay. So there's a difference. Whatever the difference is, there are differences in not all of the titles apply as are like law. So your definition, I don't know how I would interpret how does that apply to It's a reflection. So I've got United Title 26, which is United States Code. Where do I go for the statute? What does that mean? Well, I'll research that. I'll research that. I'll go and research that. I know that most people I know don't know United States Code exists. Yeah. Right. Okay. That sounds plausible. I'll check it out. That was Article 3. Why don't we take a break and we'll come back? All right. And it also sets up state citizens. That's page 33. And Article 4, Section 2 says citizens of each state shall be entitled to all the privileges and immunities of citizens of the several states. And you are a citizen of each state. So let's fill in the blanks. A citizen of Texas shall be entitled to all the privileges and immunities as citizens of Florida, citizens of California, citizens of Oklahoma. What kind of citizens are we talking about? State citizens. When the founding fathers got together to form the Constitution, Benjamin Franklin stand up and now introduce himself as a citizen of Pennsylvania. Jefferson, citizen of Virginia, citizen of your state. A United States citizen was just kind of an abstract concept. Like one of those many, I'm not going to list all 50 of them. So it's an abstract concept. So, but you have privileges and immunities. That didn't have privileges. Well, yeah. What it was doing, if you are a citizen of Texas, are you a citizen of Oklahoma? No. Okay? So when you go from the United States to France, you get all of the things that the French citizens do? No, because you're out of your territory. So if you are a Texas citizen and you go to Oklahoma, you have all the same rights that Oklahoma citizens do. Except for Section 2, which says that you will have all the privileges and immunities of citizens of the several states. So legally, you don't have rights, but we're going to extend you those same privileges. So basically, all 50 states are the same. But you are a state citizen, and they are extending you these privileges to your state. Now let's go to the 14th Amendment on page 48. The 14th Amendment, Section 1 says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state where they reside. That doesn't sound too that sounds pretty simple. But let's look at citizens of the United States. That's a lowercase c. And when they left out the word citizen the second time, you're a citizen of the United States and a citizen of the state where you reside. What is that? That's dual citizenship. You're a United States citizen and a state citizen. So which one comes first? United States citizen. So in that clause which one takes precedence, United States citizen. But it's not go back and read the second line. It says, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. What do people of England call living under the king? Subject. Do they have the say so? No, people say you're going to do this or else. The subject has no rights. You want to be subject to anybody? I don't. Now, the fact that it's a lowercase c is not a mistake. It also says all persons born or naturalized in the United States. What's a person? Okay. So we look at page 20 in your handout. A person, and this is from Black's Law Dictionary. In general usage, a human being, i.e. a natural person. So when you're talking in conversation, you mean, more flesh and blood body. Though, by statute, the term may include labor organizations, partnerships, associations, corporations, legal entities, or receivers. See 29 U.S.C. 152. That's Title 29 of the United States Code, Section 152. And the scope and delimitation of the term is necessary for determining those to whom the 14th Amendment of the Constitution affords protection. Since this amendment expressly applies to a person, a corporation is a person within the meaning of the 14th Amendment, the Protection and Due Process Clause. So Ford Motor Company is a person. Microsoft is a person. For legal terms. Isn't that wonderful? You get all the same privileges as Microsoft. Now, what is a juristic person? If I decide that we're all going to go into business together, we have to sign an ad newspaper several weeks in a row. And our little group is doing business as Acme Fireworks. So 7, 8 weeks later, whatever the time frame is, we have a company, Acme Fireworks. You know that Acme Fireworks is born? Now, is Acme Fireworks human? Does it have freedom of religion? Freedom of speech? The right to keep their arms? No. It's an artificial entity. It has whatever privileges that you and I in the state of Texas give it. A jurist is another word for a judge. The jury are the 12 people sitting here in the box. Anything which is juristic has to do with the court. A juristic person is this artificial entity. Now, if I take us out into the parking lot here and I'm demonstrating my greatest day at Mountain Rock, it works really, really good, except it burns down somebody's barn. Does the owner of the barn have a right to sue Acme Fireworks? Yes. How many people are suing Firestone Tires for their bad tires? So, Acme Fireworks, for the purposes of court, can go to court just like you or I could. It is a juristic person, artificial entity. Now, with the 14th Amendment, the Congress has invented establish the Constitution that create Congress. So, who works for who? Congress works for us. They are subordinate to us. And Congress, basically, or presumably ratified the 14th Amendment, they created a U.S. citizen. Now, what status does the United States citizen have? All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to its jurisdiction. Subordinate to Congress and to the United States citizens. So this is a second-class citizen, which was generated just after the Civil War. Basically, to give blacks privileges. So we start with the 13th Amendment, bring the blacks and brought them up to our level. Except the 14th Amendment basically lowered all the whites down to their level. You have privileges, you don't have rights. The moment that you are born, and they lay you on your mother's chest, you are we the people, sovereign citizens. Secondly, somehow or other, we go magically down to becoming a United States citizen. How does that happen? Birth certificate, social security number, driver's license, voter's registration card. You look at your voter registration card, are you a United States citizen? Yes or no? Oh yeah, I'm a United States citizen. Oh boy, you have no rights. We the people have a right to keep them in mind. Like United States citizens, we the people have a right to travel. A United States citizen has to get a driver's license. We the people can get married to anybody we want. The United States citizen has to get a marriage license. Those are all information evidence of your subordinate status in Congress. The trick is getting rid of all that. That's right. I have another document that I wrote just from again, I downloaded the document that talks about United States, United States, American and the citizenship I best I can do if you are a sovereign Texan, you are not a United States citizen. You never ever want to say, yes, I'm a United States citizen. Because you already admitted you are subordinate to Congress. I am not a United States citizen. I am a Texan. You become an elector. A state citizen has rights protected by the Bill of Rights. A state citizen basically has equal protection under the law. Want equal protection? That guy's got a ball and chain. You want equal? If the citizen is equal, this citizen's good. So we're going to give you a ball and chain too. That way everybody sees it. Now, on my passport, I have produced what it says. The Secretary of State of the United States of America goes off to the citizens flying national of the United States. This is me. We have two words divided by a flag. One or the other. You can be boy/girl. If Democrat/Republican, one or the other. You can be citizen/national. So this passport will work for United States citizens, but it will also work for United States nationals. They don't tell you what that is, but on my passport it shows that they are different. Now, what is a national? A person going only into the state. The term national, as used in the phrase national of the United States, is broader than the term citizen. So a rectangle can be a square, but a square is not necessarily a rectangle. A rectangle is a broader term. So if you are a national, it is a broader term than the word citizen. So it is possible for you to be a national and not be a United States citizen. Don't kill us then. Now, as the representative before, USA, the House of Republicans, it says that Republicans, the House of Republicans, this is a short subset. It says 14% is a setback from government. It runs counter to the idea is also probably never properly ratified. So the 13th, 14th, post-war respond now. Article 5 of the Constitution. The founding fathers realized they were not omniscient and would have to change it. So Article 5 is all about amending the Constitution. How do you go about changing it? Well, the first thing that you have to do is propose an amendment. How do you propose an amendment? Either 2/3 of both houses or 2/3 of the state convention. You have to have Congress? No. You get each state to hold a convention, and you get 2/3 of those conventions to say, yes, we want this proposal, then it is proposed. You can bypass Congress. The people still have some power, we just have to get our act together and get organized. Now, once an amendment has been proposed, how does it become ratified? 3/4 of all states. So you need 3/4 of the state legislature. You need a majority. Oh, yes. And we will talk about it. You can also have 3/4 of the state convention. We can bypass the state legislature, have a convention, and if 3/4 of the states want it, then the amendment is also ratified. But it's 2/3 or 66% to propose it and 75% to ratify it. They deliberately made it hard. They didn't want it to be real easy. Number 5, Article 5 is on page 35. It says all date deaths and engagements shall be valid. Why did they have to put that in? Why is that in Article 5? Sure. Which act? Oh, 17 minutes. We're going to talk about 17. Article 6 says that all deaths contract engagement before the adoption of the Constitution shall be valid. So we were changing government. We're under the Articles of Confederation, and we owed a bunch of money to France and Spain. Helping us out. So when we go to the new constitution, we say, well, we're going to be good guys, and we're going to, continue our debt. We're not just going to repudiate debt. But basically, it says all laws pursuant to the Constitution, and all treaties made for which shall be enforced shall be the supreme law of the land. So the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and any law notwithstanding is valid. So Texas can make any law that it wants, except the law that would legalize slavery or otherwise violate your rights. And it also says that all persons members of several state legislatures, all executive officers, both of the United States and of several states, shall be bound by an oath or affirmation to support the Constitution. So, again, we're supporting this trust idea. You got to take an oath. You got to promise to protect people's rights. But no oath or affirmation. But no religious affiliation is required. So, we eliminate certain religions. Article 7 is basically just signed, sealed, delivered by yours. It says the 17th day of September, 1787, blah, 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 and this is, so the 7th amendment is mostly signatures, and the 6th amendment, the 6th article is mostly short. So the three that are, typically important are 1, 2, 3, legislative, executive, judicial. 4 establishes the relationship between the states and the federal. 5 is how you amend it. 6 is releasing our debts, and 7 is body. I'm going to tell you what the Constitution says. I didn't say that I like all of it. Yeah, that may be true. Yeah. Whatever the debts were prior to during the Articles of Confederation, all that. We're not getting real scumbags. So, now, before it would be ratified, several of the states demanded that we have a Bill of Rights. It's a whole lot of power to the federal government, and we're worried about that. And so we want to say, well, you got to be right. Now, we can't have to say, I don't worry about it. You don't need to do it on paper. Yeah, right. We want it to be in writing. So, most people know that the Constitution has a preamble. Most people do not know that the Bill of Rights also has a preamble. I was reading that most of the preamble of the Bill of Rights. I know it's the Bill of Rights, preamble of the Constitution. And they started giving me something I never read before, and I jumped up because I got the Constitution and the Bill of Rights taken in my hallway. And I went over and I said, so, the preamble to the Bill of Rights, the conventions of a number of states, having at the time of their adopting the Constitution, expressed a desire in order to prevent misconstruction or abuse of this power, that further declaratory and restrictive laws be added. Because it's around the public office, the government will go to but, so we are wrote the Bill of Rights to prevent misconstruction or abuse of its powers. Whose powers? Congress, government. Okay? We don't want them to get out of hand. So what are we going to do? We are going to add further declaratory and restrictive clauses. Does a declaratory clause ask for permission? No. I'm telling you that I've got freedom of speech. I'm telling you that I've got a right to keep my mouth. I'm not asking. These are further restricted clauses. Putting restrictions on the power of government. What are the original restrictive clauses? The Constitution. So the Constitution are restrictions on Congress's power. And we're going to add further restrictions. Bill of Rights cannot be repealed. You can't go ahead and say, well, we're just going to scratch out the Second Amendment. We don't need that anymore. Wait a minute. You didn't give it to us in the first place. You can't take it back. We gave it to you. We're telling you that we have freedom of religion. Not asking. So, no, that is not true. You can get amendments to change the other amendments. The 18th Amendment established prohibition from repeal, but that has nothing to do with rights. If we can change, let's talk about ROTHSCHILD now. We're going to talk about all of these amendments. Right? Second Amendment, the right to keep their arms. ROTHSCHILD now and her million moms want to go to Washington, and they say, all we got to do is just get enough moms to vote, and we're going to just repeal the Second Amendment, and we're going to take away, your right to keep your arms. Okay, let's take that and say, you're going to repeal my Second Amendment, so I'm going to go to Washington with my million fathers, and we're going to repeal your, we're going to repeal the First Amendment. We're just going to take away your freedom of religion. You going to do that? You going to sit still for any of that? I say you can't go to church unless you're, Branch Davidian, and we're going to change over the Branch Davidian? No! We didn't give you freedom of religion. You were born with it. Nobody can take it away from you. It's unalienable. It's a part of who you are. It's like the dreams that you had last night. You can tell me your dreams, but you can't give them to me. It's integral to who you are. You've got a heart, you've got lungs. You give me that, you stop existing. I can kill you, but I can't take away your right to life. I can violate your right to life, but I can't take it away from you. They cannot take away your freedom of religion, your freedom of speech, or a right to keep their arms. The Bill of Rights doesn't give it to you in the first place. They can burn it, they can shred it, they can get rid of the Declaration of Independence. It doesn't make your rights go away. So let them make any changes they want. They can shred the Bill of Rights. They're ignoring it so much anyway. The Constitution is only a national monument, under nitrogen gas in Washington. It's a novelty. It's something to look at. Here kids. What's it say, Dad? I don't know. It's a Bill of Rights. You guys know what the Bill of Rights says? I went to a government-controlled school. I have no idea what my rights are. I don't have a concealed carry permit. Won't get one.